Dun Yenpen shouted, still standing at the foot of the cliff, asking who they were. The pursuers descended as easily as shadows. One of them noticed Ju Song's clothes and asked if she was related to the Ju family. But without waiting for an answer, he got to the point and advised the travelers not to meddle in other people's business and to leave the child alone. White Heron interrupted the speaker. He demanded an answer to the question of who they were and how they could pursue an innocent child. Jinmu pondered. These people could be thugs or human traffickers, but persecuting a child was beyond his comprehension. Judging by their energy, they were not from Sapa. But then, where were they from? Hearing the girl's suggestion that they might be from Sapa, Jinmu became indignant. He had completely banned human trafficking in his time. The pursuer replied that the time had not yet come for open confrontation between Marima and the central regions, but they needed this girl. Events were not going well for the travelers. They were surrounded. Jinmu stood calmly with his arms crossed over his chest. The White Heron would be able to handle everything calmly, and he wouldn't even have to intervene. Both sides drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Zhang Sang was determined, and had already engaged in combat with one of the pursuers. Using his skills and the energy released in his sword, he threw the enemy back. Chanwu kept up with his friend. He used hand-to-hand combat techniques and also put energy into his fist. The boy tirelessly struck several opponents at once. Watching the two, Jinmu was pleased. They showed good skills in real combat, which meant he had trained them well. Then he turned his attention to Dung Yan Pen, who was being rapidly approached by two opponents. But White Heron was completely calm. He crossed his arms, preparing to repel the attack. Watching the master's actions, Jinmu noted that, as always, he did not even break a sweat. Despite his impeccable skills, White Heron did not try to kill the attacker, but only suppress the attack. Because he had to be fair, Dung Yenpen did not fully display his skills, even in a situation where he could have died. But that was precisely why Jinmu hated the idiots from Cheongpa. At that moment, one of the warriors, Ju Song, was seriously wounded. The girl was left unprotected, and her pursuer headed straight for her. She continued to sit, holding the defenseless child close to her. This confused the enemy, and she suddenly gathered herself and attacked in response. She adjusted her position and even managed to block several blows. However, she still couldn't fight properly while holding the child in her arms. At that moment, 3 more opponents approached her from behind. Unexpectedly, Jinmu appeared in their path and repelled the attack. The girl sincerely thanked him for his help, but the young man only snapped back at her to protect the child. Ju Song watched him. Jinmu used Mutang's technique to disperse energy. The battle was raging everywhere, but the monk's appearance changed the situation. The opponents noticed this too. One of them said that there was a worthy opponent among the girl's defenders. He was going to take care of the White Heron, and told the others to focus on the child. Approaching Dung Ying Pen, the enemy complained that they had not given up the girl willingly. It seemed that everyone was eager to end their lives. The man knew that the White Heron was at the level of Kang, and was glad that he would not have to be bored. Dun Yenpen gathered his energy and went on the offensive. But his opponent put his palm forward, using a technique that the master had encountered before. White Heron was far superior in martial arts, but this difference was reduced by his opponent's speed. However, the master could not predict his opponent's next moves, as he did not prepare his attacks in any way. Despite all his experience, the White Heron did not know what kind of martial art this was. The situation changed again when Jinmu suddenly appeared in front of Dung Yan Pen. Using his energy, he immediately struck his opponent. The enemy was so surprised that he did not have time to repel the sudden attack. Jinmu's energy rushed straight at him like a powerful wall. The blow threw the enemy straight back against the rock. The young man grinned and suggested they talk a little after all. The flow of energy was so strong that it left a crack in the ground. The White Heron asked what that was, but Jinmu said that the master should have used that energy long ago, instead of trying to suppress the attack. After that, he turned his attention to his opponent, about whom he had many questions. The enemy, in turn, was interested in how this scoundrel knew about the lightning strike. But Jinmu assumed that this man must know the old man who attacked them in Muvol, and was going to return the favor. The man understood who the monk was asking about. It was the great wolf Tehran. He asked Jinmu directly how much he knew about them. Meanwhile, the young man approached him, intending to find out everything. The opponent saw that this guy was on the same level as the old man. How could he be close to the Ju family? But he also knew the lightning strike technique. The man was very curious about who this monk was. The man continued to frantically search for a way out. He did not have the skills to defeat this young man, but he could not escape because of his internal injuries. Finally, he made up his mind and drew his weapon, intending to fight, which made Jinmu laugh. But the young man decided to accept the challenge, and also drew his sword. A moment later, he was already rapidly approaching his opponent. Without hesitation, he used his sword in this attack, but his opponent still tried to dodge the blow. He was shocked that such a lightning-fast technique could be used in this way. There was no specific direction for using the sword or preparation for using internal chi energy. Jinmu was like a hurricane sweeping everything away. The monk, without slowing down, jokingly remarked that his opponent was living in luxurious conditions. The main reason for this was that Jinmu had no intention of destroying him, but when he tore his opponent's clothes with his sword, he discovered poison needles. Using poison in battle was a rather despicable act, but this trick backfired on the enemy himself. The poison got into the wound. The man realized he had no chance and rushed at Jinmu, intending to take him with him to the afterlife. Jinmu stood waiting for the attack. He wondered if his opponent really thought he could do it. His sword glowed with excess energy. It flowed far beyond the sword to the place where his opponent was, and even further. Jinmu attacked using the soul-taking phantom sword, and the moon disappearing from the heart. The blow was so powerful that it left nothing of his opponent and split the rock. Of course, Jinmu should have learned more about the old man. The young man was angry with himself for this. He had been too distracted during the fight. But after this attack, the rest of the pursuers also fell to the ground. Jusong poked the motionless bodies and noticed that they had all lost their minds. Come to think of it, only the leader had spoken. Perhaps he had used some kind of manipulation technique. But now the best option would be to tie them up and take them with him. None of the travelers had heard of such a group before, but it was quite possible that the child they were chasing knew something about it. The girl called out to the little girl, but she was so scared that she couldn't speak. Jusong tried to calm her down and assured her that she was safe now. This earned her admiration from White Heron and irritation from Jinmu. Dung Yanpen was also impressed by Jinmu's crescent-shaped strike, which was meticulously crafted down to the splitting of energy. White Heron remembered that Jinmu had crossed paths with Bi-hyun's brother, whose name made the young man wince. However, he might know more about these people. But if they were being pursued by Na Bi-hyun, then they couldn't be simple slave traders, and this should be reported to the administration. But they had captured more than 10 people, and they had no way to transport them. Therefore, they should ask the nearest clan for help. And perhaps they should have turned to an experienced tracker from the vagabond organization to find out what had happened. Jusong continued to argue that it was necessary to obtain the approval of the head, since the event was so large in scale. And most likely, Jinmu had connections in this organization, since he was so close to the elder Na Bi-hyun. The young man laughed. He had no intention of working and giving up his coin of cooperation, but his plans were ruined by Cheon Woo, who announced to everyone about his precious coin, which could now come in handy. Tears streamed from Jinmu's eyes. There was no help from this fat boy. Chan Sang tried to stop the talkative student, but to no avail. Chan Woo even revealed that he had laundered the coin himself. Jusong immediately seized on these words, realizing that Jinmu had the coin of cooperation. White Heron was delighted that the young man had succeeded. He himself did not have such a coin, despite his friendship with Na Bi-hyun. Once again, Chan Woo intervened, stating that Jinmu was the pride of their clan and the sword of Mutang, and could turn to the vagabonds for help at any time. Jusong immediately began to beg the young man for help, and Dung Yanpen realized that they did not necessarily have to ask the administration for permission. Jinmu had no choice but to hold out the coveted coin with a trembling hand. It was a real trap. As he handed it to the girl, he was already dreaming of how he would get Chan Woo expelled from the Oryong Palace. This boy brought nothing but losses. Ok Tong Kye, a representative of the Beggars clan, greeted the travelers and was pleased with how they had used the coin of cooperation. He returned the coin to Jinmu so that he could use it one more time. The young man was horrified that he had wasted one of his chances on such foolishness. He rushed to take out his emotions on the guilty Chan Woo, whom he did not spare during training. Jusong noticed that this novice had a very unusual temper, but he was still a great warrior. If he hadn't been there, they would have had big problems. Although even White Heron noted that he was a rather sarcastic young man. Ok Tong Ki did not understand the strange atmosphere of admiration that reigned around him. The matter was very serious and secret. The people who attacked them were related to those Na Bi-hyun was pursuing. Jusong promised not to tell her family about what had happened, and the rest was to be dealt with by the Beggars clan. Finally, the travelers reached their destination, where a large number of soldiers had already gathered. An irritated Jinmu was going to find a place to spend the night on his own, but Jusong explained to him that this was impossible because of the warriors. There were still 5 days left before the dragon gathering, and the girl did not understand his stubbornness. He hardly wanted to ruin his reputation by spending the night on the street. Jinmu remembered his students and asked Jusong to take care of them. But to his fury, This was only possible on the condition that he go with them. White Heron decided to cheer him up by saying that he would also be with them and that they would have a lot of fun. But this had the opposite effect. Jinmu had finally managed to escape from Mutang, and now this. Finally, they all arrived at the Ju family residence, and the girl invited everyone inside. Qiansang suggested going to check if there were any rooms available at the hotel. But to his surprise, Jinmu replied that there was no need for unnecessary trouble now. Both of his students looked terribly tired. After dismounting, the young man said that now they could eat and drink to their heart's content. In fact, he did not want to torment the two any further. The travelers were joyfully greeted by Ju Cheng-un, who was the head of the Ju family from Muhan. Ju Song responded warmly to this greeting. After that, Ju Chun-un respectfully greeted the White Heron, immediately recognizing the legendary master. All these greetings and lofty words greatly annoyed Jinmu. Ju Song introduced the novices from Mutan, but the head of the family quickly lost interest in them and returned to Dongyan Pen. As they walked away, Jinmu overheard that White Heron would be joining the leadership of the Flying Dragon's Brotherhood. At that moment, the young man noticed Zhu Kalgin and immediately asked him if he was going to participate in the upcoming meeting. Seeing Jinmu smirking in front of him, Zhu Kalgin was speechless with indignation. He even let out a couple of unpleasant words. Realizing that he had said them in front of everyone, the young man immediately covered his mouth with his hand. But it was too late. Zhu Song was already outraged by his behavior. Zhu Kalgun apologized for his slip of the tongue. The boy, who was even younger than him, was preparing to become the next head of the Ju family. He clenched his fist. The fact that he had uttered these words in front of his peer did not mean that he had insulted him. But Ju Song was already furious. Did Zhu Kalgun not know who the person next to him was? And since he only knew that Jinmu was from Mutang, she loudly replied that this man was the sword of Mutang. Zhu Kalgun did not expect this at all. Since when had this scoundrel become the true sword of Mutang? At that moment, Ju Cheng-un appeared behind him and pushed the young man to his knees so that he could apologize. Now the head of the Ju family could be in trouble. Jinmu was the face of Mutang, and such words could offend the entire clan. Realizing that all this could damage his family's reputation, he lashed out at Zhu Kalgun with reproaches. After that, Zhu Cheng-un himself apologized to Jinmu, hoping for his forgiveness. Zhu Kalgun had no choice but to apologize. Jinmu seized the moment and complained that he wanted to greet an acquaintance. Now Zhu Kalgun would have to walk with his head bowed. Jinmu's insolence enraged the young man, but now he could only curse under his breath. After a while, meat was roasting on the fire. Jinmu was delighted. This was just what he needed. Zhu Kalgun watched him, gnashing his teeth. In his eyes, the novice was nothing but a beggar, for whom he was now roasting food on the fire in exchange for forgiveness. This disciple was nothing like a monk. Suddenly, Jinmu decided to address him, and the young man was forced to ask what he wanted. Since they had met before, Jinmu suggested that Zhu Kalgin address him informally, as before. Besides, they were the same age. Barely restraining himself, Zhu Kalgun replied that everything was fine and that he could not address Mutang informally. He understood that the novice was deliberately trying to provoke him. Jinmu suddenly realized that Zhu Kalgun's prediction had come true. During their last meeting, he had mentioned that they would definitely meet again, and so it happened. This conclusion made Jinmu laugh and almost brought Zhu Kalgun to tears of rage. But Jinmu was not going to stop there. He asked the always hungry Chan Wu if he wanted more meat, and heard an affirmative answer. The young man demanded that they fry more meat and bring wine. Chong Sang cautiously pointed out that it was already late and that Jinmu might feel sick from the wine the next morning. The young man agreed with him and called out to Zhu Kalgun. He hoped that he would be able to go to rest, but Jinmu demanded that more meat be fried and that a spicy soup be prepared in the morning. Zhu Kalgun trudged off to get another portion of meat, anticipating the day when he would settle the score with this scoundrel. After a hearty dinner, all the students were finally able to go to bed, but Qian Wu, who was fast asleep, was snoring loudly. Because of this, Jinmu decided that he would never sleep in the same room with them again. Watching his snoring student, he wondered whether he would quiet down if he punched him once or not, but he decided not to dwell on it, because in just 4 days, he would be seeing these two much less often. Jinmu quietly got dressed and went out into the courtyard of the zoo residence. Looking up at the sky, he thought that in 4 days he would begin a full-scale search for the second volume of the double energy technique. He had to find these records. There were still reserves of gold and jewels in Sapichiang, and the loyal Chan Wu Myang. Although Jinmu already vaguely remembered what he looked like, Jinmu wondered whether it was worth capturing the Union in Safachong. The mere thought of it filled his dark nature with genuine euphoria. Suddenly, the young man realized that he had already reached the gates. He turned around and hurried back. If someone had tried to destroy him, it could well have happened, because he was floating in the clouds like a fool. But in the silence, someone who knew his name called out to him. It was Zhu Song, dressed as a girl with her hair down. She struck Jinmu so much that he lost his voice and froze in place. Meanwhile, the girl asked him if he was still asleep. It turned out that Jinmu did not recognize her. He guessed it was her only by her voice. The girl was already used to imitating a man's voice, but now she was speaking as herself. And at that moment, she was not Ju Sung, but Ju Shanshan. Jinmu's jaw dropped. He had no idea she was so beautiful. Ju Shanshan decided that the novice had made such a face because he was trying to avoid her. But Jinmu was simply struck by the girl's beauty and couldn't pull himself together. Now he was in Doden's body, so girls with doe eyes were the previous owner's type. Realizing that reason had prevailed, he cleared his throat and asked what she was doing here so late at night. It turned out that she had recently returned from the Union, but to everyone else, she was Ju Song. So the girl asked Jinmu to pretend he knew nothing. From that moment on, she wanted to live as Shanshan, and also planned to participate in the dragon gathering as a girl. Jinmu promised to keep his mouth shut. He understood in general terms what was going on here. Ju Shanshan said that she had inquired about the attack. Everything was very secret. While the girl was talking, Jinmu couldn't take his eyes off. When she was talking seriously about something, she seemed even more beautiful. Ju Shanshan suggested that the young man go with her, and he agreed without hesitation. It turned out that she needed to go to the Union to greet the leader. Jinmu realized where he was going and tried to refuse. He was completely stunned and didn't listen to what she was saying. But Ju Shanshan was already running away, advising Jinmu to get some rest and recharge his batteries. The young man realized that he had failed. Because of her pretty face, he had missed his chance and sabotaged himself. The next day, Chon Sang and Chon Wu were surprised that Jinmu was going somewhere. Earlier, he had promised them a walk in the city center after training. Jinmu, wondering where their impatience came from, promised to return as soon as possible, and now he advised them not to be lazy and to train well. The young man himself had no intention of delaying and wanted to get to the enemy's lair as soon as possible. He was going to visit the political union of right forces. The union's military advisor, Ju Hyup Jin, welcomed Mutang's sword. Jinmu remembered him well from his past life, even though they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The current union was considered the most powerful in history. Chol Ji Ryang, its leader, was a true leader and knew how to use his power. At his side was a talented and wise tactician, ready to support him at any moment. The Union united 9 Taoist clans and 5 families, as well as smaller schools and sects, pushing them to the outskirts of Sapacheon and Ilwan Magyu. Jinmu was tired of listening to nonsense about noble goals. Their main idea was to oust their rivals and establish dominance over the central parts of the country. Ju Hyup Jin realized that the young man had grasped the hidden meaning of his speech. Ju Shanshan warned that he was quick to grasp the meaning. Unable to bear it any longer, Jinmu asked why he had been summoned. There were still 4 days left before the gathering of the dragons. Folding his arms across his chest, he asked them to tell him directly what was required of him, and not to waste time. It was difficult for him to count how many times he had suffered defeat because of this damn strategist. Every time he lost to the Union, he envied Chol Ji Ryun for having such a talented military tactician. Ju Hyup Jin replied that the young man was worthy of a personal meeting with the head of the Union, but he would have to wait a little, as he was busy at the moment. Jinmu felt like a complete idiot who had lost his head over beauty and had wandered into the enemy's lair. The military strategist tried to keep the conversation going and asked Jinmu how he liked the atmosphere in the Union, and in response heard that it was quite spacious here. This answer amused Ju Hyun Jin. Only a true master of Mutang could answer so wisely. Jinmu did not understand why he found it funny. This place was many times larger than Sapchong. There were many tall palaces here. To build such a colossus, they must have spent a huge amount of money. And Jinmu noticed that such a territory was of no use, only meaningless glitz. Ju Hyun Jin was at a loss and could not come up with a decent answer. At that moment, Chol Ji Ryang entered the room, accompanied by White Heron. It was the first time he had seen his advisor at a loss for words. The head of the Union turned to Jinmu and asked him not to put too much pressure on the military advisor. The young man clenched his fist. He felt this enormous spiritual power, and that the head had changed since their last meeting. Now Jinmu was not even close to Chol Ji Ryang in terms of level. His body would have to work hard to achieve the same strength. The leader was puzzled. The young man was seeing him for the first time, but showed no surprise, no embarrassment or gratitude. It felt like he was looking at him as an old enemy. To begin with, Chulji Ryong invited everyone to sit down. For the first time in his life, Jinmu had to sit at the same table with the head of the union. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally, Chulji Ryong asked if the young man knew the real reason why the head had sent a personal request for him to come. Jinmu was surprised to learn that it was a request. At first, the head wanted to take him as a disciple, but the young man chose a different path. The young man understood that the elder had given him a choice, because he was constantly being pestered by people from Chongpa. If it weren't for them, he would already have the first volume of the double energy technique in his hands. Chulji Ryong noticed that Jinmu had now completely lost the opportunity to study with him, although in reality, the young man was not particularly eager to do so. The White Heron noted that this was quite logical, since the young man was so strong that he could compete even with him, and he was the true sword of Mutang. Jinmu was truly talented. Chulji Ryong suggested enrolling the young man as an independent representative of the Flying Dragon's Brotherhood. Everyone present was delighted with this idea, but Jinmu could not understand what nonsense was going on here. The young man crushed the mug in anger. He was being offered to become a subordinate of his enemies and train their students. Chulji Ryong had already decided to sum up the meeting and began his speech. But to everyone's surprise, Jinmu replied that he was against this appointment. Rising from the table, he said that he was not interested in the position and asked if he could leave the meeting since everything had already been decided. Deng Yanpen tried to stop the novice. The very fact that this young man had been summoned here spoke volume. But Jinmu interrupted the master. The Supreme Elder said that the young man would only need to greet the head. Chulji Ryong also asked the monk to think carefully. If the true sword of Mutang became an independent representative, it would bring glory to the clan. Jinmu couldn't take it anymore and said quite loudly that he had only greeted the head and now wanted to leave. Those present froze. But the young man had no intention of indulging their wishes after they had forcibly brought him here and imposed some kind of position on him. Jinmu would not agree to this under any circumstances. Chulji Ryong sighed and rose from his seat. With an ease that surprised the monk, he agreed to his refusal. But the head turned to him and asked if the young man knew the meaning of the word greeting in the language of the Marima warriors. After a while, everyone present moved to another place. It was Chulji Ryong's private training hall. The hall was located under the palace and was quite expensive. Although its floor was paved with ordinary cobblestones, Zhu Shanshan apologized for the fact that all the weapons inside were forged from Damascus steel in order to save money. Jinmu was boiling inside. This steel was not cheap, and wood should have been used for training. In the corridor, all the walls were covered with yemenju. These pearls glowed in the dark, and this underground training ground was so large that it could accommodate at least 100 people. Even when Jinmu was Hukren Mugen, he didn't have such a platform, although the current head of the union was considered loyal by all. People who had everything from birth were a problem for society. They paid no attention to others and thought that was how it should be. In Mutanga, there was not much food, so even eating a ball rolled from various herbs was considered a treat. The monks were grateful for the food they were given today. And when Sappa's warriors appeared, many went out to meet the enemy with rusty swords, because there were simply not enough weapons. And how could you call a scoundrel who squandered money like that loyal? Everyone had to know the truth about it. Jinmu was about to leave, but the head of the union reminded him that he himself was going to greet him. And perhaps the young man did not know, but Miram's warriors suffered serious injuries during the greeting. Jinmu looked at Chulji Ryong's weapons and thought that this man was definitely crazy. The young man tried to get upset, but Juhyup Jin tried to calm him down by saying that they had a doctor who would get him back on his feet right away. The military advisor asked the chief to limit the injury to one that would take no more than a month to heal, so as not to disrupt relations with Mutang. Jinmu understood that they were going to use force to cripple him, and then pressure Mutang to give him some position. The young man had already seen Chulji Ryong wield a sword several times, but it was interesting to see what his fencing style was like now, how much his level differs from what it was in the past, and how much the power between them differs. But in any case, the head of the union was the one Jinmu would have to defeat in the future when the time came to lead Chonpa. And the young man also drew his sword to perform this greeting. He pointed his sword at Chulji Ryong and suggested they greet each other. The head of the union was inspired by the young man's willingness to fight with swords right away. He saw that this monk was the true sword of Mutang and his future, a warrior who was improving every day. But this rapid growth could destroy him. Chulji Ryong was going to play with Jinmu at the same time, and test his skills. The leader commanded the start, and the opponents prepared for battle. Jinmu pushed off with such force that the floor cracked beneath his feet. He approached Chulji Riang at tremendous speed. The head of the Union drew his sword and parried the young man's blow. The opponents fought in the center of the hall, and the energy spread far from them. Jinmu saw that the difference in their strength was great. Crossing his arms, he tried to resist Chulji Ryun's powerful attack, but he was approaching him like a raging hurricane. The head of the Union raised his sword, and waves of energy spread around him. Jinmu tried to dodge the blows that were chipping away at the stones. Avoiding the attack, he reached the opposite wall of the hall. The observers saw a new wave of energy rushing towards him and feared for the young man. Chulji Riang grinned through the energy wall, seemingly slightly carried away. Jinmu was not visible due to the clouds of dust and the still sparkling energy. Worried about the monk, Zhu Shanshan asked Zhu Hyojin if he would be all right and heard that the young man would have a long recovery. Chulji Riang had only used half of his strength, so the injuries should not be serious. He ordered someone to call a doctor. But suddenly, Jinmu appeared behind him, flying straight into the head's back. Chulji Riang sensed something and managed to turn around. He saw a fierce warrior with a drawn sword in front of him, ready for further battle. Upon landing, Jinmu immediately struck his opponent. It was still unexpected, and Chulji Riang tried to repel the attack. The head of the Union had to try hard to restrain the monk's pressing energy. While the enemy was fighting back, the young man managed to jump to the far wall. The floor of the training hall was left with dents from the blows. Chulji Riang looked at the young man in bewilderment, unable to understand how he had managed to do it. His blows fell from all sides like meteors and were supposed to immobilize the enemy. The technique was called falling meteor. Immediately after that, the leader used the technique forest fire covering the sky. This tactic defeated even the right-hand man of the leader, Ilwan Magyu. This monster grew stronger with every battle he fought, who was none other than Lord Sapachan Hukrenmugan. Was Jinmu familiar with the Union leader's fencing style? The young man did not confirm this. And how could he have known? When asked how he managed to dodge, Jinmu pretended to be stupid. In fact, Hukrenmugan had spent a lot of time studying this technique in the past, and now he knew that the head would not use his full strength. The young man was pleased. Even if he was reborn several times, Chulji Riang would not be able to understand that Jinmu was Hukrenmugan. The young man noticed that they had already greeted each other, and now he could leave this place. But to his surprise, these words made the head of the Union laugh. Chulji Riang admitted that he had underestimated the young man, and if it hadn't been for the secret training, he would have burned with shame. However, even despite the secrecy, Chulji Riang, as the leader, had no right to lose. Therefore, he would not give in to the young man, and would put all his strength into the attack. Jinmu tried to stop him. There was too much difference in their strength, and he could find himself in a difficult situation. But a powerful stream of energy prevented him from finishing his sentence. The young man tried to shield himself from it, as if from the wind, but the head of the Union was ready to continue the battle. Choi Jongryong's sword soared high toward the ceiling. The leader had reached the final level of sword energy enlightenment. What he held in his hand was called the art of fencing, with chi energy. Jinmu looked at the floating sword and continued to think that this man had gone mad. And why was he laughing all the time? Would a 70-year-old man really use such a thing against a 20-year-old student? It was complete nonsense. Choi Ji-ryang saw how surprised the young man was. Looking at him, he believed that he would be able to achieve the same level by the age of 30. He advised Jinmu not to worry and to take it as experience. But the young man knew that it was because the headmaster did not want to admit defeat. The young man prepared himself. At this rate, he might indeed end up in the infirmary of the Union of Right Forces. Choi Ji-ryang released an energy blade to fight this youngster at full strength. Jinmu focused entirely on deflecting the lightning-fast attacks. He moved at an unimaginable speed, like a shadow from place to place. The floating sword continued to pursue him, seeking to strike. Jinmu understood that this barrage of attacks was aimed at preventing him from catching his breath and wearing him down. The power of the spiritual sword art lay in the fact that the opponent did not know where the attack would come from, and everything happened as if in the imagination. And the one who was now using his imagination to its fullest was Chul Ji-ryang. Jinmu needed to collect his thoughts. Even though the forces were unequal, he needed to end the fight and return. The sword whizzed past the young man. Jinmu tried to parry the blow, although it was not easy. Choi Ji-ryang, wielding his blade, admired the young man's talent. The apprentice handled his attacks perfectly, even though they were only half as powerful. Jinmu seemed to combine all of Mutang's techniques, creating something new. The head of the union was delighted. It had been a long time since he had met a warrior who stirred his heart so much. The duel with the spiritual sword continued, forcing the young man to parry new blows. When the attacks ceased, the young man clenched his fist with all his might. He was so exhausted that he could only exhale. Jinmu stood exhausted, while Chul Ji-ryang was delighted with the skills demonstrated by Mutang's sword. However, the young man had no intention of ending the duel that way. His fist flew right in front of the face of the Union leader, who was standing very close. However, Chul Ji-ryang reacted in time and struck Jinmu with the edge of his palm. The young man realized that this opponent was too much for him at the moment, and as he lost consciousness, he managed to think that someday he would definitely win. Choi Ji-ryang noticed the novice's last blow. It was their martial art that Na Bi-hyun had talked about. The tip of his elbow stopped just before a vital point. If the head had hesitated for even a second and failed to parry this attack, it could have been fatal. Such thoughts crossed his mind, even though Chul Ji-ryang was at the height of his power. It seemed that the boy had decided to play big in order to seriously injure his opponent. However, Jinmu's actions were not like martial arts, but rather instinctive action, and he was only 20 years old. And now, the thought crept into Chul Ji-ryang's mind that he had to try harder. Although Jinmu was more like a monster, who made decisions at his own discretion than a monk, perhaps thanks to him, Mutang would soon become famous. Chul Ji-ryang, still standing with his back to the observers, turned to the military advisor. The head of the union shared his thoughts. It seemed to him that they would not be able to get this novice. Ju Hyuk-jin was discouraged. Jinmu turned out to be much more talented than they had expected, and would be necessary for the union of right forces. Choi Ji-ryang calmly remarked that a beast cannot be kept in a cage. He understood the usefulness of Jinmu's presence in the union, and also wanted to get him. But this young man was not someone who could be locked up within four walls. How much stronger could this kid become if he gained more experience? It was hard to even imagine. After this speech, the head of the union turned to Ju Shanshan. He asked her to take Jinmu to his family's residence, and, when he woke up, to tell him that the head of the union liked his greeting. Late at night, the young man came to and listened with satisfaction to the girl's story. Chul Ji-ryang was a real gangster from Chongpa. His students also listened with enthusiasm and were delighted with their mentor. Jinmu, however, was not fighting on equal terms. It was the first time he had exerted himself so much in this body, and he lost to an opponent who was fighting at half strength. The young man saw outstanding abilities that he was not used to. When he was Hyukren Mugan, he preferred to use his fists. Therefore, Mutang's techniques, which were based on fencing, were still unfamiliar to him. But this was another reason to get the second volume of the double energy technique. When they met again with Chul Ji-ryang, Jinmu was going to destroy his opponent. Then, Jinmu remembered his promise, which he couldn't keep because he came back too late. Chon Sang and Chon Woo were ready to go for a walk tomorrow, and now they asked their teacher to get some good rest. But tomorrow might not work out, as Jinmu planned to set off on his journey at sunrise. Chon Woo and Cheon San immediately rushed to dissuade him, but the young man told them to be quiet. Cheon San looked very upset. If Jinmu went on his journey, it was unknown when they would see each other again. Ju Shanshan was also saddened. This decision was too sudden. The purpose of the journey was to escape from Mutang, so it was quite possible that Jinmu would never see them again. Jinmu looked at his weeping disciples. From the very beginning, they had followed him unquestioningly. It was no coincidence that they were his first and second subordinates. Jinmu promised the boys a gift, since he was leaving them tomorrow. The next day at dawn, Chon Woo, Chon Sang, and Ju Shanshan were heading somewhere together. Cheon Woo was curious about what gift their teacher had prepared for them. He told all three of them to come to the back gate at sunrise. The student wanted to spend at least one more day with his mentor, because now it was unknown when they would see each other again. Chon Sang remained silent in response. He was also very upset. Jinmu was already waiting for them at the appointed place. He was indignant that these lazybones had completely forgotten how to get up early. The young man saw the student's swollen eyes and became even more angry. He had no intention of seeking his own destruction. Chon Woo burst into tears again, overwhelmed by his emotion, until Jinmu yelled at him. He didn't have much time. so it was best to get everything done quickly and set off. First, Jinmu turned to the silent Chon-san. The young man noticed that he had a greater talent for fencing than anyone else. The student froze. It was probably the first time he had heard praise from his teacher. Jinmu advised him not to try to hold back his energy. There would always be enough of it, no matter how much he used. Energy and swords were nothing more than tools for inflicting damage. Concentration was more important for maintaining strength and form. Ju Shanshan listened attentively. The master's gift to Cheon-san was guidance. Jinmu knew that his student would not understand now, but advised him that when he felt a wall, he should continue to hone his skills. Chong-san sincerely thanked his teacher. He didn't even know how to repay this kindness. Ju Shanshan looked at the two with surprise. It felt like they were communicating almost as equals. She had no such experience in the Ju family. She clenched her fist. Even the head of the Ju family had never taught her in such a relaxed manner. Therefore, many did not try to share such knowledge, hiding their secrets away. Even if the listener was a student, the teacher would not go into detail if the student was not ready to absorb the information. And if someone else, such as her, was in the student's place, the teacher would not speak at all. It was the amazing atmosphere of Mutang. Therefore, if she remembered Jinmu's teachings, they would definitely be useful to her in the future. That was the reason she was here. The girl was immensely grateful to the monk Mutanga for this. Now it was Qian Wu's turn, and he eagerly raised his hand to listen to the teacher. Jinmu immediately pinned the boy against the wall, calling him stupid. He advised him not to stop, no matter what others said. Qian Wu needed to move independently in his own direction, and one day he would become famous in fist fighting. Hu Krenmugen once said the same thing to his loyal Chon Wu Myung, who later became the leader of the strongest gang in Sapicheon. Now it was time for Jinmu to set off on his journey. As a farewell, he advised everyone to train hard. The young man asked Chon-san to look after Chon Wu. Now Chon-san could not stop his teacher, and they had to go their separate ways. Unexpectedly, the student fell to his knees before his mentor. Sobbing, he asked Jinmu to stay well, and hoped for their next meeting. The mentor became sad. These scoundrels knew how to embarrass him. As a warrior of Sapa, he did not allow close relationships with anyone except Chon Wu Myung because he feared betrayal. Suddenly, Jinmu burst into an angry tirade, saying that he was not going to die, and that his students should get up immediately. If he didn't like their appearance at their next meeting, he would chase those bastards away. After sending his disciples to train, Jinmu headed for the exit, warning them that if they went outside the gate, they would all be finished. But Ju Shanshan ran after him and asked him to stop. She thanked him for his word, which would be useful to her and her students in the future. Jinmu asked her to think of it as a request to look after two scatterbrains. The young man did not reveal his plans about where he was going, and waved goodbye to everyone. Ju Shanshan watched him leave, and wished that his steps on the path to becoming a hero would always lead him in the right direction. Jinmu heard words about some heroic nonsense. It had never even occurred to him to become a hero, or anything like that. If he had to go somewhere, it would be much more interesting to take the crooked path. His temperament was much more in tune with the dark side. At that moment, a gray-haired gentleman was checking the sprouts in the garden beds. He noticed that one of the bushes had dried up. Apparently, the neighboring ones had sucked all the moisture out of the soil. His maid, Chisum, ran up to him, worried that someone might see him like this. The man laughed. Even if they saw him, they couldn't say anything. But Chisum continued to be indignant. Even if people didn't say anything to the gentleman's face, no one could forbid them from pointing fingers at his subordinates. The gray-haired master was indignant. What difference did it make to anyone what he did in his own house? While he shook his fist angrily, the other servants discussed what a decent and kind gentleman he was, who had been a scientist in the past. Even the mayor wanted to become his student, but the man refused, saying that he had long since settled down as a savage in the village. This man cared for the peasants, distributed rice to the hungry, and even gave a plot of land to the peasants, worrying about the poor harvest. Meanwhile, the gentleman pointed to a withered sprout that aroused his pity. Chisam sighed. Was he now going to show humanity even to vegetables? That was how the world worked. The strong took from the weak. The world was too pitiful. Everyone weeded out the dried-up sprouts, but you just had to remove the ones that stole from others. Chisum was called, and she hurried to punish the gentleman for poking around in the garden. After the lady's death, there was no one left to yell at him. She also ordered him to take off his dirty silk clothes so she could wash them. The master continued to look at the garden bed. The dried-up sprouts would die anyway, according to the woman. But if the two sprouts on the sides were removed, there would be enough water for all of them, and the dried-up plant would also grow. At that moment, someone addressed him as the Lord of the Three Palaces. He was informed that everything in Henshu had ended in failure. Their follower had died, so there were no traces left. The fact that they had not been followed was good news. The Lord was interested in what had happened to the child. Upon learning that the child was in the union of right forces, the Lord came to the conclusion that Na-bi-hyun had interfered. But it was not him. They were unable to find out the name. Now they had to find another child to replace it. The Lord thought about what to do with the child who was in the union. This child had to be sacrificed on the path to something new. In addition, Vladika was interested in finding the double energy technique. To speed up the process, he decided to ask Tarang for help. He did not care how dangerous or bloody it was. The Lord needed this thing, even if it meant washing the entire Dan clan and the entire Chonsong clan in blood. The era of a new world was about to begin. The man tore out the sprouts. After that, all the scoundrels would be nothing more than useless weeds in the coming era. The Lord squeezed the sprouts so hard that juice poured out of them. He was going to cut off all the rotten parts. The cattle market near Dongting Lake was full of people, and trade was in full swing. Butchers were busy cutting meat. It took a lot of effort to cut up a carcass properly. The boy watching one of the butchers was amazed by his skill. This man was probably the best in the whole lake. He worked very quickly. The young man was curious about how he managed to cut up the carcass so quickly, but the butcher rather rudely asked him to take the meat and leave. After that, he eagerly pressed his lips to the flask of wine. The man threw down some money and advised the butcher to take better care of his health and stop drinking so much wine. The butcher gave him a stern look and asked him to get out of there as soon as possible. The man's gaze was frightening and greatly frightened the customer. The butcher examined the bag of money left by the customer. There was a piece of paper on top of the coins, which he picked up with his thin fingers. The man began to study the contents of the note, which was clearly addressed to him. Late at night, when it was already completely dark, he moved through the empty cattle market. Reaching the right door, the man cautiously began to open it. Inside, he changed out of his butcher's suit and into completely different clothing. Clutching a weapon in his hand, the man stepped back out onto the dark street. In his thin but sinewy hand, he clutched a sharpened axe. The man continued to move through the empty courtyard. His gray hair was blown by the wind. He reached the stall with the cows, who were trembling, sensing something was wrong. But he needed a different animal. The man moved on, stopping in front of a dark cow. The defenseless creature trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. They reflected the face of the madman, reaching out his hand. With a sharp movement, the man grabbed the frightened animal by the neck. A terrifyingly evil smile, resembling madness, froze on his face. From the outside, it looked as if the man was enjoying the process. His hands swelled with tension. It was enveloped in dark energy. The man let go of the cow. She looked as if all the juices had been sucked out of her. The butcher, on the other hand, looked pleased with the result. He had succeeded. Of course, people would be better, but for now, this animal was enough. He couldn't leave any traces behind. He looked up at the starry sky. It was time to move on. All the merchants of the Central Plains and their guards stopped at the large Dongting Lake on the edge of Hunan province. This was where the main Marima clan and many hermits were located. Both factions wanted to gain control here, but couldn't because of an unspoken agreement. Jinmu smiled. He had to eat here. But in any case, this place would belong to him in the future. There were 5 Taoist clans in the Central Plain. First, he was going to visit Qingcheng in Sichuan province, then the rest. As he pondered that he needed to get some money first, his attention was drawn to a crowd ahead. Jinmu heard a snippet of conversation about a brutal massacre and some particularly dangerous criminal. The victim was Judge Chang, a martial arts master and a fearless man. In the young man's opinion, it was inevitable. Anarchy reigned in this place, and many criminals had gathered there. But since it did not concern him, he decided not to pay attention to it and headed for the cattle market. There, he was struck by the stench. It came from the carcass of an animal. According to the owner, this cow was not the first. Jinmu listened with surprise to the farmer's conversation. The animal's death resembled the work of a demon who had drunk all its blood. Just yesterday, the cow was fine. It couldn't have changed so much in just one night. Jinmu decided to approach the farmer, who had lost a lot of money because of this incident. The farmer naturally asked who he was. Instead of answering, the young man grabbed the stunned man by the throat. Lifting the man off the ground, Jinmu demanded that he tell him everything that was known or related to the unusual death of the animal. The farmer tried to answer that he knew nothing, and then Jinmu threw him to the ground with force. The man repeated fearfully that everything had been fine with the cow just yesterday, and this was not the first time. A martial art that allowed one to suck the blood from a victim and turn them into a dried-up corpse. Jinmu was sure that this was an energy absorption technique, but who used it? The demon clan? Or someone else? The marks on the animal suggested that it was not their work. It was a more unusual technique, However, there was no one in Murim who possessed such abilities, because the last person to inherit this technique was Hyukren Mugan himself. The master who taught him paid special attention to prohibitions. It was forbidden to take the life of a victim whose energy was being absorbed. Otherwise, after the first victim, dark energy began to accumulate in the person, and the more there was, the more difficult it was to control the mind. Ultimately, this could lead to him going mad without regaining consciousness. The only way to resist this was to get drunk on alcohol. But in the end, the person's body would be depleted, turning into a skeleton, and the energy would dissipate. Therefore, those who used this power incorrectly doomed themselves. But Hyukren Mugen was able to observe these prohibitions. But the one who dried up the animal seemed to have no regard for the prohibitions. Now he must be suffering from the side effects of dark energy, which means he is an uncontrollable devourer of lives. It is quite possible that he is now drinking himself silly in some back alley. The person who knew the technique of absorbing energy was definitely connected to Hyukren Mugen, or the master who taught him. Jinmu did not know who this person was, but he had to find him. Late at night, a man with a sword stood facing his opponent. The man guessed that it was he who had killed Judge Chan and sowed chaos in the city. His opponent clutched a bloody axe in his hand. He had had a lot of orders lately, but that was actually a good thing. The frightened victim offered the criminal more money, but that wasn't what it was about. The butcher jumped off the ground toward his opponent. He quickly flew past the frightened man and ended up behind him. The victim didn't even notice when he delivered the fatal blow. Blood gushed from the man's severed neck. The criminal laughed. He preferred taking lives to money. However, his joy turned to irritation. The man died too quickly, and the criminal never heard the answer. The butcher looked at the note to find the name of his next victim. At that moment, Jinmu, standing on the roof, called out to him. Once again, a crazy smile lit up the butcher's face. Before him was a witness who would have to be eliminated. The criminal jumped up and in an instant was next to Jinmu. But the young man did not lose his composure and calmly looked at him with his arms folded across his chest. The butcher lunged at him just like last time, but Jinmu didn't even flinch. The man was puzzled. How could this man repel the attack without even drawing his sword? He looked at Jinmu, who stood calmly with his back to him, his sword still in its sheath. The energy was concentrated in the young man's hand. Stunned by this fact, the butcher asked the young man who he was. But it was Jinmu who should have been asking that question, which he did. The criminal pretended not to understand what he was talking about. He parried with the fact that Jinmu used his hand, but was still on his feet. Most likely, this accidental witness was just lucky. The butcher licked his lips and advised him to prepare for the inevitable. Jinmu saw that this man was so deranged that he couldn't see the difference in strength. This is what dark energy can lead to. At that moment, his opponent was turning into a demon. Each crime would turn him into a monster more and more, and eventually he would cease to recognize reality. The butcher attacked, but Jinmu easily dodged his blows. His opponent didn't even realize that he was already losing his life. He continued to throw his weapon fruitlessly. Jinmu noted that this man was quite skilled with a knife and used the wind to increase the force of his blows. It was a pity that his talent was misdirected. Such skill could only be achieved through diligent training. But where did he get it? If you didn't take into account his physical and mental state, this man was head and shoulders above Chon-san. The butcher was curious why this young man was only dodging. It was strange. He jumped forward again, intending to destroy his victim. The blade whistled right in front of Jinmu's face. Finally, he succeeded. The butcher was satisfied. But suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Jinmu stood with an impassive look on his face, clutching the knife blade tightly. The young man said that all this time, he had not only been dodging, but also watching. His opponent had piqued his interest. At that moment, the butcher tried to wrest the weapon from Jinmu's hands. But to his amazement, the monk split the blade into pieces. After that, Jinmu laughed and added that he still had a lot to learn from his opponent, so he did not intend to take his life. He immediately went on the attack, delivering a powerful blow to the criminal. Jinmu's fist slammed into his opponent's jaw with force. After such a blow, he collapsed unconscious on the spot. The young man kicked his opponent, who remained unconscious. Jinmu wondered where he should start now. After a while, the butcher came to and tried to open his eyes. He was surprised to find himself lying in some kind of room. The criminal sat up, not understanding where he was. He was not alone in the room. Jinmu was sitting calmly in a chair opposite. Recognizing the young man, the criminal immediately tried to attack him. But since he had no strength at all, the attack failed miserably. Jinmu watched this futile attempt indifferently. It only aroused feelings of disgust in him, and he threw the criminal against the wall. Not expecting him to fly so far, Jinmu decided to check on the prisoner's condition. It seemed that he had no energy left from the cows. Lying on the floor and trembling with weakness, the man promised to destroy the monk. Of course, Jinmu knew about the side effects, but seeing it live was quite disgusting. The young man grabbed the butcher by the hair and lifted his head. First, he had to bring this monster to his senses. The man looked suspiciously at the monk, not understanding what he was up to. Energy filled the room, flowing everywhere. The bright energy of the Mutang Taoist clan was supposed to cleanse the body of evil and demonic energy. Jinmu knew this because he himself had undergone such a purification. After that, the man was supposed to return to his previous state. When the man tried to get up, the young man realized that he was beginning to come to his senses. Sweat poured from his face, but his gaze was no longer so crazy. Looking around, the man asked who Jinmu was and where they were. It seemed that he remembered nothing. The young man replied that none of that mattered, and ordered him to explain how he had mastered the technique of absorbing energy. The butcher looked at the monk in confusion. It seemed that he did not understand what he was talking about at all. Jinmu tried to ask his question in more detail. The man asked in shock how the monk knew about this. The young man continued to describe the condition of the man, who must have been in pain in the morning after using this technique at night. This was true and was called energy dissipation. This man could only transform for 4 hours after absorbing the cow's energy, but then terrible pain would set in. The only thing that could numb this condition was alcohol, but judging by the butcher's appearance, it no longer had any effect. His body must have been completely different before, and he had no problems after absorbing energy. The man confirmed everything. At some point, his body began to change, and he was constantly tormented by a thirst for blood. He stretched out his emaciated and trembling hands. That was the result. Jinmu explained that this was a side effect of the technique. If the man answered the monk's questions honestly, the monk promised to help cure him. The butcher froze. Was it really possible to cure a disease that no one anywhere could overcome? He looked up at Jinmu and did not understand who this man was. Not only did he describe his condition, but he also promised to cure it. The butcher even thought he was a shaman, but Jinmu immediately dismissed this assumption. However, why should a man trust someone he didn't know at all? Jinmu understood that the man did not believe him, but he did not care. He could have simply killed him, but now he was just giving him a chance to answer his questions. The young man asked again how the man had learned this technique. The man clenched his fists. His life was already ruined anyway, so perhaps it was worth confessing before he died. And who knew? Maybe this man could really cure him of his illness. To begin with, he decided to tell him about himself. The man was the young head of the Pak clan estate, and his name was Pak Pei. The Pak clan was a well-known orthodox clan in Guangxi that had long been able to defend itself against unorthodox clans. Pak Pei strengthened the clan together with his parents and younger sister. He was happy and had everything he needed. 10 years ago, a man came to their estate, and bloodshed began. It was Qian Wumyong from the unorthodox Heavenly Clan. Jinmu did not expect to hear the name of his loyal comrade. Qian Wumyong was looking for a certain plant and wanted to enter the valley, protected by the Payak clan. Many magical herbs grew there, but because it was an orthodox clan, they could not let him into the land that had been protected for several generations. Qian Wumyong was too strong, and in the end, Pek Pi's father died, and his mother could not cope with the loss. Pak Pei forcibly passed on his martial arts skills to Qian Wumyong. Because he did not give up and continued to fight, the invader was going to show him the most painful way to end his life. After that, Pek Pio could not resist his thirst for blood, left his sister and his home, and went wandering. Jinmu remembered that 10 years ago, Qian Wumyong was searching for the plant of immortality. The young man remembered that he had taught this technique to his confidant, but he had ordered him not to pass it on to anyone. How dare he teach someone else from the clan, which he had destroyed? And of course, this fool didn't tell the guy about the restriction, and since he didn't know how to use it properly, he was constantly tormented by bloodlust. If you think about it, in a sense, it was all because of Jinmu, or more precisely, Hukren Mugan, because Qian Wumyong was looking for a plant for him. Could studying the light path have turned Jinmu into a good person? Such thoughts weighed heavily on him. The guy thanked Jinmu. He didn't know who was in front of him, but he was grateful that he had brought him to his senses, the man cried. He began to remember the faces of the people he had destroyed. The only way to atone for his sins was to end his life, and he began to beg the monk for this. Jinmu looked at the criminal. If it weren't for Qian Wumyong, his fate would have been completely different, and he would not have become what he was. The young man swung his sword, wounding Pei-Pei's arms and legs. Pei looked at the cuts in confusion. Dark energy was accumulating in those very places. The involuntary criminal demanded that his life be ended, but Jinmu put his hand on his head and asked if he remembered how to direct the flow of energy. The internal energy had to be made to circulate, and the young man wanted to help get rid of the dark energy. The next morning, Pei bowed low in a sign of immense gratitude. Jinmu sighed and asked him to forget about it. He had only helped for the sake of information. But Pei couldn't stop. He was overwhelmed with emotion because he had already forgotten what it was like to live without pain. Jinmu started shouting again, and the young man promised to stop. The young man noticed that Pei was not yet completely cured. Those who had mastered the absorption technique could not master others. Therefore, the young man could only use this technique at the moment. Pei clenched his fists in rage. It was all the fault of that damned Chan Wu-myung. But Jinmu asked him to calm down and listen. This technique was very powerful. One only needed to absorb energy in small amounts, and you couldn't take the life of the creature from which you were taking energy. Then the dark energy would not accumulate. Pei was very happy to hear this news, but on the other hand, it looked like a split personality, which was not on the list of side effects. And of course, the young man was very curious about how Jinmu knew all this. He just waved it off, saying it was none of his business. Pei shared his future plans. He planned to return home and help his sister revive their estate. When everything was done, he was going to end his life. Of course, Jinmu had helped him a lot and forgiven him, but that didn't change the fact that Pei had destroyed many lives. Jinmu remembered that Pei must have been part of some gang. It was unlikely that they would just let him go. Pei was sure they would let him go. In Jinmu's opinion, only a very stupid person could think that. These people would do anything to prevent the information from leaking out. But the young man was no longer going to destroy anyone's life, even if his own was in danger. And now it was time for him to go. Pei promised Jinmu that he would remember his kindness and repay him in kind. The monk remained seated. How interesting that this young man was going to repay him when he didn't even know his name. But Pei moved with great difficulty and very slowly. It was as if he had become a snail. Jinmu looked at this walking skeleton. If he went to the gang now, they would definitely kill him. Pei didn't stand a chance. The young monk still felt guilty towards this man, so he couldn't help but call out to him. Jinmu was going to help Pei get out of the gang. At this suggestion, tears welled up in the young man's eyes again. In the village of Bulong, on the outskirts of Lake Duntinghu, a man was approaching a building. He was dressed in dark clothes and a wide hat that partially hid his face. It was an inn where a visitor was already eating. The man sat down at a nearby table and ordered a bowl of noodles. The tables were arranged so that the visitors sat with their backs to each other. The man said that there was no news from Pei. The visitor sitting behind him continued to eat in silence. Finally, he asked the other visitor if Pei had failed. However, the latter was not sure. One of the victims was still alive, and Pei was nowhere to be seen. The first visitor, apparently the leader, thought for a moment. It was quite unexpected. He was curious to see how far this weakling would go. The leader put down his chopsticks and ordered someone to find Pei. The man had to make sure he wouldn't interfere. In the evening, another inn was full of people. Servants bustled back and forth with full plates. Jinmu and Pei decided to stop there and have dinner. Pei thought they would be found quickly in such a place. But Jinmu replied that they were not hiding. They were just waiting where it would be easier to find them. Pei said he was a member of the Three Dead Men gang. Jinmu asked if the young man knew where their base was located, but he only knew that it was near the village of Bulong, and that he himself only received a list of victims. Jinmu believed that they definitely should not go there. They didn't know where the gang was, or how many people were in it, so there was no need to expose themselves. The basis of any battle is to take the best position for yourself. Since they had no information, it was better to lure the gang out. Later, Jinmu and Pei wandered the street. They had to do this until the gang made a move. Jinmu noticed that if Pei didn't like something, he could use the energy absorption technique to restore his strength. But the young man was not going to use it without reason. At one point, Jinmu stopped and told his companion to do the same. He sensed something and told Pei about it, but Pei did not feel the same way. Jinmu turned around. Finally, guests had arrived. But since Pei currently had no internal energy, it was not surprising that he did not notice it. Without hesitation, Jinmu rushed toward the gathering shadows. To his companion's amazement, he pulled a man out of the darkness. He immediately threw him to the ground, not giving him time to recover. Then he pinned him down with his foot, so that the guest could not escape or resist. While continuing to hold the man down, Jinmu sensed something else. He looked up at the roof. Another man was hiding there. A hat hid his face, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. The man made a lightning-fast move and left the roof. Baekpei did not recognize this man, but he was from the gang and had been sent to search for the lost dog. Jinmu was surprised that the young man did not know those with whom he was in the same group, but he only dealt with the leader and his right-hand man. Baekpei assumed that now they would torture the prisoner to find out information about the Hall of Three Dead. Jinmu thought this was unnecessary. Soon they would come to him themselves. However, he needed something else to break them. The young man was going to take the lives of everyone they sent to them and reduce their forces. This would continue until they went mad. And for that, he needed the help of the confused Baekpei. Jinmu pointed to the captive and asked the young man to absorb his power. His companion froze in amazement, but he had no energy, and to replenish it, he had to use the absorption technique. Baekpei was against it. He was not going to do it anymore. However, Jinmu continued to persuade him. His main argument was that this man was a criminal who took other people's lives for money. Baekpei was tormented by doubts. Sweat streamed down his face. In the end, he made up his mind and approached the victim, taking his hand. However, he had to remember that under no circumstances should he go through with it. Baekpei held the wrist. That was the best place to feel the pulse and concentrate energy. The absorption process began. It had been a long time since the young man had done this to people. Jinmu was pleased with the result. Now it was time to start fishing. He headed further down the street, intending to capture other members of the gang. Suddenly, he was attacked, but the young man managed to repel the attack. One of the gangsters tried to throw a dart, but it was deftly deflected. Jinmu jumped and knocked the attacker off his feet with his foot. That was the first one. The young man used his head as a support and moved on. Baekpei arrived just in time to grab the man by the throat and take his energy. A crazy smile began to reappear on the young man's face. While Jinmu dealt with the second criminal, Baekpei did his job. The young man followed Jinmu, leaving immobilized bodies behind him. The monk had already defeated the fourth gangster hiding in the darkness. When the fifth was finished, Jinmu asked if Baekpei had enough energy to fight. Baekpei smiled. He had more than enough, and his strength overflowed. The gang leader listened to the report in amazement. These two had neutralized 10 criminals. The mercenaries were still alive, but all their bones were broken, and they could no longer fight. The guy accompanying Baekpei was much stronger than they had thought. The leader was interested in information about who he was and how he was connected to Baekpei, but there were no answers to these questions. It was unbelievable that someone could handle so many enemies alone. He was clearly not an easy opponent. The leader rose from his chair. It seemed he would have to do everything himself. He instructed everyone to be told that if they brought him Baekpei's head, the leader would reward them with 1 gold nyang. Baekpei still couldn't believe that he could hurt people with his energy absorption technique. Jinmu immediately reminded him that last night the young man had almost gone mad from the smell of blood alone. But they were all still alive, although they would need time to recover, depending on the amount of energy absorbed. Last night, Baekpei's eyes were like those of a monster who enjoyed taking the lives of others. Now that the young man had regained his sanity, he constantly reminded himself that no orthodox clan would have acted as he had. Jinmu planned to get rid of his companion as soon as possible, but since he had promised to help, he had to take Baekpei to the Pak clan estate. At that moment, 2 visitors entered the inn. Baekpei immediately recognized the leader of the 3 Dead gang. Hearing this, Jinmu immediately turned his attention to the visitors. He turned around and looked at them, as if through the rest of the people present. These people had done a good job of sneaking in while he was arguing with Baekpei. Jinmu addressed the guests. It was very careless of them to come here in the middle of the day. The gang leader asked permission to sit down at their table, and received approval from the young man. It was strange that this man was so polite, knowing that Jinmu was much younger. Perhaps he wanted to negotiate. The leader expressed his gratitude and appreciation for Jinmu's forgiveness. But the young man's actions were not forgiveness, but an act of mercy. The 3 Dead Hall gang did not want to antagonize such a powerful master as Jinmu. The leader promised to let him go peacefully if the young man handed over Baekpei. Jinmu smirked. They did not want to be enemies, but they attacked first. How could the leader behave this way when his subordinates were beaten like flies? After these words, the gang leader's right-hand man immediately flew at Jinmu. The young man calmly looked at the hand that grabbed his shoulder. Was he really so bold as to want to try to fight him? And while the others sat in their seats, he struck with lightning speed. The gang leader looked at the young man in shock and alarm. He couldn't understand where this master had gotten so much energy. His right hand had already flown helplessly away from Jinmu. The leader had been told that Baekpei's companion was a martial arts master, but he couldn't have imagined that he was so strong. Well, in that case, he would have to be killed. And the leader waved his hand. However, Jin Mu managed to warn him that if he lowered his hand, it would be the end for all of them. The young man himself continued to sit calmly, but his energy enveloped the entire room in waves. The other gang members sitting there began to experience excruciating pain. Jin Mu's energy was so powerful that it suppressed his opponent's body. The young man asked if they understood that he was not joking with them. The gang leader was outraged that he had not been informed of the enemy's level of strength. Jin Mu continued to ponder. If they fought the gang now, all the criminals on Dongting Lake would be destroyed. Meanwhile, the gang leader fell to his knees before him and began to apologize for not recognizing the master's greatness. In response, Jin Mu asked how he planned to correct his mistakes and make up for wasting his precious time. As a sign of sincerity, he handed over several silver coins. Jin Mu softened and agreed to forget everything if the gang fulfilled 2 requests. First, they had to release Baek Pei from the gang. The second request was more trivial, like a mosquito sucking blood. After a while, Pak Pei admired Jin Mu's incredible luck. After all, he had managed to leave the gang safely. He didn't know why the young master had decided to help him, but he was going to thank him for his kindness. Jin Mu seemed to remember something and asked Pak Pei to sit down for a moment. The energy absorption technique could be very powerful and useful. One only needed to absorb pure energy and leave the rest untouched. Jin Mu asked the young man to listen carefully because he was going to teach him how to store it in the energy core. The young master had to correct Chon Woo-myung's mistakes and help Baek Pei enjoy the rest of his life. The core is the source and initial form of all energy. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. When they unite, they become one. Instead of chaos, order is established. This is the energy of the original core. At the same time, Chon Sang was thinking about how their teacher was doing. Chon Woo admitted that he had even dreamed about him today, and Ju Shanshan believed that they were remembering him because today was the gathering of dragons. Chon Sang had to do everything in his power to ensure that the teacher's name was not disgraced. The martial arts masters participating in the Flying Dragons meeting were divided into categories. Only 8 people would be selected for rank A. They would be tested on their basic martial arts knowledge and internal energy. Chon Woo knew that the competition would be fierce, but now he was even beginning to feel apprehensive. Chon Sang interrupted him. Jin Mu was not there, so they were the only ones representing the Mutang clan, which meant they had to forget their fear. The young man asked him to try his best and do everything possible together so as not to disgrace the teacher and the clan. They noticed Ju Shanshan standing nearby. Ak Fion, the 5th son of the Ak Shandong family, approached them. He immediately recognized the girl, and she recognized him. He behaved as if he were an old friend of Ju Song, which greatly puzzled Ju Shanshan. Ak Fion noticed the 2 students standing next to her, and the second daughter introduced the young men. The young man did not pay much attention to them, noting only that they were well-dressed despite coming from a half-dead clan. But his words were very different from what he was thinking. He didn't think the girl would associate with such scum. Ju Shanshan flew into a rage, but Ak Fion just laughed. He believed he was right. In any case, he needed to talk to her alone. His friends also wanted to meet her. Besides, she needed people she could rely on. This suggestion greatly upset Ju Shanshan, and she clenched her fists in anger. Ak Fung did not improve his situation by adding that Mutang's students could not go anywhere. They had to know their place. Enraged, Ju Shanshan rushed towards him to make him answer for his words. But the more restrained Chong Sang grabbed the girl by the shoulder. He tried to calm her down, saying that everything was fine and they weren't offended at all. As Mutang's students, they should be above these people. Ju Shanshan agreed with this. Ak Fion watched the sweet conversation between the two with displeasure. Finally, the students of the Mutang clan were called. It seemed that it was Chon San and Cheon Woo's turn. The boys waved goodbye, promising to return soon. Ak Fion looked at them with contempt. He considered them pompous turkeys and merely disciples of a fallen clan. Their internal energy was tested by placing their handprints on an iron plate that was 2 centimeters thick. Ak Fion and his friends were sure that these guys would fail the first exam. The energy from the plates scattered far across the courtyard where the tests were held. The faces of the detractors stretched in amazement at what they saw. Chon Woo's energy was so great that he made a hole in the plate. The stunned master asked the boy to move on to the next test. Chon Sang began to scold him because he had been careless, and now the slab was ruined. How would the other students be able to pass this test? Ak Fion listened to their conversation and realized that these students were infuriating him. Before starting the test, Chon Sang himself came up and asked how deep the imprint should be. Learning that the depth should be at least 1 centimeter, he began the exam. The young man placed his palm on the slab and began to press down. Akfion began to shout that this was wrong, and that Cheon Sang should use all his strength. But Hen Xian, a second-year student at Manhwa, who was standing nearby, noticed that it was much more difficult to leave an imprint by pressing down. Cheon Sang did not rush, and his hand pressed the slab almost through, so that the imprint appeared on the other side. The young man asked if that was enough. He was very afraid of breaking the slab. The master stammered and announced that Cheon Sang had passed the test. Heng Son was surprised that this young man was only a second-class student. Not only had he passed the test, but he had also attracted attention. Mutong was still surprising him. Hen Xian tried to remember the names of these students. Ek Pyong was outraged that these two had passed the exam so easily. He annoyed Zhu Shanshan so much that she couldn't take it anymore and asked him to leave. She rushed to meet Mutong's students, who continued to amaze her. The girl was sure that Jin Mu would be proud of them, but Cheon Sang disagreed. The teacher would have given them a good scolding, because they still had a lot of room for improvement. Zhu Shanshan noticed that Cheon Sang always talked about the teacher. Just by looking at them, one could understand how great Jin Mu was. It would soon be her turn, and they agreed to leave together when she was done. Cheon Sang continued to worry about the teacher. Was he eating enough meat? But Zhu Shanshan was sure that his appetite was fine. Moreover, she was sure that Jin Mu was helping someone right now. And right now, the young man was eating meat with gusto. Baek Pei was cooking the meat, and it was incredibly delicious because he had prepared it in a special way beforehand. Before that, he couldn't have imagined that anyone would ask him to cut meat using his clan's blade technique. But Jin Mu was eating with such appetite that it was clear that the skills he had acquired in the butcher shop had come in handy. Suddenly, their meal was interrupted by uninvited guests. Armed bandits were drawn by the tantalizing smell of roasted meat. The leader licked his blade. Everything here belonged to the bandits, and the young men would have to pay dearly. Jin Mu turned to Pak Pei. He asked if they were bad mountain bandits, and received an affirmative answer. Then the monk did not understand why the young man was still sitting there. He should have gone and taken energy from the robbers. Pak Pei flew toward the bandits at lightning speed. They did not expect a sudden attack, and stood frozen in place. While Jin Mu enjoyed the meat, Pak Pei dealt with the bandits. The monk remembered his student. It would be great if they could also try this dish. He hoped that the guys weren't too worried about it. A month passed. A meeting was held at the Pak clan's estate in Guilin. Some of those present were convinced that unorthodox clans wanted to get their hands on the Pak estate. One of them noted that the leader of the Tyranny Pavilion, No Young Chan, was now over 50 years old. However, he still dared to ask for the hand of the head of the Pak estate, Yi Rin, who was an assassin of the wind breath. Those present were in a radical mood. They wanted to seize the Tyranny Pavilion and behead this insolent man. Pak Erin frowned. It all seemed like a provocation. She asked the first elder what he thought about it, and he agreed with her completely. It was not in their interest to fight now, because the clan was weak and would be seen as the side that started the battle. The girl addressed everyone. Currently, their clan was the only orthodox clan in Guilin, and if they attacked, Guilin would come to their aid. But if they succumbed to this provocation, the clan would become the one who started the battle. In that case, there would be no support from Guilin. This marriage proposal was a provocation to get them to attack, so no one should give in to it. 10 years had passed since her brother, Pak Pei, had left. In order to protect the clan, the girl had endured many humiliations, so she was not going to give up now. She ordered a message to be sent to No Yun Chan, telling him to meet with her. The girl was serious. There would be no battle. Jin Mu and Tek Pei had already reached the Pek estate. The monk was delighted by the many flowers and the wonderful view. Guilin was a large city that united 14 estates, and the Paik clan used to control them all. But their attention was drawn to a quarrel in the street. Some martial arts master was demanding payment from a laborer. Pak Pei couldn't believe that the streets were filled with martial artists and unorthodox martial artists. This showed how much the clan had weakened. Now he had to solve all these problems. Jin Mu shouted at him not to dare start bloodshed as soon as he arrived. The monk had somewhere else to go after he was done with Pak Pei, so he was going to take him home to his sister as soon as possible. Baek Pei was angry. He hadn't said he wanted to see his younger sister, but Jin Mu insisted. They were almost there, so they could eat in peace and go about their business. However, they were not allowed to enter the inn where they were going. A fight was brewing inside, so the owner was afraid to accept visitors. The man was almost crying with despair. Why did these masters choose this place to fight when there was plenty of free space on the street? Suddenly, Jin Mu was surprised to hear a woman's voice that was going to put everything in its place. The voice came from the upper tier. The girl rejected the proposal of a certain Mr. No Young Chan. Her interlocutor replied that he was just worried that a woman who had everything she needed was still unmarried. The girl thanked him for his high opinion of her, but said there was no need to worry about her. But Young Chan hinted that a woman in her 30s should long ago have experienced the pleasures of a union between a man and a woman. On her part, it was a big oversight. The man's cheeks even turned red at these words. Baek Yerin did not succumb to the provocation and continued to remain calm, but her companions were already ready to rush into a fight. But Young Chan noticed this too, and, raising his hands, said that it was just a conversation. The girl really wanted to finish him off right there and then, but that was what he was waiting for, so she couldn't allow a fight to break out. Instead of fighting, she made an eloquent gesture with her middle finger and continued the conversation. Baek Yerin was about to leave the inn, but No Young Chan called it a cowardly escape with her tail between her legs. Heading for the exit, he asked the girl to reconsider his proposal. He added that it would only be for her own good. The man's cheeks again betrayed the hidden meaning he had put into his words. Suddenly, waves of energy engulfed everyone present. The girl became angry. Could it be that someone had started a fight against her orders? Pak Pei was approaching them. He knew that Guilin had changed, but he had no idea how much. Pak Erin immediately recognized the young man standing in front of her. After 10 years, her older brother Pak Pei had returned, but the expression on her face did not show that she was very happy about this meeting. After all, her brother had abandoned her many years ago. But Young Chan raised his hands when he saw Pak Pei. He decided that the girl had planned everything in advance and prepared the fight. The girl frowned. She couldn't have known that she would meet her brother here after so long. But Young Chan had already announced that he would gladly accept the Pak clan's offer to start the battle and ordered his men to attack. He stood in front of the girl, waiting for the warriors to sweep away her brother. But since no one appeared, the man turned around to see what was going on and where everyone had gone. To his amazement, he saw his men lying unconscious on the floor of the first floor. Jinmu approached cautiously and asked how he liked the view, but Young Chan jumped back in surprise and asked who he was. However, Jinmu had no intention of answering, as it was none of his business. The monk approached Baek Pei and stood right in front of it. Then he hit the young man with all his might, calling him an idiot. The young man did not understand why he deserved this blow. Jinmu explained. He was sure that they were going to have a delicious meal, but in fact, Baek Pei made a lot of noise. The young man tried to explain that this scoundrel had been harassing his sister. One of No Young Chan's subordinates was going to deal with these bugs who dared to interfere with the negotiations. Shouting, he rushed to attack, intending to strike the young man. Jinmu easily dodged the attack, and the fist flew past him. After that, the young man grabbed the attacker's arm, and he could no longer move. Turning to the others, he explained that he was in a good mood because today he had gotten rid of some dead weight and advised everyone to run. But Young Chan was trembling with fear. This monk had knocked out one of the strongest warriors with one hand. The man said that it was the Paik clan that had started the battle for power. Jinmu smiled. He knew everything about the struggle for power. The dark and light paths were never meant to coexist. But did No Young Chan still not change his mind about fighting? And if he hadn't, then he had better hurry, because Jinmu had somewhere else to go and didn't like wasting time. Jinmu grabbed No Young Chan by the neck and asked if he would disappear on his own or if he needed help knocking some sense into him. Suddenly, the young man sensed something was wrong. There was a man in a hat standing next to him. He was sucking the energy out of Jinmu, although this was difficult to do with a martial arts master. The monk turned to him and asked his name, but Young Chan tried to intervene, but Jinmu snapped at him, saying that the question was not addressed to him. The man in the hat bowed and introduced himself. His name was Mok In-gum. Jinmu thought for a moment. He had never heard that name before. Could it be that he was one of the masters of Sapa? Judging by that idiot's reaction, this man was no ordinary person, but it made no sense for the leaders of Sapa to keep such a powerful subordinate. Jinmu was pleased that there were still such people in Sapa, but Young Chan cautiously asked for permission to leave, and Jinmu told them to get out of there. Now was not the time for him. Everyone present watched each other warily. Baek Yerin thanked Jinmu for his help, even though he hadn't tried to help. She should have thanked her brother, whom the monk was escorting home. The girl just nodded angrily at Baek Pei. Her brother, his cheeks flushed, looked at his sister, whom he had not seen for a long time. But the girl was angry with him. Pak Pei had left her alone with all her problem, and years later showed up with a powerful master who defeated everyone. She could barely restrain herself from hitting her brother. But if they had a connection with this master, it would give them the opportunity to restore the clan. She definitely couldn't let him go. So the girl turned to Jinmu with a request to allow her to repay him for his help. But the young man had other things on his mind. A month had passed since he began searching for the double energy technique, and there was no time to waste. Although it was not Pak Pei's home, he had met his sister. So Jinmu waved to everyone and headed for the exit. Pak Pei didn't know what to do. He looked at the departing monk and then at his upset sister. Finally, he made up his mind, grabbed Jinmu's arm, and tried to stop him, suggesting that he at least eat something first. Jinmu was stunned. It seemed that Pak Pei had completely lost his fear and wanted to end his life prematurely. In desperation, the young man promised to fry such delicious meat that Jinmu had never tasted before. The young monk immediately began to imagine the appetizing pieces. Jinmu decided that nothing bad would happen if he stayed for a little while. Pei Irin couldn't believe what she heard. Her brother was going to fry the meat himself. She wondered what he had been doing all these long 10 years. Meanwhile, Pei Irin was already preparing to cut up the juicy piece of meat. Suddenly, the young man threw it high into the air. Then he made several swings with his blade. The meat was cut into even pieces right in the air. They immediately flew onto the hot coals of the brazier. Jinmu appreciated his skills as a butcher. They were truly incredible. Pak Erin was in a different mood. Her brother used the technique of the destroying wind flow, which only the direct descendants of their clan possessed. Pak Pei handed a piece to Jinmu. If overcooked, the meat could be tough. The young man also offered his sister some meat, but the girl threw the plate away in anger. She wasn't going to try it. She sincerely considered her brother to be a piece of trash who had dumped all his responsibilities on her and run away. And now he had returned to show his pathetic side. He dared to use their clan's technique, which their father had guarded, just to cut meat. Instead of being the head of the clan, he looked like a butcher. She didn't need a brother like that, and she asked Pak Pei to just leave. In anger, Pak Irin left the courtyard. The first elder tried to calm her down, but to no avail. Continuing his meal, Jinmu noticed that the girl had character. The pride of the Orthodox clans was strong. Combat skills can be used both for battle and to improve life. Just do it when necessary. Pak Pei acknowledged the truth of his words. They also needed to change in order to revive the Pak clan estate. There are times when you have to cut meat or fish for whatever you need, but his sister didn't get that yet. Pak Pei blamed himself for everything. The girl used to be completely different. Jinmu was moved by the young man's words about the need for change in order to rebuild. Finally, the young man had said something right. And for some reason, the monk remembered the Mutang clan. This memory was so unexpected that it stunned him. Jinmu handed a cup of wine to his companion so that he could also enjoy the taste. The young man accepted the cup with great pleasure. Their dinner continued. Meanwhile, in the Tyranny Pavilion, a conversation was taking place between No Young Chan and Mok In Gyeom. Mok In Gyeom took the leading position. He suggested attacking the Paek estate that night, but No Young Chan did not entirely agree with this. It would be too sudden, and they did not even have a reason for it. But it was up to him to deal with this, not Mok In Gyeom. The Paek clan was still one of the strongest Orthodox clans, and the Tyranny Pavilion was not as strong, and his interlocutor knew this. Mok In Gyeom came to them with a promise to help defeat the Paek clan, and if he hadn't destroyed their people, they wouldn't have had to dance to his tune. The Tyranny Pavilion needed to focus on the Paek clan, and Mok In Gyeom was going to defeat the martial arts master. As Mok In Gyeom had said earlier, all he needed was the sword possessed by the head of the Paek clan. Everything else would go to No Young Chan. Power over the clan, their rights, and reputation. He could even take Park Yirin for himself, if he wanted to. It seemed that No Young Chan liked this proposal. His cheeks even flushed with anticipation. Mok In Gyeom prepared some reinforcements for No Young Chan, and ordered him to attack the clan today. He couldn't believe that this man would go to such lengths to help him. Was this sword really that valuable? However, it was none of his business. If he gained power over the clan and married Baek A-rin, that would be more than enough. But Young Chan hurried to immediately gather all the warriors of the Tyranny Pavilion. Mok In Gyeom smiled. It was very easy to control those who were so greedy, and there was no sign of reinforcements. He ordered the secret observers to be ready for what was about to happen. The long-awaited hour with the Great Wolf was near. Their goal was to strip the Paek clan of all influence, and this had to be kept in mind when attacking the estate. Failure was not an option. Sudden noise and shouting around them distracted Jinmu and Pak Pei from their dinner. The first elder hurried to them. They had received a report that warriors from unorthodox clans were gathering in the Tyranny Pavilion. These were the guys they had met that afternoon. But why were they doing this? There was only one reason: to attack the Pak estate. The young people froze. The Pak clan was now in great danger. Pak Pei was most worried about his sister, but now the girl was at an urgent meeting of the elders. Jinmu knew that the enemy was weak and did not understand the concern. But the Pak clan was not in the best shape now, and the situation in the tavern earlier was unacceptable. If a large number of enemies attacked the clan, irreparable damage would occur. However, the monk remembered that they had someone very powerful. The man in the hat who introduced himself as Mok In-gyum. The fact that he was the only one who could resist Jinmu's energy worried him. Something was clearly wrong here. And since Jinmu had nothing else to do today, why not fight again? Perhaps he would even obtain valuable information. The young monk got up from his seat, preparing to head to the Tyranny Pavilion. Pak Pei couldn't understand why he was going there. The sudden thought that came to him stunned the young man so much that his eyes nearly popped out of their socket. Could this great and mysterious man really be going there to help the Pak clan? Most likely, he wanted to buy time so that they could ask other Orthodox groups for help. Pak Pei was going to call a meeting of the master, but Jinmu intended to go there alone. The young man couldn't let that happen. The strongest unorthodox group in Guilin was there, but this did not scare Jinmu, who easily jumped over the fence. Pak Pei was about to follow and ordered the first elder to tell Pak Irin to start strengthening their clan. He did not listen to the man's objections and, easily overcoming the fence, hurried after Jinmu. The first elder remained alone in the courtyard. Upon learning of her brother's and the young monk's actions, Pak Irin flew into a rage. Did they really think they were martial arts masters? The first elder did not know what to do, because Pak Pei had ordered him to strengthen the security of the estate. The girl held her head in her hand. The boys had acted very foolishly, because they had already made the necessary preparations. Why did they need to go there themselves? Maybe she didn't like her brother very much, but she couldn't let him die in the enemy's lair, so she ordered a squad to be sent there immediately. The girl herself was going to lead it, and also go to the Tyranny Pavilion, and the first elder was supposed to fortify the estate. But the man did not agree with this decision. He put his hand out and blocked Pak Erin's path. The first elder was going to go to the Tyranny Pavilion instead of the clan chief. The girl tried to protest, but he reminded her of what had happened 10 years ago. The previous head had fought on the front lines, and the first elder was one of those who had witnessed what had happened. The man was not going to allow that incident to happen again, and since Baek Yurin was the head of the Baek estate, she had to protect it. She shouldn't hate her brother either. He became that way because of Cheon Woo-myung. The first elder saw that Baek Pei still cherished the estate. The man bowed to Baek Yurin and promised to return. As soon as the first elder left, the girl burst into tears. Meanwhile, the young people moved cautiously through the forest. Finally, they reached the Tyranny Pavilion. The building was devoid of aesthetics, and it was immediately clear who it belonged to. Pak Pei suggested that they first find a place where security was weak. But to his surprise, Jinmu had already disappeared, and his words fell on deaf ears. The young monk walked straight towards the enemies without hiding. He turned around and asked Pak Pei to hurry up if he really intended to go with him. The young master of Pak clan was on guard. There were only 2 of them. How could they go so openly without even knowing how many enemies there were? They approached the gate and called out to the guard. Jinmu demanded that the gate be opened, but the guard was in no hurry and asked who they were. The young monk had come to know young Chan and was not going to wait long. He decided to count to 3. The guard raised his spear. How dare this man call the head of the pavilion by name as if he were his friend? Jinmu had already said the number 2, and he suddenly threw his fist forward, which flew straight into the man's face. The powerful blow, which the guard did not have time to block, reached its target. The second guard watched in horror as his partner flew into the wall. Jinmu added his energy to the blow, and the man flew up along with the gate. Pak Pei trembled as he noticed that the young man had not counted to 3. Soldiers rushed into the courtyard at the sound of the commotion. The main gate had been destroyed. Jinmu and Baek Pei also stepped into the courtyard, noticing that there were quite a few soldiers in the pavilion. Some of those who had been at the tavern that day recognized Jinmu. Meanwhile, the young monk ordered someone to tell No Young Chan that he wanted to see him. The soldiers of the pavilion approached the uninvited guests. Jinmu turned to the men and asked them to help him resolve the situation peacefully, but one of them did not heed the advice and rushed at the young man with his weapon drawn. But Baek Pei quickly jumped up, moving from where he had been standing. Finding himself in front of Jinmu, he knocked the enemy's weapon out of his hand with a blow of his sword. The young man was ready for battle, and energy flowed around him. Pak Pei looked satisfied. He felt the absorbed energy flowing through him. Finally, it was his time to enter the game. A demonic smile lit up the young man's face. The warriors, still clutching their weapons, stared at their opponent in horror. The energy turned into a destructive wind. This stream caught up with and swept away the enemies one by one. The courtyard was left littered with bloodied, motionless bodies. It seemed that this dangerous madman had completely lost his mind. Jinmu turned to the survivor. He hoped that now they understood what a disadvantageous position they were in, but his opponents were still determined to fight. The young man smirked. Had they really not changed their minds yet? Jinmu stepped forward, enveloped in energy. It seemed he would have to lure No Young Chan out. He clenched his fist, directing his inner energy into it. Jinmu prepared to attack his opponents and took a comfortable position. Then he suddenly threw his arm forward. Now he used the 7-star fist technique. The energy turned into an attacking dragon, destroying enemies in its path. It seemed as if a mythical creature was spewing flames. Jinmu controlled the energy simply by stretching his arm forward. Now he used a technique called Heavenly Dragon Stream. Pak Pei watched his companion in amazement. He knew Jinmu was strong, but not to this extent. With a single blow, he destroyed everything around him. No Young Chan and a couple of his warriors sat in the ruins. The man immediately recognized the young monk. He was horrified by what this man had done. In response, Jinmu greeted the head of the pavilion warmly. He asked these stubborn sheep to call No Young Chan, but they stubbornly refused. So the young man apologized for the building. The head of the pavilion, enraged, began to shout that he had welcomed Jinmu as an important guest, and he had destroyed his home, then ordered his men to take him away. Armed men gathered around Jinmu. He smiled, because it was very pointless. The young monk began to draw his sword. His opponent wanted to play by these rules, without thinking that he was putting him in a difficult position. But Young Chan laughed. Jinmu burst in without thinking about the consequences, even though he did not seem like a stupid shaman at all. The chief ordered Mok In-gum to be summoned, but it turned out that he had disappeared and could not be found anywhere. The man realized with horror that this man had cowardly fled, even though he himself had ordered them to engage in battle. But Young Chan looked at the group of people surrounding Jinmu. A moment later, a wave of energy swept over the place, scattering everything around. In this whirlpool, everything was mixed up to such an extent that it was impossible to tell where the people were and where the stones were. But Young Chan just stared in shock at the remains of his warriors flying past. At one point, only Jinmu remained standing in that place. He tried not to destroy the followers of the Dark Path until the last moment, but he couldn't hold back when weapons were pointed at him. Jinmu turned to the head of the Tyranny Pavilion. He was from the Dark Clan and should have known when to retreat. The young man was not as kind as he seemed. Of course, he had studied the techniques of the Light Path, but they had only made him a little kinder. The monk asked No Young Chan to answer just one question, and then he would be allowed to live. Jinmu was very interested in the whereabouts of Mok In-gum. The man sitting in front of him was trembling with fear and did not know what to answer. Finding no way out, No Young Chan threw himself at the feet of the young monk. Covered in sweat, the man confessed that Mok In-gum had escaped. That such a man had escaped, it seemed like complete nonsense. The head of the pavilion insisted that it was true, and that there was nothing they could do. Then why did Mok In-gum need to come to the Tyranny Pavilion? It was all about the silver sword owned by the Paik family. In exchange for it, he promised anything. Jinmu tried to clarify with Park Pei whether there was such a sword in their house. He remembered that one thing had been passed down from generation to the heads of the Park clan. All this meant that now this scoundrel was heading for his estate, and Pak Yurin was in danger. So the older brother rushed to her aid at full speed. The others watched him go. The young man acted like an impatient fool. Jinmu looked at No Young Chan and slapped him hard, enraged by the mere thought that his clan had bowed down to this scoundrel. The young man ordered his men to withdraw, even though he had killed them all, and there was no one left to withdraw, and not to move until he gave permission. So now Mok In-gum was at the Paik clan's estate. It was time for Jinmu to head there too. Battles were raging everywhere on the estate grounds. Mok In-gum attacked the clan leader, who resisted fiercely. Park Yurin's strength was running out, and blood was coming out of her mouth. The girl assumed that this man was a mercenary sent by the Tyranny Pavilion. Mok In-gum understood that she had many questions. He promised to let her live if she gave him one thing. This thing confirmed that Paik Yurin was the head of the Paik clan. It was well hidden under her clothes. The girl couldn't believe that this man had come for a trinket confirming her status. Mok In-gum smiled reservedly and waited for her to act. But the girl didn't care why he wanted this item. It was obvious that the man had something in mind, so she wasn't going to give him anything. Her decision left Mok In-gum with no choice. He rushed towards Paik Yurin, intending to take the blade himself. The girl was not the head of the clan for nothing, and managed to repel the attack. But this man was too fast, which could have ended badly. Suddenly, she realized that Mok In-gum had disappeared. He appeared just as suddenly, striking the girl. Paik Yurin tried to hold back the onslaught, but it was difficult for her. Mok In-gum assumed that the clan leader was stalling for time until the martial arts master arrived. He considered this decision rather foolish on her part. Moving like a shadow, the attacker struck Park Yurin again. The attack knocked the girl to her knees, and the dagger fell from under her clothes. Mok In-gyum put his sword to her head. He felt sorry that he would have to ruin such a pretty face. After these words, he raised his hand, intending to kill the girl. Park Yurin's eyes widened as she froze, waiting for the inevitable. At that moment, her older brother rushed toward her across the rooftops. Without hesitation, he jumped straight at her, intending to save his sister. He made it just in time. Park Pei's bloodied blade deflected Mok In-gyum's sword. The attacker stared at the butcher's knife in disbelief. Now the girl was behind her older brother. The enemies stood facing each other, preparing for battle. The girl sat there, unable to believe that this handsome warrior in front of her was her brother. Park Pei threw her his cloak so that his sister could hide. Park Erin gratefully accepted it. She looked at the scarred back of her brother, who had left home 10 years ago. The scars spoke of his difficult journey. The girl immediately remembered the advice of the first elder. Park Pei loved his clan very much and was the most worthy heir. Mok In-gyum smiled. The scene in which the brother protected his sister looked very touching, but nothing would change. Only the number of bodies would increase. Park Pei asked him to show him where the enemy's confidence came from. At that moment, Park Yurin called out to her brother and threw him her sword. The older brother deftly caught the weapon in midair. The young man was surprised that his sister had given him her sword, to which the girl angrily replied that a butcher's knife was too short for battle. Park Pei held the wind cutter, their clan's sword. Whoever possessed it was the head of the clan. The young man had left home a long time ago. Did he have the right to hold this weapon? Out of nowhere, he heard Jinmu's voice advising him to take the sword and remove the rings from it. The weapon was a perfect match for Park Pei's technique. The young man was grateful that the young monk was watching over him, and immediately tore off all the rings. He did it with such force that they all shattered into small pieces. Mok In-gyum did not think that a small change would make any difference. Park Pei waved his new weapon and suggested they test it right away. The opponents froze, facing each other. Energy flowed from the young man's movements. The holes created gusts of wind and the sound of air being cut. Realizing that the moment was perfect for an attack, the young man rushed forward. Mok In-gyum tried to block the blows in defense. The energy around them swirled like a tornado. The attacks came one after another. The opponent was perplexed. He did not expect such pressure. At one point, Park Pei managed to hit Mok In-gyum. He stared at the wound in shock. He didn't understand what was happening. This boy was not stronger than him. How could he have been wounded? To his surprise, Mok In-gyum found himself constantly retreating. While parrying another attack, he had a sudden epiphany. The secret of this momentum lay in the sound made by the sword. Sight, hearing, and touch. If a master loses even one of these senses, he will be in great danger. The weapon made a sound that dulled Mok In-gyum's hearing. Realizing this, he became more determined. These childish tricks would not stop him. Mok In-gyum immediately went on the offensive, attacking Park Pei. The invader thought intently that the battle should not take long. If it dragged on, there would be no trace of them left. Instead of fighting this bastard, he should have ended the battle between the Park clan and the Tyranny Pavilion. He should have taken the dirty-blooded girl and disappeared. Mok In-gyum ordered his men to seize the girl, but no one appeared at his command, and the man realized that it had become unusually quiet. Through the fog and streams of energy, someone's silhouette was visible. The man stepped into the light. It was a smiling Jinmu. But the young man did not just step out. Behind him stood a squad of warriors from the Park clan, and at his feet lay the defeated invaders. Mok In-gyum couldn't understand when the young man had managed to defeat everyone. Jinmu easily jumped over the pile of bodies. He had done everything while Mok In-gyum was fighting the head of the Park clan. The rest of the gang was supposed to hold him back. It was impossible for them to fall so quickly. Mok In-gyum's hand was shaking, and he still hadn't gotten his cold-blooded blade. Jinmu warned his opponent that the idea of testing their strength was a bad one. He promised to cause less pain if he laid down his weapon. Mok In-gyum gritted his teeth. This scoundrel even had the audacity to tell him what to do. He drew his blade and lunged at Jinmu. Jinmu analyzed his opponent's actions. It was another sword-spinning technique, and he had a feeling he had seen it somewhere before. It seemed that these people were somehow connected to the old man. The young man skillfully dodged the attacks and moved from place to place with lightning speed. Mok In-gyum grew increasingly furious, swinging his sword wildly. At a certain moment, Jinmu simply threw his fist forward. He directed a powerful stream of energy at his opponent. Holding his sword with one hand, Jinmu inquired about his decision. He promised Mok In-gyum that he would soon realize that it was better to deal with the entire Park clan than with him alone. Jinmu pinned his opponent with a knockout ular. Then he grabbed the man and lifted him high above the ground. With a powerful throw, the young man hurled Mok In-gyum high into the air. Then, he directed a stream of energy at his opponent, who was suspended in midair. The powerful blow knocked Mok In-gyum's hat off. He continued to receive powerful blows, one after another. Finally, Jinmu grabbed his opponent by the head. Then, without hesitation, he pinned him to the stone floor. After this battle, a huge dent formed in the center of the courtyard. The defeated Mok In-gyum could not say anything except that he did not understand where such skill came from. Jinmu was already tired of hearing this every time. But if his opponent was interested, he was taught this by an old man. Mok In-gyum shouted indignantly that Duran would never do such a thing. He despised and hated Murams more than anyone else. So the old man's name was Darren. Although Mok In-gyum had revealed the necessary information about gratitude, he couldn't even think about it. Jinmu ordered Pek Pei to tie up and throw the enemy into prison. Then he noticed the silver blade. This item was the cause of all the commotion, and Jinmu asked if the girl knew anything about it. In response, she handed him the blade. She said that this item had been passed down from generation to generation in their clan, and was also called a cold-blooded relic. The silver was not important. The blade was imbued with the power of Ki. Moreover, its scabbard could not be replaced. Jinmu examined the blade. It was impossible to pull it out of its sheath. Most likely, it was called cold-blooded because it failed during battles. The young man needed to find out everything about this item, so he asked for permission to keep the blade. Pek I-rin allowed it despite the protests. She cut off the first elder. The blade meant nothing to her. The clan was protected by people, not this little thing. Her warriors listened to the clan chief's words with gratitude. Besides, how could they refuse a man who had saved their family twice? The girl entrusted Jinmu with the family heirloom. In their hands, it was nothing more than a decoration. The young man promised to use the blade for its intended purpose, but one question remained. What should they do now with her unstable older brother? While Pek Yi-rin advised her brother to grow up, Jinmu thought about the fact that he had in his hands something that many elders wanted to get their hands on. They had all made considerable efforts to get their hands on the lovely thing that was now his. Now they definitely had to meet with Emperor Amwan. After a while, sitting in an open gazebo, everyone enjoyed a wonderful meal. Pek Yi-rin also decided to try this appetizing meat. It was prepared again by Pak Pei, who, according to Jinmu, was still good at cooking. The older brother turned to Pak I-rin. When the clan was no longer in danger, he would have to leave home again. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. As the head of the clan, Pak Pi had to fulfill his duty. But the young man thought differently. It was his sister who was the head of the Pak clan. After all, she had been protecting the clan for the last 10 years. Besides, Pak Pei did not belong here, so he would hardly be able to cope with this position. But no matter what happened, the older brother asked Pak I-rin to always act decisively. However, it was not worth being prejudiced against other clans. It could turn out that their ideas were better than his own. Jinmu couldn't understand what had come over Pak Pi. For once, he was saying the right things. It could also be that their enemy would switch sides. Pek Pei continued to instruct his sister. He asked her not to be the first to attack, and not to rely on preconceptions. This included the people of Mutang. Then Jinmu intervened in the conversation, and admitted that he was also from Mutang. Perhaps he forgot to mention that he was a student of the Mutang clan, the only one of his kind. The outrage over this fact was so loud that the exclamation spread far beyond the gazebo. The brother and sister were indignant. How could he have forgotten to mention this? Jinmu understood that it was hard to believe, but asked them to calm down first. Pak Pei tried, but couldn't do it. The young monk lost his temper. Wasn't this the same man who had just argued that one should not jump to conclusions based on origin? Pak I-rin, on the other hand, felt relieved that their savior was from Mutan. Jinmu clarified, whether he understood correctly, that if the savior had been from a lower clan, she would have been disgusted. The girl immediately denied this, because she meant something completely different. She had simply expressed herself incorrectly, and remembered the members of the tyrant clan. Since the Pak clan had owned these lands for quite some time, Jinmu advised them to do what they should have done long ago. Pak Aaron jumped up, outraged by the young man's suggestion to give up at least part of the land. Then their people would suffer. The girl was sure that members of the opposing clan would start blackmailing and stealing. But it turned out that the Pak clan was doing the same thing. They took money from people and merchants in exchange for protection. The girl began to argue. People gave this money voluntarily, and the clan always helped the residents for free when needed. Jinmu asked her to stop talking nonsense. It was a normal tax collection, and the money did not come out of thin air, but thanks to the labor of the residents. For the people, The Pack clan and the Tyrant clan were the same. Some fought to take what belonged to others, while others took from their own people. Both clans were only after their own gain. Those who had more land had more influence. The methods used were different, but people were the same everywhere. The girl realized that Jinmu was right. It was time to find a compromise with the Tiran clan. Suddenly, Paik Pei joined the conversation and demanded an apology for Jinmu's rude conversation with his sister. Jinmu clicked his tongue and asked to be informed later about how the prisoner's torture was going and whether they had learned anything new. If Mok Ingium was useless, it was worth calling the executioner to finish the job. Paik Pei said that the prisoner knew little about the blade and kept repeating the word Chin Chen. Jinmu repeated the word, memorizing it. He was going to find out as much as he could about it. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the first elder. At Jinmu's request, he brought a man from the Beggars clan. The young man's name was Li Bokton, and he was a disciple of the Garen clan. But the young monk said there was no time for introduction and held out an item for him to look at. As soon as he glanced at the object, Li Bokdong immediately recognized the legendary coin. Jinmu asked him to tell Yang Sobang that he was looking for him and would wait at the Paek clan's estate. The disciple was curious why the young monk was looking for some hero from the Beggars clan. Jinmu asked him to pass on Mutang's sword, and with these words, Yang Sobang should have understood everything. After this confession, everyone present was stunned. Li Bogdong immediately swore to do everything possible for him. But Jinmu only wanted this matter to be resolved as soon as possible. Promising that he would start working on it right away, the disciple hurried to take his leave. Paik Pei was amazed. This monk was not only Mutang's disciple, but also Mutang's sword. What power he possessed. But Jinmu was heading for the exit. His business here was done. Paik Pei asked the young monk to wait a moment. Jinmu turned around. He was curious to know what they wanted from him. They all stood with their heads bowed in gratitude for his help to the clan and for curing their illness. Now Paik Pei knew what he had to do. Many had sacrificed themselves for him, and now he had to sacrifice his own. After these words, Jinmu rushed towards the young man and hit him on the head. He was furious that he had gone through so much to bring the brother and sister together, and this was how he wanted to repay him. Or perhaps this was his way of atoning for his sins. But who gave Paik Pei the right to take his own life? One must answer for one's actions. Therefore, the young master of the Pak Jinmu clan advised him to simply live. By doing good deeds, he would be able to regain the loyalty of the people, and those who had passed away should continue to be remembered and mourned. But those who had died could not be brought back to this world. Tears welled up in Paik Pei's eyes. Even knowing that he was to blame, Jinmu continued to urge him to live. And now it was really time for the young monk to leave. Paik Pei shouted after him that he could always turn to their clan for help, but Jinmu preferred someone else. Before finally leaving, the young man asked him to keep it a secret that their sword was now in his possession. Paik Pei readily promised to keep it a secret. The carrier pigeon covered a great distance as it flew toward its destination, and so the bird reached its goal and arrived at the Murim estate. It delivered the letter to its destination, and now Yang Sobang was studying it carefully. Yang Sobang smiled. The man he had summoned earlier came to him. It was Chon Sang. He had already received his combat troops and became the leader of the first detachment. Yang Sobang had a combat mission for him. He was to immediately assemble his detachment and head with him to the estate of the Paek clan. This was a direct order from Chon Sang's mentor, Jinmu. The young man had not seen his teacher for a long time and was delighted with this news. He couldn't believe his ears. It could be that his teacher would also be there. Yang Sobang didn't know for sure, but it was quite possible. There had been no news from Jinmu for almost a month and a half, and the young man had almost lost hope. Chongsan was ready to leave immediately and was going to prepare his troops. The young man sincerely thanked Yang Sobang. Finally, he had the opportunity to see his mentor. The old man looked at the happy young man with amazement. Surprisingly, he thanked him for his orders. And then there was that laughter. Yang Sobang had never seen him like that before. Chongsang possessed not only outstanding skills, but also a strong character. He was indispensable to the Dragon Clan. He was definitely a genius. All this also applied to Chon Wu, who was also in the first squad. His martial arts skills compensated for his lack of intelligence. In addition to them, there were Jaegel and Henson, who were known for their abilities. They were in the second squad. They would stand out in the selection for the Great Squad. Come to think of it, 2 of Mutang's disciples would be present. Jinmu had trained them very well. At that very moment, the teacher of these talented individuals was in Sichuan province. He was trying to enjoy a delicious meal. However, the next bite made him wince. Perhaps this time he had put too much pepper in it, but overall the dish was edible. Chewing another bite, Jinmu remembered the meat that Paik Pei had cooked. Maybe he should have taken him along as a cook. The young man's meal was interrupted by the sound of broken dishes. The owner of the establishment was trying to get payment for the meal from 2 visitors at the next table, but they brazenly declared that they had no money. Besides, the noodles they had eaten were not very good. The men were indignant. Why say the food was bad if they had already eaten it? These bandits drew their swords, intending to teach the merchant gratitude for allowing them to dine at his establishment. Wherever Jinmu went, he encountered such scum. He hoped that someone would help the owner of the establishment because he himself was very busy. Someone's hand snatched the jug from under his nose, just as the young man reached for it. The girl took a sip of the drink straight from the jug as she headed toward the center of the action. Wiping away a dropped drop, the stranger smiled and immediately punched one of the thugs who was tormenting the owner. At this sight, Jinmu's eyes popped out of their sockets. Completely unabashed, the girl scolded the attacker. Who were they to attack ordinary people with weapons? The enraged savior could take their lives with her own hands. Several warriors were already running after their mistress. Jinmu watched. The green-colored robes were worn by members of the Sichuan clan. They were stubborn idiots who refused to give up their land. They used dark martial arts, and even mercenaries were afraid to deal with them. It was better not to mess with this clan, and Jinmu realized it was time to leave. The girl had only been here for 2 minutes, and had already encountered troublemakers who were unworthy of being on Sichuan soil. The lady continued to scold the crippled men. With such a character, they would not be able to live a long life. The hooligans immediately lost all their arrogance. They recognized the girl. It was Poisonous Dan Siren. Her name frightened people. The girl was sure that the men knew what happened to people when they drew her attention. Jinmu heard her order them to drop their swords and get out of there. Normal people would not use poison in their name. The young man had a bad feeling, and while they hadn't noticed him yet, he had to disappear. At that moment, Dan Syrian turned and looked at the table where Jinmu was sitting. She was curious where this visitor had gone. He hadn't paid for his order. The warriors didn't see anyone, but this only caused their mistress to become irritated. The girl was surprised. Could this visitor have managed to escape unnoticed? Perhaps he was a martial arts master. She had heard rumors about a suspicious man who had come to the Sayan Song estate and killed 2 unknown bandits. Could it be that the missing visitor and this criminal were one and the same person? It turned out that he had just been in this tavern. The girl began to describe Jinmu. She noticed that he was wearing brown clothes, was about 6 feet tall, and had dark hair tied back. Dan Syrian demanded that this man be brought to her. The soldiers tried to explain to her that there were more than 100 men on the street who fit that description. They needed more specific details. The girl sadly concluded that they would not be able to find this man. The frightened soldiers rushed to carry out their mistress's order, fearing her wrath. Dan Syrian wondered how this visitor dared to hide from her. But if he succeeded, it meant that he was not a peaceful citizen, and escape would not save him. Moving as far away as possible, Jinmu lamented how wicked women were. One glance was enough to see that she had a nasty temper. He needed to find a way to return to his unit, but he had no desire to cross paths with her again. The Dark Emperor was quite attractive for a political party, but had his worldview become even more narrow-minded over time? Jinmu stopped abruptly. If he had become a martial arts revolutionary, should he be concerned? Perhaps he would be welcomed as the new emperor with open arms. But the guard at the gate had no intention of letting him through. He told the astonished young man that a master monk could not walk around in such rag, and told him to get lost. Enraged, Jinmu threw open his cloak, revealing his monk's robes, and showed his card. He hoped that now they would let him through. In response, the guard handed him a pass and told him to wait his turn. The young man's hands were shaking with anger, but he had not come to fight and was prepared to wait. Had all the masters gone through this? But he didn't have time for that. Jinmu was in a great hurry, but his turn was not coming. Driven mad by the wait, he couldn't bear it any longer. Finally, he was the first in front of the guard. But the guard said with a bored look that no one else would be allowed in today. Jinmu tried in vain to stop him, but the guard just slammed the gate in his face. The guards behind the gate openly mocked him. They were sure that he was just a vagrant. Otherwise, he would have known that there was a separate gate for masters. Dancing around, they moved away from the gate and discussed their plans for the evening. Jinmu continued to stand on the street, looking at the locked entrance. It took him 3 whole hours to get inside. Maybe he should just take down those damn walls. He clenched his fist in anger. A monk's disciple could not be defeated by some member of a political party. Better to find another way. Jinmu was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could only scream and grab his hair. But suddenly, people passing by recognized him. They turned out to be the crazy-looking Jinmu Dan Syrian and her warriors. She had almost lost hope of finding him, while the young man dreamed that they would never see each other again. Jinmu tried to walk past them, It wasn't that he was avoiding the encounter, but he would have to postpone it and go to Cheongsong. The girl was indignant. It was as if this man was deliberately ignoring her. She immediately ordered her warriors to stop this suspicious guy. Dan Siriong and her soldiers had been looking for the young man all day and couldn't just let him go. Jinmu was starting to get angry. He was going to go inside, but he had wasted his time. Now he wanted to turn back, but his path was blocked. These were Danga's lands, and no one was exempt from Danga's rules. The girl demanded that the young man give his name. The warrior who stopped Jinmu apologized. He couldn't act differently because he had received orders. The man asked the young man to follow him. Jinmu did not ask twice for them to let him pass. He simply pushed the man aside with one hand. Because it happened so quickly, Dan Sirion's face stretched out. The other soldiers immediately rushed to help the injured man. The enraged girl hurried toward Jinmu. It seemed he had no idea who they were. The young man assumed it was just another group. But what difference did that make? They were the first ones to burst into his life and draw their swords. Jinmu honestly warned that he was not in the best of moods right now, and that it would be better to leave him alone. Dan Sirion saw for the first time a person who would stand before a party with such disrespect. And it wasn't that his words frightened her. The expression on the young man's face had a stronger effect than his words. The girl smiled and found Jinmu quite amusing. Then she ordered his arrest again, and the young man had to fight off the soldiers once more. He kicked one of them, nearly breaking his neck. He instantly scattered the others with a single twist of his body. His precise blows caused the soldiers to fall, one after another. Watching this massacre, the girl became even angrier. How could they call themselves warriors? Finally, Jinmu asked through gritted teeth what he should do, so that people would start listening to him. Then he released a powerful wave of energy, sweeping away his opponents in one fell swoop and lifting stones into the air. One of the warriors flew straight at Dan Sirion, who barely managed to cover herself with her arm. Finally, all the warriors were lying on the ground, and Jinmu continued to stand in the center of their bodies. The girl couldn't wrap her head around how he could stand his ground and defeat the strongest warriors of the Dan family single-handedly. Besides, he was still young. Dan Sirion admitted that Jinmu was an incredibly strong guy. After releasing his energy, the young man felt better. Even though she thought he was involved in something, Jinmu was more of a victim in this situation. But realizing that negotiating with upstarts like her was useless, Jinmu said goodbye and walked away. However, Dan Sirion had no intention of letting him go just like that. Since he had defeated her men, he now had to fight her as his mistress. Besides, Jinmu intrigued her. The young man turned around and warned that he would not take into account the fact that she was a girl. It couldn't be any other way, and that was all the fun of it. So Dan Sirion prepared for battle. With a predatory expression on her face, she flew straight at Jinmu. At that moment, Gaju Danga, sitting on the throne of the Dark Emperor, said that the method of perpetuating memory was forbidden to use at night. A servant who had rushed in reported that a battle was taking place at the outer gates. Gaju Danga thought it was the travelers who had recently visited Sichuan, but it turned out that the one fighting was a guy who didn't look like those people. The clarification that the battle was being fought with a woman surprised the Dark Emperor. In a rage, Gaju Danga smashed the mug that was on the table. He did not understand what this woman was thinking. The man rose from his throne, intending to deal with the two himself. Jinmu stood calmly with his arms crossed in front of his opponent. Having already received several blows, Dan Sirion jumped towards him, preparing to attack. But Jinmu deftly dodged, and her fist flew past him. After that, he went on the offensive, which was more successful than the girls. After receiving this blow, Dan Sirion retreated and turned away from him. Standing at a distance, she complained that it was very painful. Jinmu seemed to begin to understand why the word poison was in her name. She was a very stubborn woman. Most men would have already given up in her place. He suggested that she stop fighting, but Dan Sirion had no intention of giving up, pretending that she was feeling fine. Besides, she was sure that Jinmu would not take her life because she was not his enemy. No one would approach the enemy's gates so proudly and closely. Even her warriors were only wounded by Jinmu, but remained alive. It was the first time the girl had fought so seriously. Before that, she had always avoided fighting so that no one would get hurt. Jinmu was surprised. This was coming from a woman with such a high level of martial arts skill. Or maybe the men were retreating because she was a woman. And to Dan Sirion's displeasure, he said that they were finished anyway. He didn't want to guess when she would faint. But the girl was stubborn. She was not going to stop fighting until there was a winner and a loser. But everything was decided by a loud shout from the wall, ordering the battle to stop. The Dark Emperor looked down at them sternly from above. Despite the distance and darkness, Jinmu immediately recognized Gaja Danga. However, the real surprise for him was that it was also Dan Sirion's father. Meanwhile, the Dark Emperor was unhappy that his daughter was being beaten right at the gates of his own estate. Gaju Danga was concerned about what the hell these two were doing here. Ignoring the height of the wall, he jumped straight down to the ground. The warriors accompanying him followed their emperor. Jinmu's scattered opponents tried to greet Gaju Danga. The Dark Emperor waited for someone to explain why Dan Sirion was beating up some kid. Jinmu felt a lot of pressure. He had to get out of it. The young man greeted the Dark Emperor and explained that he had tried to get to him but had not been allowed in. Then he was about to leave. At that moment, the girl intervened and explained that it was all because of her. Jinmu explained that the guards did not even recognize him, but refused to let him in. Gaju Danga asked his daughter if this was true, to which she replied that she couldn't help herself. After that, Gaju Danga asked Jinmu if he knew that his opponent was his younger daughter. Despite his surprise, the young man replied that this still did not give her the right to be rude to others. This answer amused the Dark Emperor, and he laughed openly. Was the young man really telling him how to raise his daughter? Gaju Danga's energy swirled around Jinmu, as if entangling him. He knew that they would not let him go just like that. Sweat streamed down the young man's face. He was not feeling well at the moment. The Dark Emperor watched the young man and was surprised by what was happening. But it seemed that Jinmu himself did not expect this either. Confronting Gaju Danga was very unwise, but the only way to escape unscathed was to defeat him. The Dark Emperor continued to watch. The young man's energy was very pure. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was Dao really right in front of him? The Dark Emperor inquired whose disciple Jinmu was. He was very good, and it was surprising that the world did not yet know his name. Finally, they asked his name, and the young man introduced himself as the monk Jinmu. The people around him, including the guards who had attacked him, began to whisper in surprise. Gaju Danga had already heard that name. Could it be that very monk, Jinmu? Dan Sirion gazed at the young man with admiration. It seemed that he had become a monk at her age, so it was not surprising that he was so strong. Distracting the girl from her dreams, her father addressed her. It turned out that Dan Sirion, his daughter, had not recognized the monk. Jinmu nodded. He was not at fault in this situation. The Dark Emperor ordered his daughter to be taken to her chambers. Gaju Danga began to tell Jinmu what an honor it was for him, and why he did not reveal his name right away. The young man replied that he had waited 3 hours at the main gate to be heard. Since no one had reported this to the Emperor, the guard realized that he was finished. The Dark Emperor apologized for the misunderstanding. Perhaps his daughter was also nervous, as they rarely had guests from other places. Na was the youngest daughter, and was spoiled. But if Gaju Danga had known that Jinmu was a monk, everything would have been different. The young man was also embarrassed and apologized for the fight with Dan Sirion. But Jinmu had nothing to apologize for. The girl had a whole bunch of servants, whom she beat for fun. The Dark Emperor promised to reprimand those who did not let the guest in, and invited him to come inside and rest. He said to leave all questions until tomorrow. But there was one more thing. Jinmu had caught the eye of Gaju Danga's daughter, so she would most likely start pestering the young man first thing in the morning. And since the young man did not understand what was going on, the Emperor laughed and replied that he would understand everything later. Jinmu naturally found everything that was happening very strange. The next morning, the young man was sleeping in his bed. Suddenly, a girl's hand began to tug at his hair. This made Jinmu feel uncomfortable, and he tried to open his eyes. Smiling Dan Sirion was leaning over him. Jinmu lay frozen. He didn't understand what this crazy girl was doing here. Unexpectedly and loudly, so that blood almost spurted from his ears, the girl shouted at him to wake up quickly, and while Jinmu, who had jumped up, massaged his injured ear, Dan Sirion complained that he was too lazy. It was very strange how he could become so strong if he slept during morning training. Jinmu finally came to his senses and furiously asked what she was doing in his bedroom. It turned out that the girl had come here because he hadn't woken up for a long time. The young man was puzzled to find that all of Dan Sirion's wounds had disappeared. The girl laughed. Her wounds healed faster than normal people's, so it was normal. But Jinmu decided that she was definitely a monster. Dan Sirion admitted that she couldn't sleep because she was so curious. Was it true that Jinmu was a monk? Why had he come to them? She asked a bunch of questions. Jinmu clutched the blanket tightly. He needed to find out something. He took out a cold blade and asked if the girl had ever seen anything like it. But Dan Sirion knew nothing and suggested that it might be a monk's sword. Then she blurted out that Jinmu was not only a good fighter, but also handsome. Would he like to marry her? She was sure that this blade was a gift before the start of their relationship. Jinmu was taken aback. He couldn't understand the crazy girl's train of thought. Then he snatched the blade back. If she didn't know, She shouldn't have taken it. Dan Suryong burst into tears. She thought it was a sign of love or something like that. That's why she was a little excited. Jin-moo was very annoyed by her frequent mood swings. If the young man wanted to find out something, Dan Sirian advised him to go to Manbeyondin. All of Dang's secrets were kept there. It was a place for studying and creating weapons. But if there were secrets there, how could a stranger like Jin-moo get in? Dan Sirian believed that there was nothing to worry about, as she had everything under control. After all, she was the guardian of Dangu's treasures. And yesterday she had made a mistake, so this was an opportunity to apologize. Jin-moo thanked the girl, but he really wanted to understand what was going on in her head. But for some reason, he didn't like her idea at all. On the way, the girl continued to ask questions without stopping. How did Jin-moo gain his power at such a young age? Did he take elixirs? Had he had to take people's lives? In the end, the young man couldn't take it anymore and asked her to shut up. Dan Sirian got angry. He had no right to shut her up, but Jin-moo stood his ground and asked her not to ask any more questions. The girl was too annoying. While the young man was wondering why he had ended up with this particular person, they reached their destination. The place looked a little shabby. They were making gunpowder, so it was a bit messy. The caretaker of Manbeyondin, Dan Chung-gi, rushed towards the young lady with open arms. Dan Chung-gi recognized Jin-moo, and the girl quickly informed him that the young man wanted to know something. The young man took out a silver dagger and asked what it was and what secret it might hold. The caretaker invited Jin-moo inside. He couldn't get into the treasure room, but there was a place where they could receive guests. Inside, wearing gloves, glasses, and a mask, Dan Chung began to examine the dagger. He examined the blade under a magnifying glass. Jin-moo watched in amazement. It seemed that this curator was a master of his craft. Dan Chung was in awe. The master had definitely engraved the symbols on the dagger, and the holes in it were special, but it seemed that there was no secret mechanism in this item. The curator concluded that it was just a simple silver dagger. However, Dan Chung was not entirely sure about this. Dan Sirian noticed that the holes varied in size and depth. Perhaps that was the key. It was quite possible that these symbols could activate hidden springs. To Jin-moo, it all sounded pretty pointless, and the curator showed him how it worked using a lock as an example, where if everything was aligned, the lock would open. And if that was really the case, then the dagger hid a secret that could be revealed. Jin-moo thought intently that if Dan Chung tried to open a lock that wasn't there, he would only ruin the dagger. But then Dan Sirian stepped in and gestured that everything was fine. Jin-moo and the girl left Manbeyondin. The young man thought that his visit had not been in vain, and that the dagger might indeed hold a secret. Now it was time to visit Jongson, whose treasury was filled with all sorts of things. Dan Sirian asked what Jin-moo planned to do. Of course, he was going to leave. The girl did not expect such an answer, and rushed after the departing monk. In the main house of the Dan Gaju family, Dan Ga was interested in whether those who had harmed the members of the Dan family had been found. The Dark Emperor flew into a rage when he learned that the search had been hampered outside the city. All of Sichuan belonged to him. They dared to walk on his land and could not be caught. His subordinate was worried that if they went too far, there would be friction with Chongsun. Godzu Danga ordered him to be quiet. Danga's warriors had died, and it was unclear who was responsible, but he was worried about some sect. For a month, the emperor could not obtain any information, which was a disgrace. He ordered that these bastards be found and brought to him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the Dark Emperor would never forgive his subordinate. After receiving the order, the elders withdrew, and a servant approached Gaju Danga. He reported the arrival of Din Saron and the monk Jin-moo. The Dark Emperor turned to the young people and asked them to tell him how their day had gone. The girl wasted no time in announcing that Jin-moo was still unmarried. Then she asked about the suspicious people. But Godzu Danga changed the subject. He wanted to talk to his guest. Turning to Jin-moo, he apologized for letting him see him in a rage. The young man replied that everything was fine. His subordinate had failed to catch a small rat, and the reprimand was fair. And it was indeed a rat. It might have seemed like a weak creature. If they were not eliminated, they would begin to devour grain and multiply. This may seem like a minor problem at first, but it must be addressed immediately. The Dark Emperor agreed with these arguments. However, if enemies hide on the territory of another clan, they will continue to act using them as protection. This guy was funny. Not everyone was capable of thinking so deeply about a simple question. I wonder who raised him. Besides, Jin-moo did not look like a monk. The young man agreed with Godzu Dang's last conclusion. It was difficult to see him as a monk. Unexpectedly, the Dark Emperor offered him to become a cat that catches rats. After cautiously sipping his tea, Jin-moo refused. He didn't care about money, and it was forbidden to harm other practitioners. In fact, the young man was outraged. What the hell kind of cat was he? And besides, he had no plans to settle down anywhere. The Emperor apologized again for his mistake. But it was all right, because he was just trying to keep the conversation going. Gaju Danga liked how neatly this young man conducted the conversation. It seemed that only Dan Sirion couldn't understand what had happened. The Dark Emperor had heard that Jinmu had visited their treasury, and was interested to know if the young man had found the answer to his question. The young man was grateful for the help, and was now about to leave. But Gaju Danga asked him to stay a little longer. Jinmu really needed to leave. He had other things to do. Suddenly, Dan Sirion asked to be allowed to leave with the monk. The young man froze when he heard this statement. The girl wanted to get to know Jinmu's skills better. An awkward pause ensued. Jinmu didn't know what to say. The Dark Emperor had not yet responded, and Dan Sirion was waiting for her father's decision. The Dark Emperor was categorically opposed. Such expeditions were intended for warriors, not girls. However, his daughter was not going to give up. Even though she was not as strong as Jinmu, she did not consider herself weak either. In fact, the Dark Emperor was more concerned about something else entirely. His daughter was selfish and disruptive. She had never shown as much interest in men as she did in Jinmu, who at that time dreamed of being killed. While his daughter fiddled with his clothes and continued to beg, Gajuda thought that the monk would not marry until he renounced his path. Soon, she would tire of him. The Dark Emperor could not help the young man. Dan Sirion was too stubborn. Jinmu wondered how she had been raised. Gajudanga asked the monk to stay until tomorrow, and at dawn, he would be able to set off. The girl seemed strange to Jinmu from the very beginning, but not to this extent. The next morning, the young man looked around cautiously and stepped out into the courtyard. He was worried that the girl would come at dawn. It was good that he had decided to get up early. Not believing that he could really leave just like that, Jinmu hurried to leave this place. Only the falcon on the roof of the building watched the young man leave. A little later, it was discovered that Dan Sirion was missing. She left a note saying that she would follow Jinmu. She also took several legendary swords with her. The treasury had literally been robbed. Gajudanga thanked the warrior and ordered him to follow her. His daughter was talented, so they would have to keep their distance while following her. The Dark Emperor apologized to Jinmu in his mind. He really did not want his daughter to cause him trouble. After a while, Jinmu was basking in a hot bath at an inn near Mount Chongsong. The monk was calmly relaxing. There was no need to rush, and he could climb the mountain tomorrow. He had to play the role of a good monk at the gates, but now he simply had to eat something delicious. For example, meat and dumplings. Jinmu had not yet placed his order when a mountain of food was placed in front of him. Opposite him stood Dan Sirion, with another dish in one hand and a falcon in the other. Jinmu certainly did not expect to see this crazy girl here. Without the slightest embarrassment, the girl sat down opposite him and suggested they eat together. Jinmu's attempts to send her away were unsuccessful. Dan Sirion assumed that the monk was sure that the girl would not find a way to follow him. However, she did. Since everything was cooling down quickly, Dan Sirion asked Jinmu to open his mouth and eat everything for her sake, which put him in an even greater stupor. The next day on Mount Chongsong, everything was going as usual. A cart delivered the ingredients that needed to be unloaded. This time, the order was larger than usual, and the merchant was curious as to why. Sangwoo, one of the first-class followers of the Qingchen clan, explained that an ancestral worship ceremony was to take place soon. Surprised that the time had come so quickly, the merchant asked for permission to rest. Sangwoo offered to take him to a designated place. He then hospitably invited him to follow him. The merchant accepted the offer. They walked through the green courtyard along the wall. He noticed that no matter who Sangwoo met, everyone had to note that he was a wonderful follower. Suddenly, he called Sangwoo by another name. He and Guiyun hadn't seen each other in a long time. He turned around and smiled, agreeing with Aglo. That was the merchant's name. The interlocutors stopped in the middle of the trees. The Blue Wolf Squad was due to arrive soon. Guion knew that Aglo and his two protégés had come into conflict with Dang, and they had killed two of their followers, and now they were looking for the culprits. The entire Qingchen clan was on edge. 3 first-class followers and 20 second-class followers descended from the mountain, all because of this conflict. If Aglo didn't want to cause any more trouble, he should have been more careful and secretive as he was being sought. Guion was sure that the Third Master and the Great Wolf would not want anything to happen. Aglo got angry. He already knew what to do. The fact that Guion reported directly to the Third Master did not give him the right to lecture him. Besides, Aglo knew that Guion had lost contact with the guy who was looking for empty holes. Perhaps he was not doing his job well, to which his interlocutor advised him not to stick his nose into other people's business. He didn't want to get his hands dirty before the event. Aglo's eyes lit up. Did this mean that Guion had found the very thing? As they had expected, The object was in the hall of the ancestors of Qin Chen. Therefore, Guiyan prepared well and did everything he could to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. As soon as he got what he needed, he would leave this place and join the Great Wolf. The conversation was interrupted. San Wu was looking for the clan chief, and one of his followers rushed to him with the news. Guiyan immediately changed his expression to a more friendly one and asked what was required of him. It turned out that a very important guest had arrived, and all the elders had already gathered. The monk visited them during his journey. Jinmu heard whispers about his age, and that he looked more like a vagrant. Jinmu came out to greet the elder of the Purple Clouds Pavilion of the Qingchen clan, Cha Song. The young man bowed respectfully before her, expressing his respect. The woman was surprised. This monk called her elder, even though they were from different clans. But the young man decided that this was the right thing to do. Cha Song noted that he was very polite, and Jinmu was pleased that the woman had decided so. Cha Song accompanied the young man to the door. The clan chief was already waiting for him. This was Jinmu's first destination. Qingchen was one of the 5 major clans. The elders and first-level disciples were gathered for him. This was done to demonstrate authority and respect. The clan leader, Cha Huan, greeted the young man. Jinmu was going to do everything he could to get his approval and respectfully knelt down to introduce himself, all for the sake of the double energy technique. The elders approved of the greeting. Jinmu introduced himself as a first-class disciple rather than a monk, which showed that he was not so arrogant. However, Cha Huan had been warned in a letter that this young man had a bad temper, but now he did not understand how anyone could say such a thing about this well-mannered young man. It seemed that Jinmu was liked by all the elders. Of course, old people loved well-behaved children. One of the elders did not share the general admiration. He was told that Jinmu had come with the daughter of the Dan family. The young man confirmed that he had come with Lady Dan Siryong. These words caused Cha Huan's face to change. Jinmu couldn't understand what had happened to the atmosphere in the hall, and why everyone was snorting disapprovingly. It turned out that there had recently been a conflict between the Qingchen and Dan clans. The young man realized that he should be more careful with his words. Cha Huan asked how long Jinmu had been there, and he honestly replied that it had not been long. The clan leader suggested that if the young man had visited Chongsong, he would continue on to Kunlun. Jinmu smiled and confirmed the correctness of his conclusion. He needed to pass the test and leave. It was a kind of tradition. To gain the recognition of the sage of the 5 paths, one had to demonstrate one's best qualities. The qualities of the disciple were assessed by the elders of the Mutang clan. It was necessary to secure their support by any means necessary. If you failed the test, nothing would happen. But if you passed, your name would be known everywhere. Cha Huan asked what level of enlightenment Jinmu had reached. Before the test, one had to assess one's abilities. The clan chief was curious, but the young man was not obliged to reveal his level. Jinmu vaguely replied that he had recently learned to control his spirit. But even this revelation caused considerable surprise. Controlling one's spirit at such a young age. It was no wonder that Jinmu was said to be a genius. The young man deserved his title. Cha Huan knew that the young man had come a long way, and suggested that he rest and begin the test tomorrow. But first, Jinmu wanted to visit the sanctuary and pay his respects to his ancestors. This request caused delight and admiration among those around him. Jinmu noticed that the atmosphere had improved, and that was good. Knowing the elder's weaknesses, it was easy to show himself in a good light. The clan chief let the young man go to the sanctuary. He had no reason to forbid it. San Wu was tasked with taking Jinmu to the right place. Now the young man was a guest of the clan and could disobey its rules. With the Jade Tablet, he could visit any place except the Bijou Hall. Jinmu accepted the Jade Tablet and moved on. But on the way, Elder Cha Song cautiously called out to him. She was worried and asked him not to mention his connections with the Dan family within the clan. Recently, their warriors had been roaming the mountain, looking for some people. They did not ask for permission, and the elders were negatively disposed towards them. Jinmu found himself in a delicate situation, and if a battle began, it was unclear which side he would choose. Cha Song noticed how the young man's face had changed color, but he assured her that everything was fine. The main thing was to get everything done before the battle. It started to rain heavily. Jinmu and his companion had to use umbrellas. When they reached the sanctuary, San Wu invited the young man to come inside. They found themselves in a huge hall, filled with candles and lanterns. Jinmu did not understand why there were so many of them here. San Wu decided that the ancestors would be very happy about his visit. There was not a speck of dust on the tablet. It seemed that the place was cleaned every day. It was cruel to force the students to clean the tablets of those who had long since passed away. There were also plaques from the time the clan was founded. Jinmu thought it was incredible. Now he had to bow before each plaque. Why did he blurt that out? He wanted to lighten the mood, but ended up getting himself into trouble. The young man began to bow, horrified at how many plaques there were. And why honor everyone like this? Anyone who saw him now would think that Jinmu had decided to change clans. From all this constant bowing, sweat was streaming down his face. But to his surprise, he discovered a crack in the floor. It was very likely that something was hidden there. It couldn't be a flaw on the board. The hole was too narrow and strange, and it was located right under the plaque, as if on purpose. Jinmu looked at the plaque. He wondered whose it was, and why there was such a long list of achievements. The sage Chon Mu, whose plaque it was, lived about 100 years ago. If that was the case, then he was the one who ordered the book to be divided into 4 parts, and hidden in different places. It turned out that the Yang sphere was divided into 4 parts. Sang Woo became concerned that something might have happened to the motionless Jin Mu. Could there be something wrong with the words on the tablets? Then the young man stood up and assured him that everything was fine. San Woo noticed that it was time for dinner, and that if the young man was finished, he should return. He himself did not go after the guest, using the excuse that he needed to close the hall. Slamming the door shut, San Woo wished Jinmu a pleasant evening. The young man watched the man walk away and wondered where he was rushing to. Could this hole under the sign for Cheonmu be somehow connected to what was happening? On the way, Jinmu repeated the lines he had read. The forest burned to the ground, leaving not a single tree standing. San Woo watched him, wondering if the young man understood the meaning of these words. However, Jinmu could not know that this was related to the second part of the Yang sphere. And until the time came, the meaning of that hole in the floor must not be revealed. San Woo couldn't leave things as they were, even if his opponent was Jinmu. The man disappeared from the rock he had been standing on a moment ago. Jinmu's companion, Dan Siryong, was already waiting for him. Finding the girl in his room, the young man lost his temper. She had somehow managed to get permission to enter. While the young man was away, the clan's disciples approached her and said that Jinmu could get into trouble because of her. The girl sent a message to her father, asking him to withdraw his warriors from the clan's territory. Dan Sirion threatened that if he did not do so, she would not return home. And so the conflict was resolved. Jinmu wondered what sin he had committed to deserve this girl as punishment. Dan Sirion guessed that the young monk had not eaten anything all this time, and suggested they go out to eat meat. But Jinmu was categorically against having dinner with her. On the other hand, if he refused, it was scary to imagine what Dan Sirion would do in response. In the tavern, the aroma of roasted poultry was already tempting them from the table. To the girl's surprise, Jinmu did not even touch the meat. He explained that he had no appetite, but Dan Sirion only ate vegetables. The young man noticed that the herbs were quite expensive. Perhaps they helped her recover quickly. Chewing on another root, the girl noticed Jinmu's gaze and advised him to just ask if he had any questions. Jinmu repeated the words he had read on the sign in the sanctuary. He was curious to know what Dan Sirion thought about their meaning. But an absurd thought about a hat with legs came to her mind. The young man said that he had read these lines in the Hall of Ancestors. Repeating the words, the girl began to lay out lines from leaves and stems. Suddenly it dawned on her. What if she dug deeper? What if it was a password that could be found by breaking the words and sentences into pieces? For example, when you can't enter a certain door, and a person kneels down begging for food in front of it. The forest burned to the ground, leaving not a single tree standing. If you remove the character for tree, you get fire. The hat with legs still bothered her. Jinmu looked at the result, struggling to contain his amazement. The leaves and stems formed the character for bloodless. Mok In-gyum admitted that he had gone up the mountain with a bloodless weapon, and the hole under the sign left more than 100 years ago. This is what is left behind after bloodless. The cold-blooded blade was not quite the key to the clan's secrets. It could be the key to the location of the Yang sphere. Suddenly, Jinmu jumped up and, overwhelmed with gratitude, embraced Dan Sirion. The girl had helped him a lot in this situation, and she was really someone he could rely on. Jinmu himself couldn't believe he was saying this out loud, but it seemed that heaven was definitely on his side. He urgently needed to check something and hurried to the exit, but when he opened the door, he was forced to stop. The trip had to be postponed because uninvited guests were already waiting for them outside. Dan Sirion stood behind him and couldn't understand what Jinmu was talking about. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy burst into the tavern. The impact shattered the doors, floor, and furniture into pieces. Jinmu stood his ground and drew his sword. The young man realized too late that he had been too excited and had not noticed that they were surrounded. Jinmu turned to the warriors standing in front of him and asked what they wanted. Their faces were hidden by thin fabric, but one of the attackers looked like Aglo. The young man's question hung in the air, unanswered. Dan Sirion sensed that her companion was nervous. Did he really think that their opponents were so strong? Since it was dangerous here, Jinmu asked the girl to stay behind. But the stubborn Dan Sirion had no intention of doing so, nor of listening to his advice. Even if they were dangerous, she was going to fight. Protecting her would make it harder for Jinmu to fight. Besides, she didn't need protection. The girl was very proud. She was clearly the daughter of the clan leader. Jinmu accepted her position, but asked her to stay in sight. Now they needed to use the first principle of any battle. Jinmu and Dan Sirion moved to a more convenient position. The tavern behind them couldn't withstand the onslaught of energy and shattered into pieces. Since this young man had managed to destroy the building, Aglo and his companions had definitely come to the right place. He ordered the attack, and the warriors and hats jumped forward, going on the offensive. Jinmu fought on the ground, while Dan Sirion soared high above. The astonished and disconcerted opponents stared at her from below. In the air, the girl began to spin around. She used Dong Huanan's gaze, which certainly did not bode well for her opponents. Darts engulfed in flame-like energy flew in all directions. The men had no chance of hiding from the hail of blows. Aglo, deflecting the darts, ordered them to deal with the girl as soon as she landed on the ground. Dan Siren was already beginning to descend and was approaching them. Seeing his opponent struck down by the girl, Jinmu couldn't believe his eyes. But the battle was in full swing, and he released energy that struck his enemies with pinpoint accuracy. The lightning moved from one enemy to another, destroying each one. After this attack, only Jinmu remained standing opposite the girl. The young man asked her if she was hurt. The girl smiled. She was the daughter of the head of the Dan family, and it was nothing. Jinmu asked the handful of surviving opponents if they wanted to stop, although if they valued their lives, they would not have risked attacking. He didn't know who they were, but today, they had definitely made a huge mistake. Jinmu was in a very serious mood, and was going to leave them without their heads. The young man immediately got down to business and sent a new wave of energy. The sphere approached the enemies, who were still standing in place. After it reached its target, Jinmu soared into the air. Aglo watched what was happening and couldn't contain his anger. He had heard that this young man's spiritual power was great, but to his amazement, Jinmu easily released the energy of the sword. In terms of power, he could be compared to their master. Fighting him was pointless. All that remained was to take the girl hostage and act according to the circumstances. Suddenly, arrows flew at Aglo from a completely different direction. He managed to get his bearings and began to fend off the attack. This unexpected attack on the enemy caught Dan Sirion's attention. The girl was surprised to discover that they were warriors from her clan. They were supposed to secretly follow her on the orders of the Dark Emperor. The warriors had just heard that the people of the Dan clan had left this place, and, noticing the explosion, rushed to their mistress's aid. But the girl could not help with the information. She did not know the attackers because they attacked suddenly and for an unknown reason. Surrounded by warriors, Dan Aglo realized that what he had done was very bad. No one else from his squad had survived. His only chance of salvation was to flee. But he did not have time to carry out his plan, as Jinmu silently appeared behind him. Without hesitation, the young man grabbed his opponent by the neck. His gaze and the energy running through his fingertips did not bode well for Aglo. Jinmu used his favorite method and directed a flurry of blows at his opponent. The shocked Dan warriors watched the massacre. Jinmu seemed like a very scary person to them. While the young man dealt with the remaining enemy, the warriors became increasingly covered in sweat. Aglo lay on the ground. He had already lost many teeth, and his face had turned into one huge bruise. As soon as he finished, the warriors of the Dan clan rushed to express their gratitude to him. Jinmu knew that they had been followed from the moment they climbed the mountain. No matter how well they hid, he could sense them perfectly. The young man felt guilty towards the Dan family, but now everything seemed to be fine, and he was sincerely glad they had come. The warriors were grateful that he had helped them capture the criminal. It was the very man the Dark Emperor was looking for. Now they needed to somehow reveal his location, but it turned out that the warriors had already used a signal flare. Help had just arrived. But it wasn't just the Dan family who had come, but also the clan's students. If Jinmu had known they were nearby, he wouldn't have fought alone. One of the elders demanded an explanation from Mutang's disciple. He came to the signal flare and saw an entertaining spectacle. It was the elder of the Qingchen clan, Jia Gyong, who had accused Jinmu of having ties to the Dan family at their last meeting. The young man said that during a conversation with Dan Siryong, they were attacked, but the criminals did not reveal their identities, so they had to fight. In any case, such bloodshed on the clan's territory was unacceptable. In addition, The warriors of the Dan family were also present. Jinmu tried to find an answer. These people were calmly wandering around the mountain and just attacked him on the clan's territory. The young man couldn't find the right words. It was like fighting for his reputation. But to everyone's surprise, Dan Syrian intervened in the conversation. The girl apologized for the commotion and for disturbing the clan members. The warriors had appeared because she was in danger. Now the situation had been resolved, and the girl promised to leave immediately. It seemed that after these words, Jagyung softened, but the warrior on the other side still looked dissatisfied. Why were they all so stubborn? Jinmu thought hard about how to calm them all down. He cautiously called Jagyung uncle, which somewhat discouraged the elder. This was the outskirts of the clan, and belonged more to Sichuan. Moreover, the attackers were also enemies of the Dan family. It was worth allowing them to participate. Showing favor would improve relations between the Qingchen clan and the Dan family. And even if it happened on the territory of Mount Jiangsong, an investigation could be conducted under the clan's control. The idea of controlling the Dan family's investigation appealed to Jagun. The elder appreciated the young man's idea, and his attitude toward Jinmu immediately changed. Jagyun addressed the Dan family's warriors and thanked them for their help. He asked if the attackers could be connected to those the family was looking for. Since they were hiding here, the Chinsen clan felt guilty and wanted to offer to participate in the investigation. Until the situation was resolved, the elder promised the members of the Dan family free movement throughout their territory. But since the attack took place on the mountain, the Qingchen clan also asked to participate in the investigation. It was a great decision, and the Dark Emperor should have been happy with. Jinmu was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the conflict had been resolved. The young man was about to leave, and Jagyun needed to report to the clan chief. While everyone was busy, Jinmu decided to conduct his own investigation. Cha Huan was delighted. Their guest had managed to catch those whom the Dan family had failed to catch. He emphasized his respect for the clan by calling the elder uncle. He also raised the reputation of the clan itself. What an amazing student. The clan leader praised and thanked Jinmu for his good work. The elders did not know how to thank the young man, and he responded with embarrassment, saying that he had only done what was right. However, Jinmu still wanted to ask the head for a favor. The young man asked if he could visit the ancestral hall again. He explained that such visits had become a habit for him, and that many masters had received enlightenment in the ancestral halls. Cho Huan suggested that the young man wanted to meditate there, but the young man was eager to see the hall again. The clan leader was puzzled that the young man had become a master at such a young age. Perhaps there was some secret to it. Finally, he gave the young man the long-awaited permission. Cha Huan ordered everyone to be warned not to disturb Jinmu while he was meditating in the ancestral hall. Now Jinmu only had to check the hole under the plaque, and the second part of the Yang sphere was already in his pocket. His companion, Jagyung, told Sanwu to give him the key, as Jinmu would now be meditating in the ancestral hall. The man was stunned. He couldn't understand how the young man could have survived. Could it be that his companions had failed to deal with him? It was probably not without the help of the clan. Most likely they saw the signal fire. Because of Jinmu, everything was going wrong. He couldn't be allowed to learn all the secrets. Sangwoo tried to argue that it was against the clan's rule, but he couldn't do anything about the chief's approval. The man continued to be stubborn, and Jagyung lost his temper. As a member of the clan, Sangwoo had to respect the head's decisions above the rules. He had no choice but to hand over the key to the hall. Jagyung led Jinmu toward the hall, but Sangwoo rushed after them, intending to go in with the guest. The elder finally lost his temper and ordered the man to stop interfering. In the end, Jinmo found himself alone in the ancestral hall. He moved slowly, looking around. Finally, he reached a secret opening under the right plaque. Jinmu began to move the table. The main thing was to leave everything in its place afterwards. The young man took out a cold-blooded dagger. He had waited a long time for this moment, and finally luck was on his side. Placing the blade against the opening, Jinmu hoped that part of the Yang sphere would soon be in his hand. The shape of the blade matched the shape of the hole perfectly. Jinmu still couldn't believe he had managed to do it. After the blade fell into place, some of the boards began to rise, and before the astonished Jinmu appeared a hiding place with a box. The young man carefully removed the lid and saw a piece of paper inside. It was what he had been looking for. Now, all that remained was to uncover the secret, find the key, and obtain the Yang sphere. Jinmu carefully reread the text, trying to memorize it. It said that infinity reflects the movement of Yang and the calmness of Yin. But was that all? Just one measly piece of paper. Jinmu reread it again and decided it was nonsense. Then he remembered that the second part was divided into 4 more parts. Now it seemed quite logical that he couldn't understand the meaning. But if he gathered all 4 parts everything would fall into place. So he already had the first part. Now he had to memorize it and destroy it. Fate was on his side, and he was the only one who needed to know the text. Suddenly, Jinmu felt that something was happening outside. Holding the piece of paper in his hands, he began to wonder how to get rid of it now. Meanwhile, the clan's disciples and elders had gathered outside. They turned at the sound of the door opening. Jagyung was surprised that the young man had finished so quickly. Jinmu replied that it was thanks to this amazing ancestral hall. He expressed his gratitude for the clan's hospitality. Jagyung volunteered to take the young man to rest. Sangwoo watched his companions walk away. Once they were far enough away, he rushed into the hall. Because the elder continued to stand guard, he could not intervene earlier. Worried about the hiding place, he rushed straight to the opening. But it looked completely different from before. Sanwoo realized with horror that Jinmu had discovered the hiding place. He had to tell Aglo everything immediately and decide together what to do next. It was frightening to imagine what would happen if the Lord of the Three Palaces found out that the second part of the Yang sphere had been stolen. Sanwoo had almost reached the barn where he was supposed to meet Aglo. He ran in, throwing open the doors and shouting that something terrible had happened. But what he saw inside made Sanwoo turn pale with horror. An old man was already sitting there, surrounded by several followers. It turned out that he had been there for a long time, waiting for Sanwoo. Sitting there, the great wolf watched as the man fell to his knees in a respectful greeting. After a moment, he stood up and slowly walked towards Sanwoo. Aglo and 20 of his subordinates were already dead. This news came as a thunderbolt to Sanwoo, who was now once again Guayan. The old man came closer and kicked the man quite hard with his foot. The great wolf noticed that Aglo's failure was not Guayan's fault. But how dare he leave his comrade to die? Continuing to press down on Guayan's head, the old man explained that Aglo's death had contributed to the unification of the Tan family and the Qingchen clan. Now they could be caught. In response to pleas for forgiveness, the old man declared that he had never tolerated failure and had never forgiven anyone. Therefore, Guiyan should stop making excuses and tell the whole truth. Sobbing, the man confessed that the second part of the Yang sphere, hidden in the Qingchen clan, might have been stolen. The great wolf did not expect to hear such news at all. Grabbing Guiyan by the hair, he jerked his head up. The man blamed Jinmu for everything, who had somehow found it. That was why he tried to get rid of Mutang's sword with Aglo's help, the old man pondered. It took the third master so long to find this item, but in the end, someone else took it. The great wolf asked Guiwan if he had seen everything with his own eyes. The Dan family and the Qingchen clan were already looking for them. Yang Sobang was supposed to show up here soon, and a nobody like Guiyan couldn't help at all. In irritation, the old man pushed the man away and ordered him to return to Qingchen to report when Mutang's sword left the clan's territory. If Jinmu had indeed captured the second part of the Yang sphere, the old man would take his life, and take it as soon as he left the lands of the clan and the Dan family. The great wolf advised Guiyan to pray that part of the sphere was indeed with Mutang's sword. Otherwise, his entire family would end up in the afterlife. The exams in the Qingchen clan ended rather quickly. While Jinmu answered the elders' questions, they smiled and discussed something. Since he had revealed the level of his abilities, he had to fight one of the former elders. It was a formality, and ended in a draw. The elders were shocked and amazed that a simple apprentice had fought a former elder. And finally, the time came for Jinmu to leave the clan. As he said goodbye, he modestly listened to words of admiration. Cha Huan was delighted that this young man did not have a trace of arrogance, and the clan chief wanted to meet with his elders soon. After all, he had raised such a talented boy. Jinmu knew that the last time Cha Huan had communicated with Mutang was more than 10 years ago. The Qingchen clan had never helped Mutang and had severed all ties. And now, when it was profitable, he decided to resume communication. Cha Huan called Sangwoo to escort Jinmu and noticed abrasions on the man's face, which he explained were the result of an accidental fall. Sangwoo was instructed to make sure Jinmu left the clan's territory safely. Jinmu looked at the man's bruised face and strange smile with incomprehension, but agreed to go with him. 3 days later, the Dark Emperor received a letter from Yang Sobang. It said that people with evil intentions were hiding in Sichuan, and there was a possibility that they were hunting Jinmu. The Dan family, the Qingchen and Imei clans must follow the orders of the Muram alliance and protect the Mutang sword. Gaju Danga cooperated with Muram, but did not obey him. However, Jinmu now had his daughter with him, and if this was Muram's order, then the enemy was not so simple. Nothing should happen to his daughter, Dan Sirion. The Dark Emperor summoned his masters and announced that his daughter was now in danger. The masters who had passed the 3 exams had to prepare immediately. As soon as Dan Siren's whereabouts were known, they had to set out. And what about him? The Dark Emperor was also going to go to his daughter's defense. Something had happened in the Qingchen sect. All the disciples were running away. One of the young men went to San-woo, who was cleaning at the time. He said that Murim had sent a letter about Jinmu to the clan leader. It was suspicious. Murim's sword should have already been on its way, so why did the letter arrive so suddenly? The letter said that Jinmu was in danger, and that the head of the Cho-hwan clan and the elders had to help him. Beads of sweat covered Sang-woo's face. How could they have found out about their plans? Could someone have been caught and revealed all the information? But that was impossible. All their warriors were trained to remain silent, even under the most brutal torture. In addition to their clan, letters had been sent to the Dan family and the Ime clan. Something had to be done. No matter how strong the Great Wolf and his warriors were, they would not be able to stand up to the three leaders. Jinmu had left the clan 3 days ago, and the old man was about to attack. He had to be warned. It would be bad if he encountered the chiefs. At that time, Jinmu and Dan Sirion were moving through the forest. The girl asked to make a stop. They had been traveling at this pace for 3 days. The young man was not to blame for her being accustomed to traveling in comfort, nor did he force her to go. The young man was in a hurry for a reason. He had a very good reason for it. The people from the empty hole and the man who had recently attacked them wanted the same thing. They were all clearly eager to get their hands on the Yang Sphere, part of which he already had. But how did they find out about it, and where Jinmu himself was? The young man spurred his horse on. He would not let them take away what he had already found. He had to get to Kunlun as quickly as possible. An old man and his subordinates watched them from a high cliff. So this young man was the famous Jinmu. The old man waved his hand and gave the order for everyone to get ready. The Great Wolf had waited a long time for this moment and was going to take back everything that belonged to him. Dan Siren asked for a break. She could no longer ride at such a pace. Suddenly, Jinmu stopped, and the girl rejoiced, thinking that this was the long-awaited break. However, the young man put his finger to his lips, indicating that they needed to be quiet. Dismounting, he explained that they were being followed, and since there were too many of them, they were definitely not the girl's bodyguards. There were about 20 of them, maybe more. Jinmu asked Dan Siryong to be more careful. They were probably enemies. Just then, a subordinate of the Great Wolf blew a horn. Jinmu prepared to defend himself upon hearing the unfamiliar sound. The Great Wolf stepped to the edge of the cliff, watching the young people from above, and with one step, he flew down to them, despite the impressive distance. Jinmu was alerted by the sounds accompanying the old man's jump, and turned around. His eyes beheld the incredible sight of a flying man engulfed in energy. Here they were, the people he had been in such a hurry to overtake, and who had constantly attacked him. Jinmu hurried to meet the old man from the pavilion, shouting at Dan Sirion to get out of the way. The opponents rushed towards each other, filled with energy. The distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. Shouting that he was glad to see them, Jinmu swung for a blow. The old man did not change his direction. After all, he was a great master. Jinmu had exposed his back, and the Great Wolf easily leaped over him. The young man regained his bearings and hurried to turn around. But he realized too late that the old man was not aiming at him, but at Dan Sirion, who was now alone below. The girl heard the warning cry and prepared to defend herself. Jinmu rushed to her aid as quickly as he could. Dan Sirion had no intention of following advice and dodging. She couldn't just sit on the sidelines. The girl raised the whip that was wrapped around the Great Wolf. She was completely sure that she had caught the attacker. The old man, wrapped in her energy whip, smiled dangerously. Easily freeing himself from his bonds, he rushed towards the girl. Jinmu, trying to prevent the terrible from happening, stretched out his hand in horror. But they were still quite far from him. He saw clouds of dust rise from the collision, and stones fly in different directions. What he saw later left him stunned. Dan Sirion lay on the ground, showing no signs of life. The young man jumped in front of her and stood opposite the old man, ready to fight. Turning around, he shouted hopefully at the girl to get up. The old man grinned, holding energy in his palm. Jinmu's attention was focused on the girl. He was worried about how badly she was hurt. The wounded Dan Sirion struggled to get up. Seeing this, the Great Wolf was surprised that the girl was still alive. Finally, Dan Sirion was able to stand up. Her golden corset saved her. If it weren't for that, everything would have ended very badly. It was armor made from precious oak silkworm, a very valuable item that she had most likely taken from the treasury before leaving. But Jinmu continued to be tormented by dark thoughts. How much longer could she hold out? The girl could barely stand and was unlikely to be able to fight. Jinmu asked without turning around if she could run, but Dan Sirion wasn't sure. However, She still had one trick up her sleeve. Jinmu understood that if she said so, it must be something comparable in value to oak silkworm armor. The young man warned her that as soon as he gave the signal, she should grab the horse and head north. The old man noticed that Jinmu was gathering his chi energy. It was very confident, and if the young man had the same armor, it would be impossible to take his life with a single blow. The only way to do that was to use a thunder strike. But first, the great wolf had to check something. The old man asked Jinmu directly if he had a piece of the yang sphere. There was no point in lying. The young man could only stall for time until he escaped. When he replied that he did not, the great wolf did not believe him. The old man promised to spare his life if the young man gave him part of the sphere. Jinmu was very sorry, of course, but he couldn't give it away even if he wanted to, because what the great wolf needed, the young man had eaten. The young man admitted that he had memorized everything and then ate the paper. Alternatively, he could have waited until the old man wanted to use the toilet and then searched for it. The old man did not appreciate the young man's sense of humor and was about to interrogate him or, as a last resort, extract the information from his skull. Jinmu was not afraid of these threats and suggested that the old man try. The young man furiously released his pent-up energy into the great wave, simultaneously giving the signal to Dan Syrian. The girl understood the sign and hurried to Jinmu to hide in time. The old man also gathered energy while watching the young people's tricks. The energy ball in his hand faded. Jinmu performed a diversionary trick that allowed them to escape. The great wolf ordered his men to immediately go after the fugitives. They had already mounted their horses and were galloping at full speed. A real chase began. Jinmu and Dan Syrian hurried to escape their pursuers. The girl smiled and took out the hidden weapon she was going to use. Pulling the cord, she aimed it at the pursuers. It was called Heart-Piercing Rain, and dozens of arrows flew from it, striking the enemies. Caught in a hail of blows, the enemies tried unsuccessfully to hide from them. The great wolf managed to catch one of the arrows in flight. He easily crushed it in his hand. The old man found it all very amusing. The great wolf looked at his defeated warriors. Even if he failed to get part of the sphere, he was determined to take the lives of these two. Heavy rain began to fall. It prevented them from moving forward, but hid their tracks. Jinmu and Dan Syrian found a cave where they could take shelter. Jinmu was worried about his companion's condition. Dan Syrian was in great pain and was running out of strength to endure it. Unable to bear it any longer, she threw off her torn dress, throwing Jinmu into a panic. Next, she threw off her blood-stained oak silkworm armor. Underneath her clothes were bleeding wounds and bruises. The girl had lost a lot of blood. It was surprising that she was still riding a horse in such a condition. This question made her smile. After all, she was Dan Syrian, cold-blooded poison. That nickname suited her very well. Jinmu asked the girl to remove her hand from the wound. But she suddenly became frightened, not understanding what he was going to do. Could it be that he had been planning something for a long time? Jinmu was already tempted to throw this crazy girl right into the cave, but gathering his composure, he explained that if she continued to wave her arms around, she would make it even worse. The young man began to examine the wound. It was very hot. The girl definitely had broken ribs, and in the worst case, they had pierced her lung. If it weren't for her armor, Dan Syrian could have died on the spot. She was very lucky. But the girl decided that Jinmu thought she was very strong. The young man sighed and asked the girl to shut up, not move, and not think too much. He had to try to disperse the stagnant blood. The girl's cheeks immediately flushed, which threw Jinmu off balance, and he yelled at her to be quiet and not move. The young man touched the wounded area and directed a stream of energy there. Judging by the girl's face, she was experiencing discomfort. A moment later, Dan Syrian spat out a clot of blood. That was good. Now she needed to focus and circulate her chi energy. Her ribs couldn't heal that quickly, and Jinmu couldn't do anything about it, so he asked her to move as little as possible. He threw a dress over the girl and told her to find someone who could help when she woke up. Dan Syrian immediately began to insist that she felt much better and was already able to fight. But Jinmu didn't listen to her, and striking a couple of pressure points, put her back to sleep. They built a small fire in the cave, but the fire was dangerous while they were on the run. The girl was sleeping right next to it, but the light could give them away. However, without warmth, her condition would only worsen. Apparently, Jinmu would have to become bait in this case. Turning to the sleeping Dan Syrian, Jinmu said that he was helping her because she was useful, and so that she wouldn't make up what he liked, or something like that. In any case, these people needed part of the Yang sphere, and there was no point in putting her in danger. Jinmu looked at the girl again and thanked her for everything she had done for him. Sneezing periodically and shivering from the cold, Jinmu ran in the pouring rain. The young man was going to attract the attention of his enemies so that they would not notice the fire. Although going it alone was a bad idea, he would lead them away and then go for help. And the girl was not stupid. even though she was impulsive, and when she woke up, she would also start looking for him. Where could his opponents be now? Probably the smartest decision in this situation would be to search the forest. Something whizzed past him, and Jinmu rushed forward. He had already gone on the offensive when he heard a familiar voice call out to him. The young man stopped and looked closely at his opponent. It turned out that he was not an enemy at all, but a warrior from the Dan family. It turned out that they had been ordered to go in search of Dan Syrian and were following the tracks of the Qingchen clan itself. This was excellent news. It meant that help would arrive soon. But the warrior was interested in why Jinmu was alone and where his mistress was. The young man pointed to the cave where the girl was sleeping and explained the situation. The news raised a sea of questions for the Dan warrior. Jinmu replied that there were many enemies, and he was not sure he could defeat their leader on his own. The arrival of help could take 1 or even 2 days. Jinmu was not sure he could hold out that long, but he told the warrior to go after the others while he distracted the enemies. The stunned man realized that this young man wanted to act as bait, but there was no time for conversation. The enemy was already close. Jinmu vanished in a flash before leaving, telling the warrior to go to Dan Syrian. The young man himself rushed further into the forest. Reaching the clearing, he began to use his released energy. The warrior heard his pursuers rush after Mutang's sword. This young man was truly a real monk, ready to sacrifice himself to save another. The man promised that he would never forget what Jinmu had done for Dan Syrian. The enemies followed Jinmu like shadows. He had to hold on until help arrived, and the night would soon be over. A real battle began in the clearing. 3 enemies against 1 monk. Jinmu struck furious, not letting his opponents get close. He addressed his enemies, although asking them about their goals was probably pointless. They were simply villains and nothing more. The young man rushed at his enemies again, preparing to strike another blow. He deftly dodged the blades aimed at him, and scattered all 3, using a whirlpool of energy. After that, he decided to flee, and his pursuers rushed after him again. The old man's subordinates were so well trained that he didn't even have to get his hands dirty. It was very similar to hunting a tiger. The subordinates acted as villagers who chased it until it was exhausted. As soon as this happened, the tiger was driven into a corner. Only then did he himself enter the scene. Not later, not earlier. After all, then the opportunity to take the animal's life so easily would be lost. The old man was not amiss, and Jinmu could bet anyone that he was watching him from afar, waiting for the right moment. The cries of his pursuers rang out behind him, but the young man tried to get further and further away. Finally, dawn broke, and the exhausted Jinmu was able to breathe a sigh of relief. There were so many enemies that she spent the whole night dealing with them, but there were still just as many left. He only needed to hold out for half a day. A new wave of enemies rushed to attack the young monk. Jinmu struck left and right, destroying his opponents. He even managed to joke that they were incapable of anything else. In fact, he did not understand what was happening. It felt like there were more and more of them. They didn't even think about their comrade, just mindlessly attacking him. At one point, the ranks of enemies parted, and a great wolf stepped into the middle. Exhausted, Jinmu, barely able to breathe, looked at his main opponent. However, as the old man noticed, he did not look surprised. Could it be that Jinmu was waiting for him? The great wolf praised the young man for hiding his companion well. Jinmu became angry and forbade the old man from touching her. The young man hoped that the old man was afraid that help would soon arrive. The battle lasted all night, and he was exhausted. It was unclear how long he could hold out. It would be good if the warriors of the Dan clan were already on their way. Jinmu also hoped that the Dark Emperor would not abandon him once Dan Syrian was safe. The old man ordered his men to stand back and let him know when the Dan family appeared. He intended to fight Jinmu himself, showing his respect for the fact that the young man was dangerous and knew how to use his head. The great wolf's men immediately left the battlefield. The old man promised Jinmu again to spare his life in exchange for part of the Yang sphere, although this was uncharacteristic of him. But the young man sent the annoying old man to hell. He had no intention of giving away such a valuable thing, especially since it was the second time he had been asked for it. Perhaps due to his age, the great wolf had memory problems because Jinmu had already told him that he had eaten the piece of paper. After this tirade, the young man rushed at his opponent. The old man watched the approaching young man. He gave him a chance to save his life, but Jinmu behaved like a foolish child. The great wolf began to prepare for the blow. Having gathered the necessary amount of energy, he threw the clod at the young monk. Jinmu continued to rush forward, with his sword at the ready. Reaching the great wolf, he swung his weapon right in front of its face. But the old man managed to jump and avoid the blow. Now the enemy went on the offensive, forcing Jinmu to hold back his attack. After another clash, the young man was forced to retreat far back. The old man was so strong that it would be difficult to defeat him even if Jinmu was in excellent shape. Meanwhile, the Great Wolf noticed that the boy had become more resilient. He was amazed at how he had managed to do it. Jinmu boldly replied that he was just a genius. And since the young man considered himself a genius, the old man prepared a double portion of spheres for him. He immediately transformed them into numerous rows of dangerous energy balls. What the young man saw before him did not promise to be an easy battle. A veritable wall of energy clusters towered above the old man. With a single movement, he directed all these deadly balls at Jinmu. The echoes of the strike spread far across the forest. The old man used the divine spirit of thunder, which allowed him to create lightning. What was happening resembled a hurricane. Clouds of dust flew, and leaves sparkled with lightning. The Great Wolf looked at the result of his attack. Destroyed earth began to appear from the dust. However, the old man was careless and had expended too much energy. Now it was time to return. The Great Wolf turned and moved away from the battlefield. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a bright glow in the cloud of dust, and immediately he felt a blow directed at him, which he tried to parry. Jinmu's bloodied sword lay on the ground. Could it have flown there on its own? Following the sword, the young monk himself appeared and headed straight for the Great Wolf. The young man directed a stream of energy at the old man, who tried to shield himself from it, but the blow was strong and threw his opponent far back. Jinmu stretched out his hand again, preparing his next attack. The energy, like a sword, was aimed at the Great Wolf. The young man was already clutching his weapon in his hand. He had put everything on the line, giving his all to the final attack. Jinmu's blow hit the old man, and now his wounds were bleeding. This caused him considerable surprise. The young man smiled. Could it be that his opponent was seeing his own blood for the first time? The old man was amazed at how Jinmu had survived his attack. For someone on the verge of death, his blow was not bad, but the young man still did not understand that these petty tricks would not help him defeat the Great Wolf. But Jinmu was serious this time, and was going to finish off the nasty old man. His blow almost hit his opponent, but the old man managed to jump out of the way. But the old man had no intention of retreating just like that. Jumping back, Jinmu managed to dodge the energy ball thrown at him, and from that height, he rushed down, aiming at the old man. The Great Wolf braced his foot so hard that he left a dent in the ground. In an instant, he was in the air next to Jinmu. The battle was happening right there. It seemed as if the opponents were hovering, simultaneously striking and blocking each other's blows. The Great Wolf decided to use his favorite move and put his palm forward. Directing all his energy, he pressed it against Jinmu. From this blow, even the shape of the young man's pupils changed, but Jinmu's character remained unchanged, and he spat blood right in the old man's face. He had a feeling that the Great Wolf even enjoyed bleeding, and without giving the old man time to recover from his audacity, he immediately struck back. Finally, they both ended up on the ground. Jinmu leaned on his sword. The old man was surprised by the young man's gaze. He couldn't tell if it was confidence or determination. However, Jinmu had no intention of talking. With his last ounce of strength, he clutched his sword with a trembling hand. If the old man attacked now, it would surely be the end for him. The young man could not even stand on his feet. He had only just begun to live a normal life in this body, and why had he volunteered to be bait? The Great Wolf was preparing for a decisive attack. He would have enjoyed himself and done it slowly, but decided it was pointless. The old man directed a stream of energy at his opponent, intending to wipe him off the face of the planet, so that not even ashes would remain. Jinmu continued to lean on his sword, unable to withstand the attack. The young man closed his eyes. Apparently, this was the moment of his demise, but someone flew forward, shielding him from the blow with an energy shield. This time, Dan Sirion was protecting him from the blows. Jinmu did not understand why she was here, and could she really repel the attack using the Dan family treasure, the Silver Willow sword? The girl didn't even know about the reinforcements. As soon as she woke up, she immediately rushed to the young man's aid. Jinmu was terrified. He risked his life to save her, and she didn't even call for help. She couldn't defeat the old man, and he clearly told the girl that for nothing. It was a big mistake to order the Dan family's daughter to run. They never gave up and climbed over the bodies of their enemies. Jinmu clutched his head. If he had known that she would not go for help but rush here, he would have run away himself. There was no way she could win. The girl turned around. She couldn't leave Jinmu to die alone. Dan Sirion was going to protect Jinmu. The old man had to admit the courage of the girl who had come here alone, and laughing, he added that she was crazy too. Dan Sirion didn't see anything funny about it. Apparently, no one sacrificed their life for this old geezer. While the girl provoked the old man to attack, Jinmu thought that she had no idea what kind of monster she was fighting. It was a senseless fight. Did Dan Sirion really think that Jinmu would be moved by such an act? The old man remembered that last time she was wearing oak silkworm armor, which was why she had survived. Jinmu listened to his opponent and realized that he was right. She relied so much on her family's treasures that she entered the fight knowing she was weaker. This idiot had simply put her life in danger, and it was the stupidest thing Jinmu had ever seen. He remembered that Chon Woo-myung had also shielded Hyukrin Mugen to protect him, even though the enemy was much stronger. It turned out that she was the only person besides Chon Woo-myung who did crazy things. Was she really going to protect him? The youngest daughter of the Dan family was protecting the almighty Hyukren Mugen and the great sword Mutang. Even out of pride, Jinmu couldn't let her do it alone. He broke off the tip of the sword, saying it was just this once. It was unlikely that he would get another chance to do so. He had to wait for the moment when the old man let his guard down and strike. Dan Siren urged the great wolf to attack, as she was already bored. Tom was already tired of the girl's arrogance in these games. He was going to destroy them both. Realizing that the moment had come, Jinmu threw the sword fragments. Powerful whirlwinds of energy, released by the old man, rushed towards Jinmu and Dan Sir one night. At that moment, the sword fragment flew straight at the great wolf. He easily waved it away. Did Jinmu really think he could defeat him with such a ridiculous attack? But while the old man was mocking him, the second fragment reached his heart. Watching the sword pierce his flesh, he couldn't understand how it happened, because the attack had been deflected. Surprised, he turned to the young man rolling around with laughter. Jinmu used Mutang's vision. He made his opponent think he had blocked the attack, while the real one would hit him a moment later. The old man considered this a dirty trick. The old man did not understand why the young man continued this senseless struggle. He did not even have the strength to get up, but he struck a sneak attack. The great wolf was going to make Jinmu experience pain that he would never forget, even in the afterlife. Suddenly, something went completely wrong with his plan. A frightened flock of birds rose sharply above the forest. There were only enemies in this place. Dust continued to settle after the battle, but the great wolf was alerted by a strange sound he heard. The arriving warriors reported that the Dan family was approaching, having joined forces with the Qingchen and Ime clans. The great wolf asked for a little time to break up the two, and then they could escape. However, none of his subordinates were strong enough to hold back such an enemy. Ahead of them was a monster that had destroyed all the azure wolves in the vicinity. But that was impossible, because they had a numerical advantage. There were so many warriors, how could they be destroyed? Jinmu smiled. If the old man wanted to know who did it, he should pay attention to the girl who was the daughter of the Dan family. And for the Dark Emperor, this girl was a treasure. So the old man had definitely gotten himself into trouble and awakened a monster. The great wolf couldn't believe what he had just heard, and who exactly was on the front lines. Suddenly, energy burst out of the thick forest, and the old man and his men were hit by a powerful blow. Streams of black and green energy moved towards them. The great wolf just silently watched as it approached him, sweeping away his warriors. After the blow, the Dark Emperor descended from the sky, and on the ground lay the old man's warriors, struck down by hundreds of needles. Gaju Danga was serious, and his gaze did not promise a happy ending for the old man. The Dark Emperor descended directly onto one of the fallen enemies, crushing his body. A sad picture unfolded before him. His daughter and Jinmu lay on the ground, and the only enemy stood nearby. The young people showed no signs of life. Jinmu's arm was wrapped around Dan Sirion. Now, the Dark Emperor cared about nothing but his daughter. The man remembered how he had taken her in his arms when she was first born. What a cute little girl she had grown up to be before his eyes. And now she was lying on the ground, covered in blood, her hair tousled, not moving. Gaju Danga reached out his trembling hands toward his daughter's curls, but then he quickly pulled his hand back and clenched it into a fist. The Dark Emperor looked at Jinmu. Was this scoundrel so weak that he couldn't even protect Dan Sirion? When the girl announced that she was going to leave with the young man, her father should have been more insistent in persuading her to stay at home. One of the surviving warriors noticed that now was the best time to hide, while the Dark Emperor was busy. The old man agreed. It was only a matter of time before martial arts masters from other clans arrived. Something had to be done. The Great Wolf ordered an attack on the Dark Emperor. Gaju Danga did not even turn around. He simply raised his hand, and with a single gesture, he swept away his opponents like tiny insects. The Dark Emperor calmly watched as his enemies disappeared from the face of the earth. Only the Great Wolf remained standing before him. Gaju Danga realized that it was him, the one who had shed the blood of his beloved daughter. Dan Sirion. The Dark Emperor was truly a great warrior, and the old man knew it. He had expended too much energy fighting the young man, and now could not escape. Besides, he was the third master, and he couldn't run away with his tail between his legs. The Azure Wolf Squad had been destroyed because of him. He would take this secret with him. The old man launched a powerful attack on the Dark Emperor. Even Godzudanga would not be able to block this blow. The Dark Emperor watched in surprise at what this crazy old man was doing. It seemed that he intended to destroy not only the Dark Emperor, but also himself. Godzudanga braced himself, resisting the attack, and he sent a powerful stream of his energy in response. The green and red waves were about to collide. The old man directed his energy with all the strength he had left. The Dark Emperor kept up and resisted stubbornly. This confrontation lifted huge boulders into the air. The two energies pushed against each other, destroying everything around them. At the moment when the collision reached its climax, there was a bright flash. The shockwave spread far beyond the battle. With each passing second, it grew brighter and released even more energy. A bright blue beam pierced through these energy hurricanes. At some point, it all ended. Clouds of dust swirled around. The great wolf stared at his opponent with a crazed look in his eyes. The Dark Emperor continued to stand with his arms outstretched, as if leaning against a wall. Green sparks flashed and danced in his eyes. The old man, badly injured from the clash of energies, looked at his opponent in surprise. The Dan family's specialty was the art of hidden weaponry, the first acupuncture point. As expected of the Dark Emperor, he secretly struck his blow. Finally, the crazy old man, the third master, and the great wolf was defeated. Godzudanga did not expect his opponent to use such a powerful technique. Who was this man who possessed such a powerful technique? The Dark Emperor sat down next to his daughter and Jinmu. It seemed that chaos was brewing in the peaceful Murim, and the battle that had just ended was only the beginning. Jinmu and Dan Sirion were transported to the Dan family home. They had been there for 2 days. Mutant Sword continued to sleep. The entrance to the house where the emperor was staying was off limits. Bo Hyun, the elder of the Ime clan, was shocked that even Godzudanga had been injured. Who was his opponent? Chagyong was also curious about this. However, those who had been captured were being held captive by the Dan family and were unlikely to share any information. But it was clear that these were no ordinary martial artists. Their skills could be compared to those of the disciples of the Ime sect, and the location of the battle spoke for itself. One had to be on par with the 7 great masters of Marima to create something like this. Mutong's sword was impressive. He was able to stand up to such a strong opponent. Jinmu said that his chi was at the level of intention, but it seemed that he had already reached the level of energy chi. Mutong had raised a very talented student. The elder's conversation was interrupted by an unexpected guest, whose appearance caused mixed emotions. Yang Sobang stood in the doorway, accompanied by Qian San and Qian Wu. He hurried as fast as he could, but it seemed he was still too late. The disciples headed for the well-guarded gate, which was strictly off-limits. The guard standing at the entrance asked the young people to leave, as the emperor had imposed a strict ban on outsiders. Chan-san was not in the mood for pleasant conversation. The elders said that Jinmu was in serious condition. Yang Sobang told the boys to leave. Qian Sang, who was usually so calm, was now unrecognizable. The disciples tried to argue with this decision, but they were in Sichuan, which was the territory of the Dan family. There were rules here, and it was unlikely that the Dan family would harm Jinmu. At that moment, the gate slowly swung open. Dan Taejin, the eldest son of the Dark Emperor, came out to meet them. They knew each other, but had not seen each other for a long time. Dan Taejin invited them inside. However, this invitation was only for Yang Sobang. Therefore, Chan Sang-gu and Chan Wu had to wait outside. The students were speechless and simply froze in place, discouraged. But their silent surprise did not last long and was replaced by anger. When would they be allowed to see their teacher? Meanwhile, Yang Sobang followed the Dark Emperor's eldest son. When they arrived, the man saw that the emperor was sitting by the bed of his wounded daughter. Yang Sobang took off his hat and respectfully greeted Godzudang. He was genuinely sorry that Dan Sirion had been hurt. The old man got straight to the point, promising that Murim would reward him and asking him to hand over the prisoners. Godzudanga asked him to repeat what he had just heard, that he was worthy of praise and that the prisoners should be handed over. These people had harmed his daughter. How could he hand over the prisoners after that? Yang Sobang became serious. Now it was important for Murim to win, but Godzudanga was in no hurry to trust those who had done nothing while his daughter was fighting. Yang Sobang also became angry and asked the Dark Emperor to watch what he said. The latter was too angry. If his daughter woke up and her condition worsened, Yang Sobang would have to become a hedgehog right there. It was clear why other clans did not want to deal with the Dark Emperor. He had a very quick temper. The Dan family never forgave those who harmed its members, and now that his daughter had been hurt, his enemies would be slowly and mercilessly destroyed. Still, Yang Sobang asked him to think it over. The enemies had many warriors, and the Dark Emperor might need the support of other clans. The one Gajudanga fought was called the Great Wolf. He led a squad of azure wolves, and they were part of a secret organization called the Palace. Yang Sobang hoped that the emperor understood how powerful he was. There were many masters in this organization who were no less powerful than the Great Wolf. Yang Sobang could tell everything he knew. If the Dark Emperor agreed to meet, he would do the same. There was no one in the Central Plains who could compare to the Beggars clan, and Gajudanga recognized that they knew how to handle information. But he couldn't just hand over the hostages. The Dark Emperor suggested that the Dan family lead the investigation, and that Yang Sobang take part in it. His interlocutor agreed to these conditions, if the Dark Emperor consulted with him before taking any action, and the plan would have to be drawn up by the Great Advisor. It turned out that Gajudanga would have to ask permission for everything. The Dark Emperor agreed, but clarified that he was not a subordinate. They were going to start acting as soon as his daughter's condition improved. The girl had a broken rib, but everything was fine. However, her hand greatly concerned him. Yang Sobang cautiously asked about Jin Mu. The mention of Mutang's sword enraged Gajudanga. If it weren't for that scoundrel Dan Syrian, everything would have been fine. He heard that Jin Mu defended her to the end, and even acted as a decoy, but the girl still followed him. The Dan family did not forget insults. The same applied to help. Jin Mu was given a special medicine, and he was supposed to wake up soon. Now everything depended on his body. Would it accept the medicine or reject it? The young man was half asleep and did not understand what was happening to him. He had the feeling that something was flowing and writhing through his veins. It was as if there was a ball of snakes inside his body. The snakes seemed to be eating something, and that something was the energy of the 6 Yangs that the young man had worked so hard to gather. Jin Mu was angry. How dare they consume his precious energy without permission? Such thoughts and feelings made him cringe in his sleep. He had put so much effort into accumulating this energy. At a certain moment, he stretched out his arms, and waves of energy burst out of him. He was very angry and intended to destroy all these snakes. They scattered into dust from the released streams. Jin Mu saw the surviving snakes begin to crawl away. There were too many of them, and there was no point in chasing the small one. So Jin Mu focused on destroying the large ones. The young man looked around for survivors. Right in front of him was a large snake with burning eyes. Most likely, it was the creature that had consumed most of his energy. Jin Mu was going to incinerate it. No matter how scary it looked, it was just a snake. At that moment, Chan Sang Chol, Yang Sobang, and Gaje Dang were accompanying the young man to his quarters. The master of the Beggars clan threw open the doors and called out to Mutang's sword. But suddenly, a stream of energy burst out of the room. Yang Sobang couldn't understand what had happened and why it was so hot. Inside, he saw Jin Mu fighting a red snake. Had Jin Mu reached the stage of enlightenment? The Dark Emperor closed the door so as not to disturb the young man while he was in this state. Yang Sobang could not have imagined that he would see such a thing with his own eyes. Until then, he had considered stories about the red snake to be myths. Gajudanga noticed that this scoundrel was doing quite well. Yang Sobang's eyes popped out of their sockets when he learned that the emperor had given Jin Mu the sphere of preservation of the 3 Yangs, one of the treasures of the Dan family. This sphere could provide the Dark Emperor with energy reserves for decades to come. However, he gave it to Jin Mu because he had saved his daughter. But if he couldn't handle it, the sphere would be no more useful than a regular elixir. Although it seemed that Jin Mu was coping, this lucky guy absorbed the power, while Dan Syrian only had his internal injuries healed. Yang Sobang shared the news with his students that Jin Mu had achieved something great. The young man had gained great power after saving the youngest daughter of the Dan family. The next day, carts with bales were unloaded in the courtyard. Dan Syrian, who had recovered but still had her arm bandaged, was surprised that Jin Mu was still asleep. What kind of weakling was he, still sleeping after being wounded? Chan Sang and Chan Wu guessed that the person standing before them was Dan Syrian herself. She was the one who had been with their teacher while they were struggling at the meeting of all the dragons. The girl rushed at full speed to see Jin Mu and was ready to run through the students. Chan Wu bravely blocked her way. His teacher needed rest, and even if she was the daughter of the Dark Emperor, she still had to behave properly. Unexpectedly, the girl grabbed the student by his chubby cheek. According to her, Chan Wu was too hot-tempered for such a chubby boy. Dan Syrian told the boys that Jin Mu had risked his life to save her. In addition, they spent time alone together in a cave. Dan Siryong asked the boys what kind of relationship it was. Chon Sang seriously suggested that she was Jin Mu's new student. The girl began to prove that she was a close person to the young monk. But the disciples were not convinced. Their teacher had saved many people and spent much more time with Chon Wu and Chon Sang than with her. Meanwhile, Jin Mu came to his senses from the screams. He raised his hand and realized he was alive. Could it be that Gaju Danga had defeated the great wolf? As he recalled his dream about the snake, he heard Dan Siryong shouting outside that she had spent the whole night with him. He jumped up and threw open the door in a rage. What the hell were they talking about him for? But he stopped, stunned by what he saw, and even stopped shouting. His students were standing in front of the door, ready to burst into tears. Chon Sang and Chon Wu, still not believing what they were seeing, rushed to touch Jin Mu. They shook their teacher and asked him many questions. Had he broken the ban on women and forgotten about his students? The boys demanded an explanation, but Jin Mu's patience was running out, and he asked them to stop shaking him. At first, he just used words, but when that didn't work, he grabbed his students by the hair. A little later, Jin Mu met with Yang So-bang, who was very happy to see him. The master of the Beggars clan admitted that he wanted to leave the students with him, and was planning to leave himself. Jin Mu thought this idea was rather foolish. Mutin's disciples heard the shouting and rushed to find out what was going on. It turned out that Dan Siryong had even been tied up so that she couldn't run away after Jin Mu. Fiercely fighting off the guards, the girl saw a young man peeking out from behind the gate. She was ready to go after him again and asked him to persuade her father. But Jin Mu was not ready to do that for anything in the world and only waved goodbye to her. Dan Siryong didn't even seem to notice that she was tied up and kept her eyes on the young man. Gaju Danga urged the soldiers not to delay and to take his daughter away from there quickly. The girl burst into tears. She had no intention of forgiving the scoundrel Jin Mu for such betrayal. The young man thanked the Dark Emperor for saving him and for the clothes. The Dan family never remained in debt. Jin Mu didn't quite understand the phrase about debt, but Gaju Danga was about to leave and said goodbye. The Dark Emperor almost forgot that he had something to say to Yang So-bang. Gaju Danga warned that if he sent even one letter written in a disrespectful tone, the Emperor would destroy the master. After all, he was a very quick-tempered man. Jin Mu and Yang So-bang watched the carts leave. The master of the Beggars clan invited the young man inside. There, he was going to tell him what had happened while he was asleep. Upon learning that the Dark Emperor had given him the sphere of preservation of the three Yang, Jin Mu jumped up from the bench. That was why he felt so strong when he woke up, and his internal energy had increased. Yang So-bang interrupted Jin Mu's dreams of giving Gaju Dang a good job after he took over everything. The master had heard that the young man had been attacked because of the cold-blooded dagger, and he was curious why he carried it with him. Jin Mu took out the dagger. The young man admitted that he had come into possession of it under certain circumstances, and did not know its secret. He just didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands, and gave it to Yang So-bang for safekeeping. In any case, the secret letter had already been eaten. Yang So-bang thanked him for his trust. Now the investigation would make progress, and he needed to go to the Dan family, where the prisoners were being held. He suggested that Jin Mu go with them, but to the disappointment of his students, the young man planned to continue his journey. Yang So-bang hoped that they would manage on their own. All the sects would be involved in the investigation. Now it was time for them to set off, and Yang So-bang said goodbye to the young man. Chon Sang and Chon Wu lingered. They wanted to ask their teacher something. The boys were worried that Jin Mu had spent the night with Dan Siryong. He clicked his tongue, as if his students didn't know him well. But the girl herself had told them about it. Jin Mu couldn't take it anymore, and grabbed the boys by the hair. He had taken an oath, and these idiots were doubting him because of the words of some brainless chicken. Even the thought that a monk from Mutang could spend time with a woman sounded like a lie. So the young man shook his hands and told his students to get lost. Meanwhile, the boys thought about it and decided to ask if they could go with him to help in his time of need. Chong Sang was worried that Jin Mu might run away with the woman and got a punch in the nose in response. Jin Mu changed the subject. He heard that the trials were still going on at the Dragon Gathering. Only 8 people would make it into the first squad. He told his students to take their places in this squad. Only after that could they join him. In their current position, they would only slow him down. The students hung their heads. Then they would not meet again for a long time. But Jin Mu was not upset by this news at all. He suggested conducting a short training session to assess the state of their skills. This frightened the boys, and they remembered that they needed to attend the meeting and that Yang So-bang needed them. Jin Mu reminded them once again that they needed to become part of the squad and represent Mutang there. And if they failed, They would have some interesting training sessions with him. After making sure that the students understood everything, Jinmu turned them around and directed them to the exit. As a farewell, the teacher gave Chan Wu and Chan San a push to speed them up and wished them a safe journey. Now it was time for him to hit the road. The lady enjoyed the flowering plants surrounded by her subordinates. The woman was the master of the inner palace and a great mother. The master of the third palace came to greet her, thinking that she was training the master of the small palace. Ton Ryonggong replied that she was not busy at all, and that the master of the small palace was doing very well on his own. The woman was aware of the unfortunate situation in Sichuan. The fact that she was interfering in his affairs angered the man. But Ton Ryugun was not alone in her opinion, which she expressed in response to his remark. The master of the third palace was horrified to see the mark on the woman's hand. The great mother had come to deliver an order from the great Gongju, and the third had to accept it with obedience. Sangguan Hyun from the third palace fell to his knees, ready to obey the orders of the master of the main palace. The man had wasted time and put everyone in danger, searching for the secret of an unnecessary martial art. Great masters had been lost, but according to research, it was not useless and possessed great destructive power and should not have fallen into the wrong hands. In addition, they were being pursued, so the master of the third palace had to withdraw from all affairs and return. This was too much. If he returned now, everything would be ruined. How could the work of the third palace be so devalued? For this, he should have been beheaded. But considering his merits, the punishment would be reviewed. Ton Ryugun clarified whether Sangguan Pyong would follow the order or still wanted to reconsider it. The man realized that this was why so many soldiers had come from the inner palace. If he did not obey, he would be killed immediately. There was no other way out, and the master of the third palace obeyed. In addition, all spies from the third palace had to come under the control of the inner palace, and he should have become a supporter of the master of the small palace. Sangguan Fian wanted to tie his hands and feet. He was worried about what would happen to the yang energy technique. The woman wondered why he was so obsessed with this technique. Besides, if even one of the parts was lost, everything would be useless. She was not interested in such unreliable things. Besides, the location of the third palace would soon be revealed, and that was more important. Tan Ryonggun was going to deal with it herself, and advised Sangguan Pyo to focus on helping the master of the small palace. A month had passed since those events. The prisoners captured in Sichuan confessed that they belonged to the third palace. Chonrangde is a group of warriors belonging to the palaces. Their combat skills are close to those of Chonmu Chilseon. Each of the three palaces had several groups of warriors. If they were all united, it would be possible to create an organization much larger than the Qianmu Meng. According to the information received, warriors associated with Qianmu Meng from the Zhu and Dan families attacked the third palace in Wuchang, Hubei province. However, a sudden explosion in the captured palace destroyed them all. Choi Ji Riang and Yang Sobang talked while looking at the dead warriors. They were one step behind. The third palace seemed to have been abandoned long ago. The master of the Beggars clan blamed himself for not anticipating this when it became known that the enemies were smuggling gunpowder. All the clues they had worked so hard to find disappeared, along with their warriors. Chul Ji Riang ordered Chief Advisor Zhu Hyup Jin, the heads of the martial arts factions, and those who maintained contact with the clan. It was time to tell everything. It became clear that the palace was hostile, so they would be declared enemies, like Sapacheon and Ilwan Magyu. Now it was necessary to select people for the squad, to oppose the palace and train them well. The interrogation of prisoners would continue in the camp until all was lost. Chol Ji Riang heard that Mutang's sword had gone to Kunlun. They said that he was not in a particular hurry, and had most likely only just arrived there. This young man was truly incredible, and had accomplished a great feat. At that time, Jin Mu was riding a horse through the forest. It was already quite cold, and he was glad that he had been given warm clothes. The young man could see the destination he was heading for. It was Mount Songshan, where Kunlun was located. Both the monks and the Chongsons were greedy, and had taken all the good places in the mountains. As he got closer, Jinmu thought that he should take a bath and rest first. At the Hyunfo Inn, he was welcomed as an honored guest. Jinmu needed a quiet room where he would not be disturbed. There happened to be a vacant cottage with a garden and a high fence. Seeing the bag of money, the child who greeted him realized that a wealthy guest had arrived and began to offer hot water and food for the horse. Jinmu handed over another coin to ensure that everything was done. The young man followed the boy, who was showing him the way. Reaching the right door, the child put down Jinmu's belongings and turned to him. The child whispered that he would call someone to warm up the frozen traveler. The young man understood that he meant a fire, but the boy blushed and said he meant something else entirely. Guessing what the child was talking about, Jinmu gave him a slap on the back of the head. The embarrassed boy with a bump on his head apologized. Most of the guests from noble families requested such services. Jinmu sat down on the bed and folded his arms, waiting for his bath to be prepared. He sat there for quite a while, before realizing that he hadn't rested in a long time. He was tormented by thoughts that his body was full of energy and passion. Jinmu slapped himself on the cheeks, trying to come to his senses. He couldn't defile his body, lest it prevent him from obtaining another fragment. Who was he fooling? Jinmu wasn't even a real monk. 80 years of Hyukren gone, and only 2 years in this body. Could those 2 years have affected him so much? He noticed that sometimes he thought like a real monk. Or was it the memories of the body's owner? Jinmu was furious. He had turned this insignificant body into Mutang's sword and healed his mentor. At least he was lucky that the former owner of the body was quite fortunate. Jinmu stretched out his hand, and a blade of energy appeared in it. It was the so-called Qi sword, made of concentrated Qi energy. To master such a thing in 2 years was truly a miracle. Jinmu hoped that luck would follow him to Kunlun. At that moment, the boy peeked in and announced that the bath was ready. The young man did not have time to hide his energy, and the child was terrified by what he saw. The boy fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy, while Jinmu tried to explain that he had no intention of harming him. In this area, martial arts masters were feared because of conflicts between Kunlun and a demonic cult. Perhaps the child treated the guests so well in order to survive. Jinmu took the boy by the shoulder and apologized. He didn't mean to scare him at all. The young man was going to take a bath and asked the child to prepare something to eat and drink. At that moment, the young man felt like the embodiment of kindness. The child wiped away his tears and promised that everything would be ready soon. Jinmu began his dinner when it was already completely dark. The wine helped him relieve his fatigue from the road. The hot food on the table would also help him sleep soundly. As soon as he arrived in Kunlun, he would not be allowed anywhere near meat, so it was better to enjoy it now. At that moment, his meal was interrupted by a strong movement. The fragrant piece of roasted meat he was carrying to his mouth ended up on the table. Jinmu stared at it silently, clutching his chopsticks tightly. His mood began to sour. Even dogs are not disturbed during meals. He threw open the doors and rushed out into the street. Who dared to fight at this hour and distract him from his dinner? Jinmu saw bursts of energy behind the rooftops. Those hooligans were clearly there. He understood that Kunlun was fighting the demon clan and all that, but now it was already night. You have to respect others, too. Jinmu hurried across the rooftops toward the disturbers of the peace. They definitely had to pay him for ruining his dinner. There was indeed a real battle going on in one of the streets. The opponents called each other demons and villains. They hurled insults at each other while dodging blows and attacking. Several warriors surrounded one opponent. Apparently, he was a follower of a demonic cult. The man was holding a girl in one arm. She was the one he had come for. He needed her to extract yin energy to replenish his male yang energy. Realizing this, the warrior ordered his men to kill the enemy immediately. They immediately went on the attack, but the man was quite agile and dodged the blow. In addition, he was also strong and held 3 swords in one hand. He threw his energy and knocked away his opponent's swords. Now he was going to strike the disarmed warriors. Their leader did not lose his composure and, throwing his arm forward, rushed at the enemy. He used the empty hand flower shot technique. The man was hit by numerous blows, each of which left a mark on his huge belly. The leader of the warriors ordered another attack to finally finish off this demon. His men immediately rushed to carry out the command. Jinmu sat on the roof and watched the battle. He was intrigued by the energy emanating from the martial arts master. The young man thought about it. Judging by it, these people were definitely from Kunlun. Jinmu came to the conclusion that their opponent was from a demonic cult and had foolishly fallen for attempts to extract yin energy. The young man decided to forgive them for ruining his dinner because he also needed something from Kunlun. One of the warriors noticed movement on the roof and looked up. Jinmu was already leaving, thinking that fighting them would be pointless, when a young man appeared behind him. The warrior decided that Jinmu also belonged to the demonic cult and shouted about it loudly to the others. Monk Mutanga tried to explain that this was not the case, but they did not listen to him and immediately attacked. Jinmu reached into his pocket in search of his yin-yang plate. Then he remembered that he had left it behind when he took a bath. The Kunlun warrior was already flying towards him, preparing to strike. Jinmu tried to dodge the blow and succeeded. Continuing to dodge, he tried to stop the young man and explain everything to him. It was unlikely that this young man was the elder of Kunlun, as he was still young. Jinmu blocked another blow. He was already beginning to get angry about how he resembled a demon. The monk's resistance caught the warrior's attention, and he stopped. He looked at the supposed demon in surprise, and saw that he was using righteous energy. Finally, the warrior decided to ask Jinmu who he was. The young man shouted that he was a monk from Mutang, and his warrior. The young man from Kunlun seemed to understand that Jinmu was not a demon, but for some reason called him a pavilion. At that moment, another burst of energy occurred. The warrior immediately rushed there, apologizing that he could not talk because he had business to attend to. And again, he called him by a rather strange name, Pavilion Hyangpo Jinmu. The monk could not understand what he meant. Perhaps it was some kind of code. The young man remained alone on the roof, wondering if everything was all right with Kunlun. The guy was about his age, with excellent fighting skills, but he talked like a madman. Maybe they were all crazy here, but what bothered him most was how that warrior knew the name of the inn where Jinmu was staying. The next morning, he sat waiting for the boy to bring his food to the table. When Jinmu called out to the child, he lit up. The young man was curious about what had happened the night before, and why it had been so noisy. It turned out that this happened quite often. Their city was the largest in the area, and the guys from the demonic cult came even though they knew it was Kunlun territory. Now, people from the Hall of Sky-Splitting Stones were patrolling. Their leader spoke strangely, but was a good man. This was Kunlun territory, and they were helping them, and the people were helping them in return. That's where the warrior got his information. Jinmu was not very happy that the boy had told about it, but the child had initially decided that Jinmu was from the demonic cult. To dispel his doubts, the monk showed him his clothes and the yin-yang plate. Then the boy guessed that his guest was a monk from Mutang. He took out some coins and handed them to Jinmu, intending to return them. The young man was a little puzzled and looked at the saddened boy. Jinmu replied that the child could keep the payment. Before leaving, he also asked him to take care of his horse and left money for feed. The boy held a heavy bag. There was too much in it. Jinmu knew that. The bag also contained a tip for the good boy. The young man waved goodbye and continued on his way. The boy began to wave and promised to take good care of the horse. Ahead of Jinmu were high mountains and harsh terrain. It was impossible to ride a horse here. As he moved forward, he understood why the cultists had never invaded the main temple. They would have lost their skates on the way. The coveted entrance appeared ahead. He was almost there. As he continued walking, the young man reminded himself that he was a monk with good manners. He had to try hard, because the double energy technique awaited him ahead. Finally, a giant gate appeared before the traveler. While he was looking at them in amazement, he was stopped by the guards. Jinmu held out his badge and introduced himself. It turned out that Kunlun had been waiting for the Mutang sword for a long time. This title was very useful. It became somewhat noisy, and Jinmu was surprised to see warriors approaching them. The head of the Hall of Sky-Splitting Stones returned. Jinmu recognized this guy as the weirdo from last night. The young man recognized the monk Mutang from Henpo. He admitted that he had been too harsh yesterday, and when he came to apologize, Jinmu had already left. It was very fortunate that they met here. Upon learning that Jinmu was not just a monk, but also the sword Mutang, the young man was delighted. He immediately grabbed the monk's hand, expressing his admiration and respect. The young man's name was Unam. Out of excitement, he began to speak in separate words again. Jinmu explained that when Unam was nervous, he began to say things that were not entirely understandable. The young man decided it was better to stay away from him. The guard offered to take Jinmu inside. He still had to meet with the clan chief and the elders, the heavenly dragon, Pungwan, one of the 7 great masters of Chompa. He was the head of the Kunlun clan. Hukren Mugen hadn't seen him in a long time. He wondered how he was doing, but Jinmu was waiting for another person. Yunhe Ilsa was the head of the clan. The young man knelt and introduced himself in response. It was not Pungwan standing before him. I wonder when the head of Kunlun changed. He was not among the elders either. Could it be that the master was no longer alive? Jinmu continued to look at the faces of the elders. It was unclear how long Jinmu would stay here, so Yunhe Ilsa suggested that he rest for the day. To the surprise of everyone present, the young man immediately asked where he could find Master Pungwan. One of the elders replied that the master was currently ill. Jinmu had no way of knowing if this was true, but the old man was quite old, and Hukren Mugan had also been ill a lot in recent years. No matter how outstanding a martial arts master was, he could not remain young forever. Inner strength preserved youth for a while, but over time it dissipated. At that moment, a person had to face reality. Jinmu admitted that he was sorry that he would not be able to meet Pungwan. But unexpectedly, Unam appeared nearby and happily announced that they would be able to meet today. The clan chief decided that it was admiration for the master that had brought Jinmu here. Unam, whom the monk had met before, was Pungwan's disciple. Before falling ill, the clan leader had handed over his position and taken on a disciple. Unam was also the one who was supposed to experience enlightenment in Kunlun. However, Jinmu was not interested in him at all. The young swordsman Mutang had one request for Yunhe Ilsa. Jinmu asked for permission to visit the ancestral hall and pay his respects. Last time, he managed to find part of the Yang sphere, and he was sure that there would be something worthwhile here as well. However, his hopes were dashed by the fact that there was no ancestral hall in Kunlun. The young man's politeness touched the head, but there was no need to worry anymore. There really was no hall. Jinmu looked indignantly at the elders, who were moved by his words. How could they not honor the memory of the fallen? How could they consider themselves masters after that? But seeing that he was upset, the young man did not show it, and smiled politely. However, where should he look for the next part now? Unam was supposed to escort Jinmu, and it was an honor for him. The young man saw the monk's surprise at the absence of the ancestral hall, and tried to explain. Kunlun was mired in battle. They were often attacked by the demon clan, and many people died. Often, they could not even find the remains of the bodies. How could they put up memorial plaques for those they couldn't even find? Therefore, they kept the memory of the departed in their hearts. But one day they would destroy the demons and erect a shrine for their ancestors. Out of excitement, Unam began to speak in fragments again. While the young man was eager to destroy the demons, Jinmu decided to look at Pengwan. At that moment, Unam's students ran up to him. They needed his help. It turned out that the master had staged a scene. Suddenly, pieces of boards and stones flew at them. Several people tried to restrain the raging master, who shouted that he could not stand aside while Mutang was at a crossroads of existence. Uman tried to calm the master down. More than 10 years had passed since the events he remembered. Punwan froze in amazement. Had so much time really passed? The disciples looked sadly at the great master. Punwan apologized for his behavior and hurried away. Watching them, Jinmu remembered his mentor. I wonder how Myung-jin was doing. Unam had just told him that the talented student and sword master Mutan had visited Kunlun. Jinmu immediately bowed respectfully and introduced himself. However, Pengwan looked at the young man with a very unkind gaze. He accused Jinmu of destroying Mutang and now reaching Kunlun. The elderly master saw Hukren Mugen in this body. Jinmu could not understand how the old man could recognize. Could it be that he had gained spiritual insight? Pengwan pushed his disciples aside and rushed forward. He was not going to stand by and watch as the enemy destroyed Kunlun. The master immediately rushed into the attack, putting his palm forward and accumulating energy. The blow sent Jinmu flying far to the side. However, he managed to regroup and land deftly, but the master had no intention of stopping and letting Hukren Mugen go. The clan chief ordered his men to protect Jinmu and use the dragon-slaying palm technique. The elders immediately began to carry out the order and stood up to defend the monk. The energy they directed swirled around Pengwan. Yunhe Ilsa apologized for the situation. Master Pengwan was not suffering from physical illness, but from dementia. Jinmu pretended to be shocked by this news. In fact, he breathed a sigh of relief that the elderly master could not see him with his spiritual eye. Every time Pengwan flew into a rage, the entire Kunlun, including the head, came out to stop him. The master may have grown old, but he was still one of the pillars of Muram, and fighting him would be dangerous. Jinmu smiled. He was definitely lucky now, and could take advantage of the situation to find part of the Yang sphere. After a while, Master Pengwan opened his eyes. He had been unconscious all this time. He came to his senses, and was even able to get up. Nearby were the concerned Unam and Jinmu. Pengwan apologized to the young monk, who had almost suffered from his illness. Jinmu was hurt by Unam's words that the master had mistaken him for the vile and disgusting leader of Sapa, who was no longer alive. Pengwan apologized again. Before the bloody catastrophe, Mutang and Kunlun had been bound by a strong friendship. No one could have imagined that Hukren Mugen would attack Mutang during the Great Battle. When Pengwan learned that the 8 palaces had been burned down, his heart ached with pain. He should have ignored the ban and helped the Mutang clan. The master regretted this his entire life, and every time he had an attack, it was as if he was returning to that time. Jinmu turned away. This old man was good at making excuses. The young man decided to seize the moment and ask the master for something. As a student of Mutang, he wanted to learn as much as possible about Kunlun, the traditions, history, essence of the clan, absolutely everything. Pengwan was delighted. How could he refuse such a request? He promised to talk to the head and ask for permission for Jinmu to move freely around the territory. If they did not have an ancestral hall, then Jinmu would search the library, and if he did not find what he needed, he would turn over every stone. Pengwan instructed Unam to show Jinmu everything. This terrified the young monk. He had no intention of being accompanied, but Jinmu wouldn't be so lonely, and maybe he could teach Unam something. The young man tried to pretend that he was also delighted with this proposal, but he really did not want to wander around with this guy. 10 days had passed since Jinmu arrived in Kunlun. All this time, the young man had been diligently reading and memorizing information. At times, the young man was angry, and sometimes even cried. It seemed that the history of Kunlun had captivated him. In Master Pungwan's opinion, it was simply delightful. He asked Unam and Jinmu to come to Snow Valley when it was time for dinner. It was time to welcome the guest properly. Studying Taoism was not always a difficult path. Sometimes it was useful to clear one's head. Pungwan watched as his joyful student rushed away. Suddenly, he remembered how he had asked to be let go to help Mutang. He couldn't stand aside while an ally was in danger. At that time, the dark sect was approaching Kunlun, and if Pungwan left, his clan would be in danger. There was no one to replace him. That was how he was persuaded to stay in Kunlun at that time. After the great battle, Pungwan stepped down as leader and began training disciples, hoping that they would protect the clan even in his absence. When the time came, Pungwan wanted to leave Kunlun to help Mutang recover. In a moment of despair, when dementia overtook him, he learned that Mutang's new sword had arrived. The Mutang clan had managed on its own without anyone's help. It was very good that Mutang's sword was now in Kunlun. And since the clan was able to nurture such talent, it was only a matter of time before it rose again. When it got dark, Jinmu and Unam headed for Snow Valley. Jinmu was not happy at all. He already had a lot to do, so why did they drag him here? However, he was surprised to recognize a familiar and tantalizing smell. The Kunlun disciples were roasting a wild boar over a fire. Meat awaited him ahead. Was it possible to roast meat right here on the clan's territory? Even when they got closer, Jinmu still couldn't believe that these crazy people were cooking pork in the open like this. But then he saw several bottles, and was even more surprised. Unam, seeing the young man's reaction, couldn't understand what was going on. Monks were forbidden to drink. Jinmu thought that this was not allowed for all practitioners. Pungwan was glad that the guests had arrived just in time. Everything was already ready. Jinmu still couldn't understand why they were acting as if this was normal. Pungwan asked why the young man was not eating, but he was amazed by the behavior of the oldest man in Kunlun. Suddenly, the master remembered that alcohol and meat were forbidden to monks by the 10 Commandments. He immediately hurried to put everything away, so as not to tease the young man. Jinmu stopped the old man. The ban on meat had recently been lifted, and he allowed himself small amounts of alcohol, so there was no problem. This news pleased the master. He considered monks to be good people, but was it possible to comprehend the Tao through abstinence from pleasures? A person should strive for wealth and eat a varied diet. Jinmu was taken aback. He thought the ban on meat and alcohol applied to all practitioners. Pungwan and the disciples smiled. Each clan had its own quirks. The volcano disciples even got married. Jinmu realized that the elders of Mutang had deceived him. There had been so much talk about these 10 commandments, and it was all meaningless. Jinmu remembered the day when he was scolded for feeding meat to his disciples. Unam pulled him by the hand, urging him to sit down next to him. Jinmu tried to calm down and eat first. Pungwan kept offering the young man second. They had more than enough, but everything was fine. Jinmu raised his head and looked into the distance. The imposing Kunlun temple towered over the mountain. The young man thought that some kind of business must be going on there. A magnificent building located in the mountains was unlikely to have been cheap. Pungwan didn't understand what Jinmu was talking about at first. It had all been built with subsidy. It was difficult to grow anything in this area, and there were constant skirmishes with the demon clan. Maintaining the students was expensive. Money was needed to attract students, who would then have to fight for the rest of their lives. Jinmu was curious who supported Kunlun. Training martial arts masters was indeed expensive. The Union of United Political Forces provided about 20,000 neon of silver each year. Jinmu was surprised by the amount. It was quite impressive. They also received expensive trophies and assistance from guilds. The clan shared the money with ordinary residents, paying them for information. It turned out that the boy at the inn was helping not out of gratitude, but for money. Kunlun's apprentice's family no longer needed money. That's why people lined up to help them. Jinmu even felt a little jealous. Remembering that monks did not receive separate subsidies, Unam covered his mouth. Jinmu used to have to wear patched clothes, and he fought with a rusty sword. The bandits were afraid not of his skills, but of tetanus. Perhaps all these commandments were created out of desperation, caused by poverty. These thoughts made Jinmu sad. The young man drank the wine and put down the cup. What could these delicate people from Kunlun know, having never gone through all the hardships? Pungwan remembered that monks were once richer than any clan in the Central Plains. Come to think of it, Jinmu was like that man, Chanmu, who was 20 when he attained Qi. Under him, the monks were truly amazing. The young man had already heard that name. If it was the same Chanmu, then the Yang sphere was divided into 4. That meant Pungwan knew about this Chanmu, and could tell Jinmu a lot. Chanmu was the strongest among the monks. Pungwan did not know what happened to him, but then the Yang sphere was divided. One of the parts was transferred to Kunlun. Pungwan tried to remember what that teaching was. The master could not remember the name, and Jinmu was going crazy with impatience. Then Pungwan began to reason that if Chionmu had been there, the monks would not have fallen into the hands of Sapicheon. Jinmu was tired of listening to the old man's reasoning. He just needed the key point of the teaching. Pungwan asked Jinmu if he liked the drink, and Jinmu gritted his teeth and confirmed that everything was fine. The master suddenly declared that it could not be otherwise, since he had long ago destroyed those who had been a thorn in his side. Not understanding what he meant, Jinmu asked again. Pungwan saw Mugen in the young man again and prepared to attack. The master towered over the young man, asking how he had the courage to come to Kunlun. Pungwan had no intention of forgiving his enemy. Jinmu lamented that all this was happening at such an important moment. At that moment, a blow was struck, and the burst of energy was visible from far away. After a while, Pungwan tearfully begged the young man for forgiveness. He himself did not know why he had confused him with Mugen. If the head and elders had arrived a little later, Jinmu would not have been standing there. But the young man replied that everything was fine, and that it was all due to illness. But now Jinmu knew that the old master knew about another part of the sphere, and the goal was clear. The young man was determined to make the old man tell the truth at all costs. Later, Jinmu watched the training in the courtyard. As soon as Pungwan heard about Muyan's story, he lost his mind. It seemed that in order to get information from him, he would have to fight. After being hit twice, Jinmu realized that the master was only using representative martial arts, and it was only natural that they were at different levels of combat. Jinmu couldn't rely on the head and elders of Kunlun. He had to surpass Pungwan himself. Suddenly, he heard Unam's voice giving orders. Jinmu peeked out from behind his cover and began to watch. He completely forgot about Pungwan's student, who used the same style as the master. Yunhe, Ilsa, and Pungwan watched the young men sparring. In the 10 days that their fights had lasted, Unam had not won a single victory. Although Jinmu had won immediately before, Unam was still holding on, sparring against a master with a completely different martial art. The opponents stood facing each other. Jinmu was calm and collected. Pushing off, Unam jumped toward the young monk. Jinmu was focused. Now he could see everything. He observed all the movements of the dragon style in these fights. The young dragon fluttered right before his eyes, and there was no point in delaying any longer. From these trainings, Jinmu learned that all dragon attacks come from the power that arises in the chest. The young man prepared his hand as if scooping up energy, and he struck Unam right in the chest to block the flow of energy. This unexpected blow threw his opponent to the ground. Jinmu extended his hand to his opponent in a gesture of friendship. Unam was delighted. The young men finished their sparring and shook hands firmly. Unam was ready to rest, regain his strength, and start sparring again. But Jinmu said that they were done. The young man had already mastered the 8 dragon style, and now he did not need a partner. Now all that remained was to be alone with Pungwan, where the students would not be able to disturb them, and they could talk quietly. In Kunlun, there were always students around, and Unam was begging for a duel. Pungwan almost never left the pavilion because of his illness. And then there was that annoying Unam. Exhaling mentally, Jinmu tried to calm down. It was all complicated. If the demon clan invaded Kunlun, everyone would be busy. Walking around the next morning, Jinmu noticed that the annoying Unam, who was always begging him to spar, was nowhere to be seen. And there was a training session that all the students were supposed to attend. Where did everyone go? A student running by told him that a clan of demons had attacked Yangpun, and all the martial arts masters were there. One of the elders who was on patrol was wounded. Jinmu couldn't believe such a lucky coincidence. Unam also came down from the mountain. He led the students of Chongyongat. The demons were serious. They were under the command of the head of the 7th Eastern Heaven. The Ilwol demon sect was a centralized force led by a leader. Under his command were the 12 Eastern Heavens. Without orders, they would not move anywhere. One Eastern Heaven was equal to one righteous faction. The head of the demon clan, whom he knew from Mugen, would never have gone for a full-scale takeover. Perhaps he had changed with age. While the people of Kunlun defended the Central Plains, Jinmu intended to take advantage of this opportunity. Upon hearing that Hyongporu had been completely destroyed, the monk's hand froze in place. It was said that the entire area had turned into rivers of blood. It turned out that Jinmu's inn had also suffered. No survivors were found there, and it was not even possible to identify the bodies of the dead. Jinmu snapped out of it. Why was he so worried? He hoped that the boy from the inn was all right. Kunlun would be able to deal with it himself. The government had generously allocated funds to them. The monk walked and thought that he should forget all this because it had nothing to do with him. But for some reason, his heart felt very heavy. Was it because of the boy? Or maybe he himself had learned compassion during this time. Suddenly, Jinmu found the answer. He had left his horse there. He had entrusted the government's gift to this child and given him a lot of money. It turned out that he was worried about the horse. If the boy died, Jinmu would lose a lot of money. Thinking this, the young man decided to quickly check everything and return. Jinmu rushed to the inn, but the formula in Pungwan's head would not disappear so quickly. On the way, the young man convinced himself that it was all because of the horse and nothing more. The master had entered the temple since the death of Hugh Krenmugan and had not left for 2 years, and now he had suddenly returned. Chokmj, the Northern Sky Lido, and the head of the Ilwan Magyu clan sat on the throne. His subordinates knelt respectfully, greeting their master. Chokmj looked around carefully. He did not see the elder Wanju. The junior chief reported that the elder was unwell and therefore absent. The clan chief called for Megan. If the elder was so unwell that he could not attend the meeting, then he should go immediately and behead him. His life had no meaning. Was it right for someone who could barely move to occupy the position of elder? The other elders present at the meeting froze in fear. One of the men rushed forward. He addressed the chief. Falling to his knees, the man confessed that he had told the elder to rest. Chokmj raised his index finger. Could it be that the junior chief had given the order? This was strange, because the chief did not remember giving his permission for this. The junior leader had been instructed to report on everything that was happening, but not to monitor the elder's health. The man confirmed in horror that everything Chokmj said was true. A terrible punishment followed. The clan chief asked if anyone else was unwell, to say so immediately so that he could put them out of their misery. Those present remained silent, bowing their heads. The meeting could continue. Chokmj heard that Li Kangbek, the 7th Donchong, had gone to Chonghae. The meeting had been convened for this very reason. Li Kangbak had moved his troops without orders. Chokmj wanted to know the reason why Li Kangbek had gone there. Sun A, the junior head, replied that it was because of the blacksmith, Gaya Bang Yu Chok. He was so skilled that he could create legendary weapons with just a few strokes. He had been missing for 20 years and had recently been found in Chongha. Li Kangbak most likely wanted to bring him to the demon clan's forge. Was Guija's reputation really more important than the clan leader's order? Chokmj came to the conclusion that Sun A had let him down as the junior head. Because of him, the elder was executed, and Li Kangbak went against Chokmj's will. Clan members never did such a thing. The clan leader ordered Sun A to be locked in his chambers and not given a drop of water until the matter was resolved. All the lords of the 12 eastern heavens, except for Li Kangbak, were to be summoned immediately to the main base. All records from the past 2 years were to be collected. Since Li Kangbak had invaded Chonhae Kunlun, he would not sit idly by, and the head did not want their traces to remain in his new territory. He also instructed the 6-fingered demon child to bring Li Kangbek and gave him 100 ghost-destroying warriors for this purpose. Clashes with the monks of Kunlun had to be avoided. If Li Kangbek died at the hands of the Taoists, his body had to be retrieved. Chokmj was going to personally cut open his stomach and see where he got so much courage. The master of the second palace was delighted. The 6-fingered demon child and the ghost-destroying warriors left the base. The big fish took the small bait. Even the Northern Sky Lido could not resist Gaia. Li Kangbak was now busy wandering around the illusion created by Gaia. The head of the second palace ordered the spread of information that Li Kangbek had set foot on the lands of the demon clan and Kunlun. If Gaia was caught, their deception would be revealed, so it was necessary for Li Kangbak to encounter the Kunlun disciples first. If a fight broke out between them, the Kunlun disciples would be destroyed. In a fit of rage, Jin Ryong and Pungwan would kill the demons, and then Li Kangbak. In that case, the head of the demon clan would definitely intervene, and the United Political Forces Alliance would not be able to remain on the sideline. The head of the second palace rejoiced. The plan was to expand the game through battle. Jinmu reached the place where the battle had taken place. Everything was destroyed. The young man looked at the remains of the building, and the bodies sticking out from under it. Jinmu turned to the men who were compiling lists of the dead and asked if they had seen a 12-year-old boy. They could not answer this question. All the bodies were mutilated, including the children. In a world where justice and evil coexisted, violent death had become something natural. But innocent people, and especially children, should not die in the process. One of the students from the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion ran to Jinmu at full speed. The young monk explained that he was here because he needed to check something, and he remembered that this student had come down with Unum. It turned out that Unum had followed the demon sect, and the young man had sent a letter to the Union, asking for help. Kunlun couldn't handle it on his own. The demon clan was acting strangely this time. They heard that Li Kangbek was pursuing Ban Yu Chok. It would be bad if he fell into the hands of the demon clan, so the master went ahead. The remaining forces of the clan could invade Chongha, so the support of the Union was so necessary. Jinmu asked which direction Unam had gone, and upon learning that he had gone northeast, set off. The young man knew the blacksmith Bang Yu Chok well. It was he who made Sapicheon famous, and these scoundrels from the clan were pursuing him. But that was impossible, because Ban Yu Chok had died 20 years ago, but few people knew about it. Was the blacksmith so famous that even the demon Donchong, Hu Krenmugan's old rival, was looking for him? But he would not have attacked Kunlun without a serious reason. So some madman was trying to imitate Ban Yu Chok. Jinmu didn't know who it was, but he would definitely find him and make him pay for the death of his horse. 3 days later, the disciples and Unam were in a forest clearing. The satisfied boys reported to Unam that they had done everything. They had managed to find the old man before the demons did. One of the disciples asked what they should do next. Li Kongbek had to follow the tracks, which meant he was somewhere nearby. These people were turning the villages of Chonghae into wasteland, and they had to be stopped. All the disciples were very tired after 3 days without rest. All this time, they had not eaten or slept properly. Given their current strength, fighting Li Kongbek would be tantamount to certain death. One of the disciples suggested taking the old man to a safe place, since they had requested support. If Li Kongbek got hold of this blacksmith, their fighting power would increase. For the sake of peace in the Central Plains, he had to be protected at all costs. And Unam decided to move south. The young man understood that this would condemn ordinary people to suffering, but there was nothing they could do now. They all surrounded the blacksmith and set off again. The young people ran with all their might, but they needed to hurry even faster. A bright flash flashed among the trees ahead. One by one, the enemies began to jump out of the trees, right in front of Kunlun's people. Unam shouted loudly, warning that there were enemies ahead. He gave the order to stay close to the rocks and form 2 lines. Everyone immediately obeyed the command and took up a comfortable position. One of the enemies knocked them down, surprised that they had managed to get so far. Unam saw that they were surrounded on other sides as well. Fortunately, Li Kongbek was not there, but the difference in strength was still great. All that remained was to maintain formation and reduce the number of enemies, and if the chance arose, to run. Unam shouted for everyone to stay where they were. The young man leaped forward, aiming for the very center of the enemy. The attack was successful, and Unam took out one enemy after another. One of the students holding the defense shouted for Unam to stop and conserve his strength. But an enemy was already running towards the young man, intent on finishing him off. Out of the corner of his eye, Unam saw the student who had given him advice. But now was not the time to relax. They had to protect Ban Yu Chok at all costs. The young man was determined to kill all his enemies, even if it cost him his life. The opponents watched the young Kunlun warrior in amazement. The others kept up with him and crushed the enemy. Many of the opponents were already lying on the ground. Unam was pleased that their numbers had dwindled. At least 10 people had to be destroyed. But at that moment, Kunlun's people sensed something strange. The disciples stared in horror at what was approaching them. Unam felt a suffocating demonic energy. The ghost sword Li Kongbek was approaching them, inspiring terror with his mere appearance. Coming closer, he was surprised that the children of Kunlun had decided to stand in his way. He warned them that if they wanted to live, they should hand over the blacksmith. Unam replied that he should not talk nonsense. Did he really want to start a war between the clans? Li Kongbek laughed. They had been fighting each other for a long time. If the Kunlun warriors did not retreat now, it would be the end of them. They were given a choice: either fight to the end or hand over the blacksmith. The demon directed his energy at the disciple, knocking the weapons out of their hands. Li Kongbek was one of the 20 strongest martial arts masters. Could Unam handle him? If the enemy was not stopped, everyone would die. And besides Unam, no one else could stand up to the enemy. But to his surprise, the disciples stepped forward with their weapons at the ready. Now it was their turn to defend Unam. They were going to detain Li Kongbek so that their leader could escape. The future of Kunlun depended on him, and Unam must not die in such a place. Unam looked at these guys and didn't know what to say. One of the disciples remarked that it was never too late for revenge. Even if they died now, their leader would defeat the enemy next time. They asked him not to worry about. Such an end on the battlefield was the most honorable for the warriors of Kunlun. Everything they said was true, but Unam couldn't move. What if they failed to defeat their enemies? The Kunlun warriors were the guardians of the Central Plains. For many years, they had defended their home. Unam made his decision and stepped forward. The disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion would fight the enemy. The rest would protect the blacksmith. It didn't matter whether they won or lost. Their main task was to protect Ban Yu Chok. Li Kongbek found this decision very touching. He accepted their choice and was going to destroy every last one of them. The battle began. On one side, the Kunlun warriors attacked, and on the other, Lee Kang-baek. After another skirmish, there was a short break. Unam coughed up blood. There were casualties on both sides, but Lee Kang-baek stood as if nothing had happened. He was impressed by the skills Unam had shown, even though he had not yet reached the level of a master. Unam thought it was the end. The 7th level master was too strong. Nevertheless, he had held out for quite a long time. If it weren't for his training with Jinmu, he would have died much earlier. If Mutang's sword were here now, they would be able to defeat Lee Kang-baek. But this was Kunlun's business, so such thoughts had to be pushed away. The 7th master of Danchong promised to finish off Unam with his strongest technique as a sign of respect. And with a mad smile, he rushed to attack the young warrior. However, a flash of blue energy appeared behind him. Its beam passed through the survivors, destroying everyone, until it finally reached Lee Kang-baek. The 7th rank master Danchong managed to block the blow with his sword. He recognized the dragon technique with indignation, but that could only mean one thing, that the heavenly dragon Punwan himself had come to them. Unam looked on in amazement at what was happening around him. The blue energy tossed and scattered enemies like fluff. Lee Kang-baek was forced to cover his eyes from its bright light. Following this wave of energy, Jinmu appeared. He was furious that these scoundrels dared to interfere with him. Unam couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really Jinmu standing in front of him? Mutang's sword approached Lee Kang-baek directly. Was this really the demon clan, where a master with power mocked the weak? Jinmu ordered the 7th Danchong master not to stare at him and to clear the way. Such insolence enraged Lee Kang-baek, and he swung his sword. But there was nothing in front of him. Jinmu had vanished from where he had been standing a moment ago. While his opponent was surprised, he already struck from behind. Lee Kang-baek managed to turn around and block the attack, but the blow was so strong that it threw him far back. Who was this guy who didn't even take a stance before attacking? Meanwhile, Jinmu turned around and headed towards Unam. He asked the Kunlun warrior if that was why he had done so. He risked his life to protect some Banyu Chok. It was a very stupid thing to do, the act of a very foolish man. Unam was shocked that Jinmu was devaluing his decision. Behind him, Lee Kang-ben came to his senses. This young man was not lacking in courage, and he had come a long way to save the Kunlun warriors. Jinmu snorted. It was complete nonsense. The young man had no intention of saving anyone. Why would he save those for whom ordinary people meant nothing? These guys were willing to sacrifice their lives for some blacksmith, and they were called the Guardians of the Central Plain. Complete nonsense. They were just a group of martial artists who put their own interests above everything else. But it was time to learn to distinguish between the righteous and the wicked. Jinmu's words exposed the innocents beyond Kunlun. But did they have the right to argue with him now? They were so afraid that their enemies would get Banyu Chok that they forgot to think about others. And in the end, they couldn't even protect him. If it weren't for Jinmu, they wouldn't be standing here now. Come to think of it, Unam and his comrades were no different from the demonic sect. Jinmu looked at the blacksmith in surprise. It really was Banyu Chok. There could be no mistake. The man thanked the young monk for his help. Jinmu looked at him intently and asked who he was, and why he was pretending to be Banyu Chok. He put on quite a show. One of the disciples rushed to Jinmu and rebuked him for daring to speak that way to the legendary blacksmith. But the young man quickly put him in his place. At first, Jinmu thought he would simply punish the scoundrels who had turned Chonghae into a wasteland. But then there was the blacksmith, who had long since passed away. So who was standing before them? Both Unam and Lee Kang-baek were stunned by the news that the great blacksmith had long since passed away. Of course, the guys from the clan were to blame, but the main instigator was Banyu Chok. If it weren't for him, there would have been no attack. Jinmu did not know who was behind it, but he was determined to catch him at any cost. The young man remembered that he was speaking aloud and apologized. Then he began to squeeze the neck of the man, pretending to be a blacksmith, with all his might. The man didn't even flinch. Apparently, his skin was too thick. Jinmu reached out with his other hand and tore the mask off the man's face. The real Banyu Chok could not be brought back to life, and the elixir of immortality would not be used for him. Jinmu kicked the man to check if he was alive or not. Lee Kang-baek watched in horror. The 7th master of Dongchun had wasted his energy. Seeing that Lee Kang-baek had turned around, Jinmu asked him what he was doing. He replied that this time he had decided to let the monk live, and that they would retreat. Jinmu smiled. This man was very amusing. I wonder who else he spared. After these words, the young man threw the torn mask at Lee Kang-baek. And who allowed him to leave? Picking up a piece of the sword from the ground, Jinmu said that he knew a child. He was very smart and might have become an innkeeper in the future. Another lost his father, someone lost their children. How could people live after that? Kunlun, or the Demon Clan. None of them even thought about these people, and they were not guilty of anything and had not even been trained in martial arts. Lee Kangbek laughed. Was the boy really going to take revenge for these insignificant commoners? Just because they weren't martial arts masters who lived for their swords didn't mean they had no right to live. So demons who destroyed all living things left and right were worthy of existing in this world. Jinmu raised his sword, restored with energy from the fragment. He had only come to avenge his horse, Lee Kangbek shouted, trying to reason with this insolent man. He was one of the 12 Donchong masters, but that didn't matter to Jinmu. Had they ever had a single day without fighting? When asked who he was, Jinmu replied that he was just the horse's owner, and attacked. The blow was incredibly powerful. A wave swept through all the enemy ranks. The energy cut through even tree trunks like blades. The enemy warriors were no exception. They didn't even have time to move. Jinmu used the soul-devouring tornado technique. Lee Kangbek spat blood and tried to resist the attack. Jinmu smiled. His horse was quite expensive. It didn't tire even after galloping 1,000 miles, and he left it at the inn. But Lee Kangbek and his men took and destroyed such a beautiful creature. Unexpectedly, after these words, the enemy began to get nervous and tremble. Kunlun's disciples watched in amazement as Jinmu dealt with his main enemy. The young man struck blow after blow, and when Lee Kangbek lost consciousness, he was even upset. Just as he was about to go for his spine, he heard a suspicious sound. After that, Lee Kangbek's body flew out from under Jinmu's feet. Excited, Unam rushed to him, worried about whether the monk was okay. The six-fingered demon child was impressed. It took great power to bring Lee Kangbek to such a state. He thought that this could be the end. Jinmu did not lose his composure and asked directly who this person was. The man in front of him was the first of the Gonsansin clan. Jinmu had heard something like that before, but couldn't remember the name. However, Unam immediately recognized the six-fingered demon child. He was the elder of the demon clan and one of the 10 strongest. Jinmu boldly asked what exactly had angered the demon. He would have shut this boy up long ago if it weren't for the head's orders. The monk had to answer for the death of the elite squad, but if he voluntarily handed over Lee Kangbek's body, the demon child would leave peacefully. Here, a discrepancy arose. Jinmu had to kill Lee Kangbek, so he couldn't hand him over. The demon child asked if Jinmu would regret his decision. Because of him, the warriors of Kunlun would die, and everything could escalate into a great confrontation. The young man did not expect such words from the demon. Did they not crave to trample the Central Plains? The six-fingered demon child hesitated. It was true. But in any case, Jinmu didn't care. He just wanted revenge. They did not have time to start the battle before the Kunlun warriors arrived to help. The leader stood next to Jinmu and asked him to calm down, saying that they would take care of it themselves. Yunhe Ilsa understood that the young man, as a representative of the righteous clan, hated demons and was angry because of the innocent people. But it was impossible to start a great confrontation now. Unam agreed with the leader that it was better to retreat now. By observing Jinmu's actions, the young man was able to understand a lot. Sword Mutang sighed and acknowledged that the leader was right. Moreover, he was exhausted from the previous battle. Yunhe Ilsa turned to the six-fingered demon. This time, they had caused irreparable damage to Cheonha, and Kunlun could not turn a blind eye to it. The latter only smiled in response. What could the chief do but challenge him to a duel? The demon would gladly accept the invitation, but he had orders from the chief. He couldn't keep him waiting, and the fact that they had come for the blacksmith was foolish. The demon clan leader had never been interested in them, and he had never given orders to pursue him. Jinmu was right. Their leader had not changed at all. However, the leaders of the demon clan did not even realize that it was a fake. The six-fingered demon child looked at the leather mask in surprise. They had been deceived. Someone wanted to cause discord between the alliance and the demon clan. He threw out bait, and Lee Kangbek took. These words impressed the demon child, and he asked Jinmu to tell him his name. The young man did not beat around the bush, and introduced himself as Jinmu from Mutang. The six-fingered demon child promised to remember him. Next time, he would definitely take the head of Yunhe Ilsa. He felt the same way. But now they had to hurry, and the demons disappeared. The place where the battle had taken place was now completely empty. Yunhe Ilsa praised Unam for defending the Central Plains once again. But the young man did not accept the praise. Without Jinmu, nothing would have worked out. Everything could have ended very sadly, because they did not even suspect the trap with the blacksmith. The head of Kunlun expressed his gratitude to Master Jinmu. They would never forget Mutang's kindness in saving their clan's disciples and ordinary people. Jinmu smiled, because they were mistaken even here. It was not Mutang's mercy, but his own. When the battle ends, the consequences do not disappear. Buildings can be rebuilt, and blood can be washed away. But the terrible memories of it will never disappear. Like thorns, They pierce the heart and leave a lasting mark on everyone. Of course, the pain will fade with time, but when the end approaches for those who survive today, it will resurface again, or maybe they will be destined to live with it forever. The righteous sects, those who created clans and factions, protected each other and shared both sorrow and joy. But the followers of the dark sects were completely different. Their lives consisted of nothing but battle. There was no room for grief and regret. They were simply accustomed to the fact that the people around them could disappear at any moment. How to cope with this pain and avenge the death of a loved one? These questions consumed him, and because of them, Hyukran Mugan did not get close to anyone. He had many followers, but no close friends. Chon Woomyoung had been around for a long time, but at that time, the leader of Sapa was concerned about his own life. Otherwise, the souls of the soldiers who had fallen in battle would become a heavy burden that he would have to carry for the rest of his life. That is why the first rule in Sepechian was not to take the lives of those who were not martial arts masters. There was a special punishment for the violent death of women and children. In all other respects, Hyukran Mugan did not care about these people. But now, even though Jin Mu was not a blood relative of this boy, his death left a mark on his soul. What if he had lost those he truly cared about? That was why he didn't want to get close to anyone. But given the personality of the body's owner, that was impossible. The Kunlun warriors were going to return to the mountains to regain their strength, but Jin Mu wanted to stay a little longer. He needed to find out who was hiding behind the blacksmith's mask and heal his own wounds, and to calm the boy's spirit before leaving. To do this, Jin Mu poured all the wine onto the ruins. The young man even scolded himself for creating such a melodramatic scene, but when he turned around, he saw a child's silhouette in the distance. Jin Mu couldn't wrap his head around what a child who was no longer alive was doing here. The young man rubbed his eyes vigorously with his fist. He looked again, but the street was already empty. Could it have been his imagination? But it couldn't have been a ghost. Jin Mu tried to convince himself that he wasn't imagining things, and that he had simply hallucinated. Taoist monks used spells to ward off evil spirits, but he had not been taught this. Or, perhaps with the growth of his power, came the ability to see ghosts. Jin Mu began to blame the cursed Taoism. Where else could one encounter ghosts? Although he himself was a ghost in someone else's body. No. He was just tired and needed to return to Kunlun as soon as possible. Turning around, Jin Mu saw the same child in front of him again. The young man simply froze in place. He was speechless. But deciding that he was a ghost, he jumped back in panic. The boy turned to the frightened monk once more. Jin Mu pinched the child's cheeks and made sure he was warm, meaning he was alive. How did this boy manage to escape from these monsters? It turns out that he went to the stable because Jin Mu's horse had fallen ill, and at that moment, the demon clan attacked. The boy barely managed to escape, but those who worked with him did not. He also thought he should return the horse to its owner, and went to Kunlun. Thanks to a certain lady, he managed to avoid danger. Jin Mu patted the child on the head. He had seen too many terrible things at such a young age. He asked where his horse was. The horse was with the girl who had helped the boy. Jin Mu's eyes popped out. His horse was being led by Dan Siren. The girl turned and saw Jin Mu, who was stunned. It turned out that she was the one who had saved the boy, who was enthralled by her beauty. The Dark Emperor had promised to lock her up, but why was Dan Siryong here then? Suddenly, the girl's sweet face turned into a vicious grin. She had been under house arrest for several days, and Jin Mu hadn't even turned around when she cried for help. The young man asked the offended girl how she managed to escape. It turned out to be very simple. Dan Siryon had poisoned them, although now it was probably not easy for them. Still, Jin Mu thanked her for helping the boy. She had come here in search of a monk, but instead, she met a boy with a thoroughbred horse belonging to the Dan family, so she questioned him. Moreover, the boy was quite perceptive, and Dan Siryon could not let such talent go to waste, so she decided to send him and his family to Sichuan. Then the girl remembered that she was supposed to meet with merchants here. The boy ran up to Jin Mu and thanked him. Without him and his connections, none of this would have been possible. Jin Mu watched sadly as the carriage with the child and his family drove away to Sichuan. He hoped they would like it there. Suddenly, he realized that Dan Siren had not gone with them. The girl had run away for a completely different reason, and now intended to follow him. A large meeting was taking place in the Kunlun clan. The force provoking the clash between the Demon Clan and the Union was beyond all bounds. Yunhe, Ilsa came to the conclusion that it was beneficial to someone. In the past, that force was Sepechon, but now there was a possibility of a new enemy of the Union, called the Palace. However, the person who had pretended to be Ban Yu Chok did not say a word during the interrogation. Therefore, it was better to establish contact with the Union. Unum suggested asking Dan Siryong for help. Her family was more knowledgeable about such matters, and the clan chief agreed. But asking for such a guest might not be very appropriate. And how would the girl withstand interrogation? However, Unam believed that she was not entirely inexperienced. During training, many Kunlun students were noticeably injured. Dan Siren, on the other hand, was full of energy and invited the next person to spar with her. The surviving students quickly remembered what they had to do and hurried away. The girl had incredible strength. Jinmu suggested that she stop and train alone, but for Dan Siren, that was too boring. Unam, who would have been a good opponent, was busy in a meeting. The girl argued that the warriors of the demon clan should not be in the central plains and should not harm people. But when Jinmu asked her not to bother Unam and distract him, she immediately decided that the young monk was jealous. The young man immediately lost his temper and said that if Dan Sirion intended to continue behaving in the same manner, he would definitely kill her. The girl couldn't understand what was wrong with that. Even masters got married. Jinmu shouted that monks did not marry. But it was unlikely that the elders of Mutang would object if such a smart and beautiful woman proposed to him. The young man had to admit that, although her chatter annoyed him, she noticeably diffused the situation, and Kunlun gradually began to come to his senses. Now that Jinmu was considered a hero here, it was time to get the second part from Pungwan. But first, he had to get rid of that leech, Dan Sirion. Unam approached them. He was surprised that Lady Dan never tired. The girl immediately suggested morning sparring, but first he needed to ask her something. Unam hoped that Dan Sirion would agree to help interrogate the prisoner. Of course, she gladly accepted the idea. It wasn't difficult, and she was bored. After that, Unam turned to Jinmu and hesitated. The young man warned that he would be staying with Ms. Dan for a while, and asked for his understanding. Jinmu wondered how this concerned him. Unam began to talk about him and Dan Sirion, and became embarrassed. The young monk watched as Unam left after this speech. Although the whole situation greatly annoyed Jinmu, the main thing was that he managed to get rid of the girl. Mek Mutang immediately rushed to Master Punwan. He asked if he was free, because he needed to say something. No matter how hard Jinmu tried to find a way to destroy the 8 dragon styles, he had no chance against Punwan. Perhaps he didn't need to win, but should have paid attention to the condition. The interlocutors moved to the forest where they could hide. Now that a place for the battle had been found, all that remained was the battle itself. Jinmu had to be able to suppress Pungwan's illness. The master was curious why the young man had brought him so far. Did he really want to fight? But the young man answered in the negative. Jinmu wanted to see the 8 dragon styles that Pungwan possessed. Not what Unam had shown him, but rather in the master's embodiment. Although they were masters of the same school, the monks and Kunlun followed different paths. Showing one's skills to outsiders was strictly forbidden, especially if they followed different paths. It could awaken a completely different meaning. Master Pungwan finally understood Jinmu's plan. He led him into the forest so that no one would see them. In Buddhism, they said the following about what is gained and what is lost. What is gained is what was there from the beginning, and what is lost is what was not there from the beginning. Everything that a person does not acquire himself is meaningless. One way or another, everything must be connected with the true martial arts. Master Pungwan prepared to show his dragon. It would be nice if Jinmu, being a monk, took another step forward. But the young man raised his hands and asked him to wait. It seems that Pungwan misunderstood him. Jinmu already understood the movements of the 8 dragon styles and wanted something else. The young man was curious about how powerful the 8 dragon styles were. Master Pungwan was puzzled and silent. He did not expect such a question. Jinmu asked him to use his inner strength and not be afraid to break trees and scatter stones. The master did not quite understand the young man, but since he wanted it so badly, he was ready to show him what he was capable of. He asked Jinmu to step back a little, otherwise he might get hurt. Pungwan took the appropriate stance and prepared himself. Energy swirled around him. He pushed off with his supporting foot, beginning the movements of the 8 dragon styles. First, Pungwan demonstrated the spiral mist of the divine dragon. Then came the essence of the dragon, which caused cracks to appear in the ground. Jinmu stood at a distance, watching the elderly master intently. This was what he wanted to see. The true technique of the 8 dragon style. No matter what state the master was in, he was still a heavenly dragon. Jinmu couldn't help but rejoice that Pungwan was expending so much energy. He needed to squeeze every last drop out of. The master, unaware of the young man's mood, continued to demonstrate his power. He was pleased that Mutang's sword was watching so intently and admiringly. If Jinmu could memorize this technique, the clan would be able to reach a new level. After the demonstration, the ground cracked and trees were broken in the clearing. Pungwan exhaled wearily. It was the first time he had expended so much energy. Jinmu thanked the heavenly dragon, as if it had opened his eyes. Afterwards, Pungwan asked him to give him some time to recover his strength, but that was not part of the young man's plans. Realizing that the master's speed would be incredibly fast and his energy would be restored instantly, Jinmu called out to him, And while Pungwan was still recovering, he shouted that he wanted to hear the story of the martial arts master Chon Mu. And since the master was about to begin his story after recovering, Jin Mu began to beg him. The master found this strange. The young man was not behaving as usual today. He brought him to the forest of freshness and argued with him forcefully. It seemed that it was really important to him, and the master could not pretend not to notice. Since Jin Mu was so interested, Chon Mu Pungwan began his story. But before he could even utter a word, he immediately lashed out at the young man. Nothing had changed, even though the old man was now quite exhausted. But even so, Pungwan's blow threw the young man a considerable distance. It seemed impossible, because the heavenly dragon had used up almost all of its energy. But watching the old man, Jinmu saw that his energy level was only increasing. It must have been true, or innate energy. It was the innate energy of a person that was the source of life, but its use could lead to the death of the person himself. Now, Pungwan could be compared to a candle with almost no wick left, and if he continued, the candle would soon go out. This was not part of Jinmu's plan, and he did not want the master to be in danger. If the hero of the faction and one of the 7 stars died here, trouble was inevitable. The young man would be expelled from Mutang, and Kunlun would pursue him for the rest of his life, and he would never see the Yang Sphere. Jinmu understood that this was because Punwan wanted so badly to save the monks, and his regrets were too great. But Mutang was not even a clan of the Heavenly Dragon. Was this old man really willing to give up his own life for revenge? Now the young man had no choice but to engage in battle, and dodge the blows of the enraged master Pungwan. The old man attacked again, and this time, Jinmu had to retreat even further. The young man had mastered 8 dragon styles, and the next one was to be the tail of the divine dragon. Pungwan gave neither himself nor his opponent a moment's respite, and attacked again. Jinmu plowed through the ground and flew off in the other direction. The young man concentrated. Now was his chance. The head of the cloud dragon is divided into 3 parts that focus more on change than on concentration of power. This disadvantage was compensated for in the 8 styles of the dragon. Pungwan began to use the 3 manifestations of the cloud dragon. Jinmu had to find the strongest one and stop it. Otherwise, both he and Master Pungwan would perish here. The young man focused on the attacking master and finally found where the strongest dragon was hiding. Pungwan approached him with a powerful wave of energy. Instead of taking cover, Jinmu threw his arms out toward him. He held back the attack with all his might. Blood even flowed from his mouth from the blow. Pungwan continued to press forward, and it took a lot of effort for the young man to resist. At a certain moment, he was able to gather his strength and throw the master back. He succeeded. Master Pungwan flew away from his opponent. Jinmu immediately rushed after him, preparing to deliver another blow. The heavenly dragon fell limply to the ground, as if unconscious. But suddenly, he regrouped and launched a counterattack. Jinmu couldn't understand how this happened, because the flow of energy should have been interrupted. He could neither block nor deflect this attack. It seemed that the end had come, but after the attack, Jinmu was alive and even began to come to his senses. He opened his eyes, wiped away the dried blood, and looked ahead to where the master should have been. Pungwan was high up, and he was not in the best condition. The old man's hands were shaking. Blood flowed from the heavenly dragon's mouth. The master's eyes began to roll back, and he managed to whisper an apology. Then his strength finally left him, and the old man began to fall. Jinmu didn't know what to do. In shock, he watched what was happening. The young man ran up to Pungwan and began to check his pulse. Things were bad. He had lost too much energy. Jinmu sat the old man down and asked him to stop dissipating his internal energy. To help, he placed his hand on the master's back. Although the young man himself did not have much energy left either, but he couldn't let the heavenly dragon die right there, so he began to transfer his energy to him. It wasn't easy for Jinmu. The strain caused him to start bleeding. At one point, Master Pungwan spat out a clot of blood. It seemed they had succeeded. Exhaling with relief, the young man collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The frightened old man rushed to the monk, shouting his name. After a while, Jinmu began to come to his senses and smelled incense. Had he been in the afterlife? But at that moment, he heard the creak of a door being covered. A familiar voice asked anxiously if he was asleep. Opening his eyes completely, Jinmu immediately asked about Master Pungwan. Dan Siryong said that the heavenly dragon was fine and was now with the head. Unam looked seriously at Jinmu, and there was no trace of his previous enthusiasm. The monk could understand that look. After all, it was because of him that the young man's mentor had suffered. Without hiding anything, Master Pungwan told his disciple everything. Jinmu did not react. Now he would surely be expelled from Kunlun. However, the fact that the monk had saved the life of the heavenly dragon came as a surprise to him. When the two went to train in the forest, the master's illness worsened, but Jinmu was able to stop him. Unam heard that Punwan had even exhausted his life force, but Jinmu risked his own health to save him. Mutin's sword was a true blessing to the Kunlun clan, and the young man did not know how to thank him. Had Pengwan really lost his memory? If he was being thanked like this, it meant that no one understood the plan. That was certainly good, but now Jinmu felt guilty. Then Dan Siryong intervened and told him to get up and get dressed. She had been taking care of him the whole time, and hadn't even been able to drink. Once again, this crazy woman was annoying him early in the morning. Unam advised him not to be angry. For 2 days while Jinmu was unconscious, the girl never left his side. She constantly monitored his body temperature, and Unam had never seen Dan Siryong so depressed. While the young man admired the girl's humanity, Jinmu thought that she must have had some ulterior motive, but he was still grateful. Now they had to go. Unam prepared the monk's clan clothes. A little later, Jinmu followed the young man and thought sadly that, even though he had saved Pengwan, he still hadn't found out the information he needed. Of course, if the old man had died, all their efforts would have been in vain. But now they could wait for a new opportunity. Seeing the young people approaching, Pengwan and Yunhei Ilsa hurried to meet them. The heavenly dragon was very worried about Jinmu and rushed to ask about his well-being. The young man tried to calm the old man down and assured him that he was fine. Pengwan breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that he had been very worried. While he was thanking the young man for aging, he thought that the master had aged several decades due to the use of life energy. Jinmu clenched his fists tightly. It was all his fault. The head of Kunlun also joined in the thanks. However, the young man thought that he should be grateful that everything had ended so well. Master Pengwan asked Yunhei Ilsa to leave them alone with Jinmu. They waited until the clan leader and Unam had walked away. Pengwan admitted that Jinmu's interest in Chongmu and his recent escapade in the forest seemed rather strange to him. He couldn't help but notice that the master's symptoms manifested themselves when it came to monks. So, what was it all about? Jinmu lowered his head. It turned out that the heavenly dragon remembered everything. But even so, he didn't tell the Kunlun leader anything. But suddenly, the master spoke. The 5 elements protected and repelled each other in the heavens and on earth. The heavens were the top because they were hot, and the earth was the bottom because it was colder. After going through all the ups and downs, one can reach the heart of yin and yang. This is Tai Chi. Just like that, Master Pengwan revealed to Jinmu the rules of the Yang sphere. The young man was speechless. He had disturbed the old man's peace of mind and almost brought him to his grave. Pengwan knew this, but he still told him the rule and did not blame him for anything. The heavenly dragon continued to speak. He did not know why the last part had been divided and how it had ended up in Kunlun, but since Jinmu had come to him himself, it must have been fate. Originally, this part belonged to the monks, so it would be right to return it. Jinmu apologized to Pengwan, but he considered it unnecessary. Using life force was a reckless act. But as a result, the master's illness weakened, and the symptoms no longer manifested themselves. Jinmu was delighted to hear that the heavenly dragon could now speak easily about the monks. The young man sincerely thanked the old man, although he did not yet understand the meaning of the rule. But in exchange for the secret, the master had a request for Jinmu. It was an excellent chance to atone for his guilt, and the young man was happy to do anything. The cunning heavenly dragon asked him to take Unam with him on his journey. The young man agreed immediately, barely listening to the end. But then he was stunned to realize the meaning of what he had heard. Pengwan hoped that his student would be able to see the world. Jinmu did not know how to refuse now. He would have to take another burden with him. The old man noticed how nervous the young man was, and asked what problems this was causing. But since it would be very inconvenient for Jinmu, the master bowed his head and accepted the refusal with a heavy heart. Pengwan said goodbye, mentioning that he now had to write a letter to Mutang. He needed to report that Mutang's sword had led him into the forest of freshness, drained his strength, and then somehow saved him, for which the master was very grateful. Jinmu tried to stop him, but the old man assured him that everything was fine. He may be the great master of the clan, but he is not quite in shape. Everyone had to understand. The young man understood that Pengwan had not forgiven him at all, but was simply blackmailing him. In such a situation, Jinmu had no choice but to agree to take Unam with him. The whole clan saw the student off on his journey. The other students kept asking if he had taken this or that. Finally, the preparations were complete, and a huge bag was strapped to Unam's shoulders. His mentor, fellow disciples, and the clan leader surrounded him with words of encouragement, and so Unam was ready to set off. Jinmu suspiciously asked if his companion was really going to take all of this with him. The young man preferred to be prepared for anything. You could never predict what would happen on the road. Suddenly, Jinmu couldn't take it anymore and threw Unam's bag away. It was best to travel light, and a small bag on his belt was quite enough. Jinmu asked the heavenly dragon for confirmation, and he nodded in agreement. But suddenly, Pengwan became serious and said that it was necessary to do so. To ensure that the journey went well, all those seeing them off joined hands, forming a circle with the travelers standing in the center. They began to fill everything around them with energy and drive away evil spirits. During the ritual, Jinmu realized how much he hated all Taoists. Finally, they set off on their journey. Ahead of them was the last part of the Yang sphere, whose existence was in question. Jinmu managed to find a lot of important information in Chongshan and Kunlun. Perhaps it was because he had started to live honestly. Initially, the young man did not plan to take Unam with him, but perhaps this was an opportunity. Unlike Chonwu and Chonsan, Unam had reached a certain level and was the hope of Kunlun. His potential was unmatched. In addition, the young man respected Jinmu, and, unlike Dan Siryong, he could be used. In the future, when the monk became the absolute ruler of the martial arts world, he would make Unam his subordinate, so that he could manage affairs in his place. Meanwhile, his companions wondered why Jinmu looked at Unam so fondly. The monk changed the subject by asking if it was his first time sleeping under the open sky. It turned out that Unam had never gone so far away before. Dan Sirion was furious when she heard that they would be sleeping on the ground, but Jinmu replied that she had not been invited to join them, and that she could put up with it. The angry girl had no choice but to follow her companion as they talked about their travels. Jinmu was delighted with how politely Unam addressed him. It was perfect for a subordinate. Dan Sirion boiled over again when she heard the monk promise the young man that they would stay at a hotel next time, and demanded the same treatment. When it got dark, the travelers stopped for the night and built a fire. Unam never ceased to amaze Jinmu, who personally went to get meat. But Dan Sirion knew that the monk simply liked easygoing people. Suddenly, the young man asked the girl how they had met Jinmu. Dan Sirion replied that she owed him her life. It could be said that the monk had done her the same favor he had done Kunlun, and now she had to repay him for that. Unam was not satisfied, and asked if that was the reason she had developed feelings for Jinmu. This question caught the girl off guard, and she did not answer because it was irrelevant. Gratitude and feelings were two completely different things. The girl owed Jinmu her life, and therefore she could give it to him without hesitation. That was how the Dan family repaid favors. But then why was she traveling with Jinmu now? Women from the Dan family were supposed to form marital bonds, and it could be a political alliance. Regardless of her wishes, Dan Siriong was no exception, and the same fate awaited her. She could not refuse and had to follow the will of her family. Unam had heard that this was the future that awaited all women from families involved in martial arts, but marriage was too much to bear. When Dan Sirion met Jinmu, she thought it would be great to follow the monk. He was the first person who treated her without prejudice. He didn't suck up to anyone and could stand up for himself. Jinmu constantly surprised her and lived as if he were alone in the world. Dan Sirion wanted the same thing, so she followed him without any plan. Unam believed that the young man was keeping the girl close to him, but Lady Dan disagreed. She did everything she could to attract his attention, pretending to be weak and undressing, but he didn't care, although it was for the best. Dan Siriong was sure that Jinmu had many admirers, and it was better for him not to show interest in them. Unam agreed that Jinmu had a peculiar character. As soon as he said this, Jinmu asked from behind him what was wrong with his character. Frightening poor Unam, Jinmu told him to stop talking and prepare dinner. This time, the young man managed to catch a wolf. Jinmu thought that the first thing they needed to do in the morning was to change their clothes. Unam didn't understand why, since their clothes were fine. The young man simply did not want to attract attention. They were already outside the jurisdiction of Kunlun, so they should not reveal their identities. Unam was delighted that the master had thought of everything. Dan Siren didn't need to change her clothes. It wasn't just her family who wore those colors, although, in reality, everyone had heard about the Dan family's reputation. The next day they had to go to Gansu, so now it was better to rest. Unam was still glad he went with Jinmu, but 5 days had passed, and the travelers were still riding. During that time, they did not encounter a single tavern or village. Dan Sirion was running out of patience and really wanted to take a bath. Jinmu snapped that she should have stayed home then, but the girl did not stop talking and continued to dream of spicy food and a soft bed. Her tantrum was interrupted by an appetizing aroma that reached their noses. Ahead, the happy and tired travelers finally saw a village. They almost cried with happiness. There was surely an inn there, and soft beds awaited them. But when they approached the coveted gates, the travelers saw a sign indicating that entry was prohibited. Perhaps there were no vacancies at this inn, and they would have to look for another one. But Dan Sirion refused to move. All this time, she had been eating tasteless food and sleeping on the dusty ground. The girl resolutely threw open the door despite the prohibition. Today she would either sleep here or die. The patrons sitting in the room and the innkeeper looked at the guest in surprise. The owner tried to explain that there were no free seats at the moment. Dan Syrian saw one empty table, but it turned out to be reserved. The girl began to beg the innkeeper in tears to let them in. When the owner of the table arrived, she was ready to pay and give up her seat. The man tried to explain that it wasn't that simple. If it was a matter of money, Dan Syrian was ready to pay and showed him that she had plenty of money with her. At that moment, 3 unfriendly men called out to her. Their brothers were sitting at that table. The girl immediately began to beg them to give up their table. One of the men smiled. Judging by her companions, the monks, the girl had no money, but he was willing to consider her request if she brought them drinks. The men were quite bored waiting, and it would be nice if the girl kept them company. Dan Syrian politely asked the guys to leave her alone. The men began to make unambiguous hints to the girl. Unam rushed to defend Lady Dan, but Jinmu blocked his way. He nodded to the angry young man, pointing to something ahead. Dan Syrian was already preparing to fight back against these vile people. With one blow, she sent the leader of these jerks flying high into the air and seemed to break his jaw. The 2 remaining men looked at their comrade in horror. Unam covered his mouth with his hands in surprise, while Jinmu was pleased. The other patrons sitting at the tables looked at the girl with apprehension. The man landed on the floor quite far from the girl. Dan Syrian tried very hard to be modest, but the hooligans made her lose her temper. The 2 hooligans were outraged by her behavior and prepared their weapons. But Dan Syrian was already unstoppable. She remembered every phrase they had said. It was the turn of the second insolent man, who flew away from the kick. The girl tossed him like a sack and calmly waited for him to land. Then she finished the attack with a kick to the neck. She immediately switched her attention to the third, who stammered that he liked energetic girls. With a blow of her hand, she scratched his face like a cat. He wanted energetic, so he got it. Dan Syrian had energy to spare. All 3 lay unconscious on the floor, and the girl stood humbly in the center. Unam was in awe of how Dan Syrian had dealt with the 3 of them. And since the 3 who had reserved the table were in such a state, the frightened owner gladly gave the place to the traveler. The hungry young people ordered the best dishes the restaurant had to offer. Dinner lasted until late in the evening. Thanks to Ms. Dan, they were able to spend the night in a guest house. But one of the visitors was watching their conversation closely. A little later, this person came closer and called out to the young people. He held out his hand, which was adorned with Dan Syrian's jewelry. The girl had lost one of her earrings in the fight and was going to retrieve it. The young man who brought the earring wanted to know the names of the travelers, as judging by their fighting skills, they were not ordinary travelers. Unam had just begun to say where they were from, when Jinmu grabbed his hand and replied that vagabonds had no name. It was unsafe to answer right away. The man did not believe them, but advised them to leave this place as soon as possible. Those beaten by Dan Syrian were the youngest members of the demonic flame group. There were 10 people in the group in total. The girl snorted, meaning there were only 7 left. Jinmu found this amusing too. However, the remaining members were strong warriors, for whom taking a life was a trifling matter. Although they were being watched by the authorities, no one dared to provoke them because these people were so dangerous. To the man's surprise, Jinmu thought about it and concluded that a hefty sum would be paid for their heads. Since no one could catch the members of this group, the reward must be generous. His interlocutor immediately decided that they were bounty hunters, which is why their martial arts skills were so unusual for their age. In that case, he could leave quietly, but he advised them to be careful. Even experienced hunters had died at the hands of these people. Now Jinmu asked the man his name. His name was Chok Sen, and he was the leader of the wandering warriors. When Chok Sen walked away, Unam asked who the bounty hunters were, and Jinmu had to explain everything to him. Unam was delighted with the knowledge Jinmu possessed, and Dan Syrian noticed that this man was kind to them. But that was precisely what was strange. Such warriors were usually accustomed to killing people, and were not interested in other people's affairs. The name Chokseon translated as collector of lives, and was fitting for a wandering warrior. For such people, it was normal to have a partner today and not tomorrow. They usually got together for a mission, and then went their separate ways again. Jinmu watched Chok Sen and his companion. It seemed that they cared about each other. They also warned the strangers about the danger. Members of the gang approached the tavern. They were met by one of those who had been beaten. Chok Seon, sitting by the window, immediately recognized the leader's voice. He was shouting for the crazy woman who had beaten up a member of their gang to come out into the street. The innkeeper, hearing who had arrived, trembled in fear. Unam was getting ready outside, as Dan Sirion had gone to the bathroom. Jinmu slammed his mug down on the table. He didn't think these guys would listen to him, so he turned around and called the trembling tavern owner. The young man asked him to call the guards and have them prepare the money, as he was about to arrest the entire gang. And as a reward for his efforts, he expected a very generous reward. After that, the young man turned around and headed decisively for the exit. The wandering warriors watched him, some with surprise, some with fear. They even tried to stop him and advised him not to get involved. But heart-wrenching sounds were already coming from outside. Choksen rushed to Unam because the warrior thought it would be better for him to go outside. However, Unam, who was chewing, did not understand why. The cries outside did not subside, and there were 7 opponents against Jinmu. But the screams subsided, and a satisfied Unam noticed that it was all over. Choksen tried to explain that even bounty hunters would not be able to do such a thing. The stunned tavern owner pointed to the door. Jinmu appeared there, safe and sound, and was indignant that the guards had not yet been called. Choksen simply couldn't believe it, and rushed towards the young man. He and the tavern owner looked out onto the street in bewilderment. Outside, all 7 members of the gang lay unconscious. Chokseon still couldn't wrap his head around how one person could take down the members of the demonic flame alone. At that moment, Dan Sirion appeared and asked what all the noise was about. The companions simply replied that they were re-educating bad people and earning some extra money. Chokseon and the other warriors couldn't resist and approached to find out who these travelers were. Jinmu responded by inviting them to join the table. He wanted to repay these people for their kindness. They froze in surprise and fear. They were in complete shock and understood that if they were careless, it would be the end of them. Jinmu listened to Choksen's story with surprise. It had been 10 years since they became wandering warriors, and their group had not changed. His companions were convinced that it was not just luck, but talent. Choksen was an amazing strategist and knew how to read the battlefield. This intrigued Jinmu. It turned out that Choksen wasn't originally a wanderer at all. At first, he was an ordinary scientist and was even preparing to enter the Hanlin Academy. Jinmu knew that this academy processed royal decrees and that only famous scientists from the Central Plains could enter it. But after 3 failures, Choksen realized that he was better off pursuing a military career. He liked devising strategies more than studying. He did this for 10 years, and then he was expelled for protesting against his superiors. Jinmu calculated that all this took about 30 years. When Choksen was asked his age, he admitted that he would be 53 this year. This fact shocked the travelers so much that their jaws literally dropped. With such abilities, it would have been better to join a faction for stability. But Choksen's mind only worked during combat. It was very strange. A soldier who could only demonstrate his skills during battle. Therefore, Chokseon was heading to Gansu with these guys. In Gansu, there was the Gondong faction and the Hall of Heavenly Warriors from Sapchakon. Just as the 9 sects and 5 great clans were the foundation of the political forces union, the Hall of Heavenly Warriors was a major faction. Its history dates back to a time when Sapachon did not yet exist. Its leader, Wangon Hu, was as powerful as Chon Mu and was one of the 5 leaders of Sapa. He was a little stubborn, but together with Chon Mu Myung, he followed Hu Kren Mugan. Chokseon, guessing that Jinmu was recruiting strangers in Gansu, admitted what he had heard. The Hall of Heavenly Warriors was preparing for a large-scale battle. According to rumors, things were not peaceful inside Sapechon. Upon hearing that Sapechon had sent warriors to attack the Hall of Heavenly Dragons, Jinmu jumped up from his seat. Sapechon's attack on the hall was no different from the Union's attack on one of the 9 sects. Less than 2 years had passed since the death of Hukren Mugan. The Union was now strengthening its power by building a pavilion. The leader of the Northern Sky was still alive. Even the people in the palace were on alert. And suddenly, it became clear that there was internal turmoil in Sapechon. Jinmu blamed Sochon. This damned disciple came to a ready-made situation. He would have sat quietly and done nothing. The young man clenched his fist in rage. How dare he attack the Hall of Heavenly Dragons? Jinmu asked if the strangers were really heading for the Hall of Heavenly Dragon. When he received an affirmative answer, he resolutely declared that he would go with them. He did not understand what had happened in Sapechon during his absence, and what they had been doing there at all. Jinmu, also known as Hukren Mugan, was determined to get to the bottom of it all. South of Mount Cheonchun in Hanam. In the north was Shaolin, in the south was the Union. In the west were Mutang and Juga, and in the east was Namgun. They were all sure that the righteous faction would take over this place. However, it was in its center that the foundation of Sapachan was laid. What was the secret of Mount Chonchun, since there were plenty of other places around? The answer was very simple. The founder simply liked these mountains, and in his youth, he vowed to build a house here. Even the name Chonchun translated as the center of the sky, and this suited Hukren Mugan perfectly. Everyone tried to dissuade him from this idea, thinking that he would not last there for more than a few years. But Hukren Mugan managed to endure there for 40 years. He went through life and death. He became the sky of the evil faction and the ruler of the warring world. Everyone knew his name. The second head of Sapachan, Sochan, was sorting through coins and jewels. These were gifts from the Merchant Association, brought by its representative, Sun Yi-ban, in gratitude for allowing them to settle in Henan for a whole year. Sochan thanked Mr. Sun for his help to Sapachan, with flowery and lofty phrases. Mr. Sun cautiously inquired about the situation in Sapachan. He had heard that many factions had broken away. Sochan blamed everything on the former Heavenly Lord, who did not let go of his grip, even from the other world, and did not teach them anything. In addition, they had financial difficulties, but they were on their way to solving this problem, and there was no need to worry. Mr. Sun did not see the head of Chan Woo-myung today. It turned out that So-chan had expelled him. This was because he had opposed him. Because of Chan Woo-myung, the Heavenly Lord barely had time to respond to Mr. Sun's request, which was to find children aged 15 and under. Other than them, hardly anyone else would take on such a task. Chan Woo-myung was against this request because of the previous head, who strictly forbade harming ordinary people. But this stubborn old man knew nothing. Mr. Sun had heard that Chan Woo-myung was deeply devoted to the previous leader. The man did not understand how one could follow someone who was no longer alive. So-chang felt the same way. If everything was left as it was, Sapachang would be no different from before. Therefore, the current Heavenly Lord gave the order to suppress the rebellious factions in Gansu province. To So-chan's displeasure, Cheon Woo-myung believed that defending Sapachan was tantamount to obeying the previous leader. But the previous leader had aged too quickly, and Cheon Woo-myung promised to find an elixir of immortality for him. Mr. Song was amazed that such a thing was possible. It was unlikely to be true. Otherwise, So-chan would not be sitting here. It was just a silly commotion. Mr. Sun had to leave, and the Heavenly Lord promised to prepare a banquet for him next time. The representative of the Merchant Guild and his warriors left the hospitable Heavenly Lord. Mr. Sun asked his subordinate, Yu Kyung, how he felt about the current head of Sapacheon, So-chan. Yu Gyeon expressed his opinion. The head was incredibly skilled in martial arts, but a tree that grows in the shadow of others cannot reach the top. So-chan's insight remained at the same level. He was petty and superficial, and could not see beyond his own nose. So-cheon dressed in clothes that did not suit him, and ruled only over those who obeyed him unquestioningly. The division of Sapachan was inevitable. If everything is left as it is, the current heavenly ruler will not last 3 years. A sinister smile lit up Mr. Sun's face. Yu Gyeong was absolutely right. After the death of Hukren Mugen, Sapachan lost his position in the Central Plains. They became like pigs that needed to be fattened up. And now that Chan Woo-myung was no longer here, the time had come. The warriors knelt before the master of the first palace, who turned out to be Mr. Sun. He ordered to proceed with Bonchong. The order was to be conveyed to the head of Enyonde. This was the main organization of the first palace, created to eliminate key positions in Sapchong and replace them with their own people. In this way, they planned to raise an uprising and absorb Sapachong. This plan was called Bonchong, which meant heavenly coup. When one member of Mutang insulted Hukren Mugen, a great battle broke out. While the head of Sapachan was away, many masters died. The monks suffered heavy losses, but the main blow was dealt to Sape. If it weren't for the cursed Hukren Mugen, everything would already be in the hands of Lord Sun. But now that the monstrous Hukren Mugen was dead, and Chan Woo-myung had been eliminated, nothing could stop them. The master of the first palace ordered Chucho to send the children from Sapachan to their base. Then he turned to Yu Gyeon. He was interested in what had happened to the demon clan, and heard that they had failed. Even the bait ended up in Kunlun's hands. It was very foolish. Yu Gyeong believed that the movements of the inner palace that had infiltrated the Union seemed no less suspicious. The master of the inner palace was interested in the Chongjiang, or banks, and her warriors were seizing these organizations. Mr. Song thought about it. It seemed that the Great Mother had decided to take all the money for herself. If she could seize the Cheonjiang, which had a contract with the merchants and was the main force of the Union faction, she would be unstoppable. No sect could survive without this money, and the Union would be plunged into chaos. It was very impressive. Mr. Sun thought that the master of the inner palace was an ordinary woman, but it seemed he had underestimated her. The master of the first palace smiled broadly. The time had come to prove himself. It would take less than 2 years to capture Sapachan. When the plans are implemented, an unprecedented confrontation will erupt. Then blood would erase the boundaries between day and night. Mr. Sun was eagerly awaiting this. In Gansu, a large crowd had gathered in the Hall of the Heavenly Warriors. Choxian and his companions had never seen anything like it. Everything around them seemed like an incredible sight. But Jinmu did not share their enthusiasm. Dan Sirion and Unum did not understand what was happening to the young man. Since their arrival, he had not uttered a word. Unum suggested that the girl find out what was wrong, but she did not consider herself foolish enough to walk into certain death. The man at the entrance who was making lists wrote down the names of the traveler. He heard the name Choxion for the first time and suggested waiting on the sidelines. The guys thought they would be sent to the front again, which was quite possible with their skills. Unum didn't understand what they were talking about because he was a newcomer and didn't know how everything worked. Nameless strangers like them were first evaluated and then sent to the battlefield. Even small sects did not send warriors without skills. Unum was delighted. So even despite the fighting, the opponents tried to avoid senseless sacrifices. Jinmu listened to their conversation. It was unlikely that the warriors of Sapa cared about ordinary mercenaries. It was simply a waste of money to hire inexperienced people. They were cannon fodder, so why bother? They were sent to the vanguard for various reasons. For righteous factions, battles were a means of protecting something important. That's why they put the elite at the front and kept the masters at the head. But for Sapa, the main thing in battle was to win. The vanguard was used to wear down the enemy's forces. That's why most of them die. It's a miracle that Choxion managed to survive after so many years of service, and it is quite possible that their skills were higher than Jinmu had assumed. Meanwhile, Unam turned to the young monk with a question. What was happening did not concern the Union, only Sapa. So why did they need to participate in everything? There were 2 reasons for this. First, to broaden their horizon. It was unlikely that Unum knew much about Sapachan, their methods and techniques. Therefore, it was better to see once than hear 100 times. Second, the young people were surely interested in why they had gotten involved with the Wanderers. The fact was that the Union had not yet recognized. Unum couldn't believe that Mutong's sword was meaningless, but Jin Mu immediately shut him up. People won't believe it until they see them in battle. For them, the rumors were exaggerated. Even in the Union, few people knew their faces and names, which meant that in Sapacon, no one knew anything about them. The second reason was that it was dark under the lamp. As long as they were next to the nameless strangers, no one would pay any attention to them. Unam was thrilled again. Jinmu's plan seemed amazing and ingenious to him. Jinmu asked him to hide his skills for now, but in reality, his goal was to find out why the Sapa warriors were fighting and who was going to attack. The more Jinmu thought about it, the angrier he became. This student was already problematic, but what were the elders doing? It was unclear what Chan Wu-myung was doing there and why he didn't stop the attack on the Hall of Heavenly Warriors. But Jinmu was going to get to them. First, he would reach the Yang Sphere, and then he would disfigure them beyond recognition. But to do that, the young man had to advance beyond the vanguard. The man loudly announced that Chokseon's team should come forward. Jinmu stopped the wandering warrior, saying he would go himself. He tried to warn him that this exam could not be passed alone. The list specified a team, so the man was puzzled as to why only one participant had come forward and ordered the others to be called. But Jinmu was confident that he could handle it himself and asked to begin the test. The man was furious at the informal address, but the young man countered that he had started first and asked to be tested quickly so that the others could begin. The man decided that since this insolent young man had come for an assessment, his name must be so insignificant that he was not even recognized at the reception desk. The test consisted of standing up to 5 examiners for at least 15 minutes. The examiners decided that Jinmu was scared and were going to teach him a lesson. Jinmu couldn't believe that these were examiners. Their skills were not suitable for evaluating those who would be at the forefront. They would be immediately defeated in a clash with Sapa's warrior. The young man asked if he could strike first. The examiners even smiled at such an unexpected question. But the attack followed immediately, and both of them missed the blow. The same was true for the other 2, who did not have time to block it. Jinmu stood in the center, surrounded by the unresponsive examiners. The observers were shocked. They didn't even have time to see his movements. Jinmu snapped his fingers to bring the man back to reality and asked him where he needed to go next. The young man was sent to the outer hall. He and his companions headed in the indicated direction, but Jinmu decided to call the observer as well. The observer's eyes widened, and he didn't know how to respond. Then, realizing that he needed to report everything to the leader, he rushed off. Sitting in the outer hall, the wandering warriors wondered why a master like Jinmu would work with their gang. They watched him cautiously, and were too afraid to even move. Finally, people came out into the center of the hall. The leader told everyone to listen carefully. It was the head of the outer hall of the Heavenly Warriors clan, Tam San Mok. He asked loudly who among those present was in command of Choksone's squad. Choksone peeked out from behind Jinmu's back and shouted that it was him. The man who was conducting the tests immediately recognized the monk sitting next to him. Tam San Mok was surprised that it was some youngster. However, despite his age, the young man had defeated 4 examiners. The head of the outer hall frowned. This guy was still too young. Even if he had taken up arms at the age of 10, about the same amount of time had passed since then. Tam San Mok reprimanded the examiner. It seemed that he had completely let his guard down, mistaking him for a nameless warrior, and tomorrow the Iron Sword was arriving. Because of the previous assessment, the head had to check something. He approached Chokseon. If he passed the test, he would be sent to the inner squad. Only the best warriors and the most famous wanderers were sent there. And of course, there was a big difference in pay. Jinmu asked Tam San Mok what he was talking about, and his informality drove him mad. However, if you live for today, it loses its meaning. The leader tried to control himself. Now they didn't have enough fighters, and the wanderers they managed to recruit weren't that good. Strong warriors did not even try to join them, because their opponent was Sapachan. That was why Tam San Mok ordered that the appearance of strong masters be reported. However, there was no one special to look at here. Everyone was too young. At best, they were third-rate. Nevertheless, the leader decided to give them a chance, but warned that people with loose tongues do not live long. Jinmu boldly replied that he would figure out how to live his life, and asked to continue the story about the internal squad. Chokseon tried to calm the monk down, because the head himself was standing in front of him. There was no one in Gansu who did not know his name. There, San Mok was already gritting his teeth in anger. He said he would give only one chance, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore, and lost his temper. Jinmu looked at the man skeptically. Was the Hall of Heavenly Warriors really so weak that they put such weaklings in charge? Although it was to his advantage. If he got into the inner squad, he would be able to move freely and find out what was going on there. Jinmu beckoned Tam San Mok with his finger, and urged him not to hold back. Such behavior finally broke the head's patience. He immediately rushed to attack the insolent upstart. Chokseon closed his eyes tightly in horror, so as not to see the gruesome punishment. But Dan Sirion advised him to open his eyes and watch the fight between true masters. The wandering warrior followed her advice, but opened only one eye. To his surprise, Jinmu stood calmly in place despite the chief's attack. The latter came very close to the young man. Also keeping his hands behind his back, Jinmu put one foot forward. This further enraged the hot-tempered and unrestrained Tam San Mok. Jinmu coolly dodged the blows and was disappointed with the man's skill. Then he remembered that he was just a traveler now and shouldn't attract too much attention. Tam San Mok was already flying towards him, preparing to launch another attack. Realizing that he had to take one blow, Jinmu positioned himself to receive it. Success inspired the leader, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Jinmu decided to pretend that Tam San Mok's blow had gotten to him. The young man rolled over and took a stable position. Another blow followed, which the young man did not dodge. In response, Jinmu charged at his opponent with his knee. Even though the monk controlled his strength, the blow to the jaw was quite painful. The agitated examiner rushed to the head's aid. Tam San Mok began to fall to his side, and the other warriors rushed to him, but he barked loudly for everyone to stop immediately. The young wanderer was very talented and managed to surprise him. It seemed unlikely that he had developed his inner strength separately, so how was he able to withstand the blow? Jinmu again replied boldly that if he repeated the Shaolin Iron Skin technique 13,000 times, he would also be able to do so. Tam San Mok asked the young man to give his name, and he quickly began to think of what to say. He introduced himself as a wanderer from Hubei named Mu Jin. The chief loudly announced that this wanderer was going to the inner squad and turned to leave. But Jinmu was not satisfied with this, and stopped Tam San Mok to say that he was the youngest in this unit. How could he be sent there alone, especially since they had agreed to go together? The leader considered this complete nonsense. Since Tam San Mok was not going to keep his promise, Jinmu asked to test him again. The leader thought about it. This brat had already beaten him once in front of his subordinates, so was it worth repeating? Finally, he made a decision and ordered all the boys to be sent to the internal squad. The happy members of their squad received part of their salary. They were promised the rest after the battle. Those who survived could also earn extra money for their merits during the battles. Choksen cautiously approached Master Mu Jin. He never learned his real name. The wandering warrior couldn't help but ask why the young man was being so kind to them. They were certainly infinitely grateful to him, but would they be able to fight in the inner squad? That is why they wanted to return to the outer squad. Jinmu reassured him. It was unlikely that anything serious would happen there, and even if a fight broke out, everyone would remain unharmed. He did not know who would come from Sapcheon, but if it was Wangan-hu, that would most likely be the case. Jinmu also asked him not to consider it kindness, but payment for the incident at the hotel. Chokseon should have thought more simply. Thanks to a small favor, he was able to earn 10 times more. In any case, they had already been assigned a pavilion, and there was very little time left before the fight began. Therefore, the main thing was to eat well and rest properly. Jinmu himself left his companions and went to find out something. Dan Sirion offered to go with him, but she would only get in the way. Promising to return soon, Jinmu headed for the gate. Meanwhile, Chokseon was reasoning that it was easier to assess the situation and find weak spots on the front line. But the internal guard was a different matter. If they tried to escape, they would be pursued by the heavenly warriors. This young man was so strong that he was able to defeat the leader. With his level, Choksen couldn't assess his skill, but decided not to dwell on it. He simply chose to trust this mysterious martial arts master. Jinmu, walking around the courtyard, noticed that everything remained the same. This hall held many memories. Wangan-hu often came here as a child. This guy was the same age as Cheon Woo-myung and respected Hugh Kren-mugan. They spent many years together, and when Sapechon was created, Wangan-hu provided the greatest support. Although he was very stubborn and often argued with Hugh Kren-mugan and the others, he couldn't even say how long it took for Wangan-hu to start listening. However, Hugh Kren-mugan never saw him before his death. When his illness overcame him, he told Sochon that he was giving everything to him, and Wangan-hu left Sapechon. The guards who blocked his way pulled Jinmu out of his memories. Jinmu introduced himself as Mu Jin and said he was a mercenary participating in the battle. Rumors had already reached the guards that he had defeated the leader, but he was sent back because a meeting of the leaders of the main sect was taking place there. But the meeting was an excellent opportunity to learn more about the upcoming battle, especially since Jinmu knew the way well. It was unlikely that anyone there would sense his presence except for Wangan-hu. The main thing was to get through unnoticed. The guard at the gate was struggling to stay awake. Jinmu crept up quietly and unnoticed like a cat when the guard turned away. Then, in one leap, he cleared the wide wall. In the center of the hall sat Wangan-hu, the fifth head of Sapa and head of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors. The elders present begged him in unison to change his mind and reconsider, but Wangan-hu calmly told everyone to sit down and explained that his decision would not change. The elders gritted their teeth in indignation. At that moment, the doors flew open and a young man ran in, addressing his father. The head of the hall jumped up from his seat. He had told the boys not to come, so why had they disobeyed him? The boys who had burst in learned that he was going to go into battle alone and asked him to reconsider his decision. Wangan-hu barked at the children and ordered them to shut up immediately and leave the hall. The Hall of Heavenly Warriors was not just a faction that appeared and disappeared, but a clan with a long history that ruled Gansu. The elders never questioned the leader's decision. Even when Sapechon was created, the hall shed blood for them. Was there even one elder left who spoke the truth? Sechong filled the main residence with fools and ruined it. When Wangan-hu decided to leave, everyone followed him without saying a word. But now everyone was against it, and they could not agree with this decision. All the warriors would go out into the field for their leader, and, if necessary, die for him. They should not be considered weaklings who only hide behind his back. Wangan-hu clenched his fists. He understood all this perfectly well. But their enemy now was Cheon Woo-myung, who had all the forces of the steel sword with him. Jinmu, who was secretly eavesdropping on this conversation, covered his mouth with his hand in horror. Could it be that the one who led the attack on the Hall of Heavenly Warriors from Sapechon was Cheon Woo-myung? Blindly following Sapechon without thinking about what was right and what was wrong was wrong. And even if Wangan-he sacrificed his life in this battle, his children would still not bow down to Sapechon. No matter how foolish Cheon Woo-myung was, he could see what Sochon was doing. Wangan-he hoped that if he left his position, everything would be resolved. However, the head of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors was wrong this time. His old friend and comrade was now coming for him to destroy everything. Cheon Woo-myung was a threat in himself, but the Iron Sword was made up of warriors trained by Hugh Kren-mugan. They would not be able to resist him. Wangan-he understood this, so he decided to go alone, despite the protests of the elder. Jinmu fled in the darkness from the hall where the meeting was taking place. It couldn't be that Cheon Woo-myung was coming here to destroy Wangan-he. Tears streamed from his eyes, and it was all the fault of those idiots. He had entrusted them with Sapechon, and look what they had done to him. Dinner had already begun in their room. Unam Dan Siryong and Chok Sion were sitting at the table, but the young master's appearance frightened them. They immediately understood that something had happened. Jinmu was completely unlike himself, and tears streamed down his face. He replied that nothing had happened, and left without even sitting down at the table. Unam noticed that Jinmu resembled the deep sea. One day he was calm, like a boundless expanse, ready to accept everything. The next, he was fierce, like a storm sweeping away everything in its path. His mood was impossible to predict. It would have been a little easier if he had shared at least some of his feelings. At that moment, Jinmu was sitting in his room, clutching his head. He didn't know what to do or how to act in this situation. On the last day of Mugan, everyone prayed for him to disappear quickly. It was disgusting, but they were determined to take matters into their own hands. They may have been scoundrels, but they had incredible abilities. And then they put worthless people in charge. To suppress the Hall of Heavenly Warriors, they sent Chon Woo-myung, who would destroy everything. So Chong was clearly out of his mind. This guy was definitely insane, but Jinmu couldn't let Chon Woo-myung destroy Wangon Hee. Chon Woo-myung inherited all of Mugan's fighting technique. It won't be easy to deal with him alone, but the main problem was the Iron Sword. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to break through to Cheon Woo-myung. Jinmu grabbed his hair again. Was there really nothing he could do? The young man spent the whole night going over all possible options, but he still couldn't find an answer. Horses galloped across the eastern plains outside Nanju. Armed horsemen galloped at full speed. One of them reported that the vanguard of the Heavenly Warriors was visible ahead. Iron Fist Chon Woo-myung, one of the 5 leaders of Sapa, saw it himself. Wangon Hee was well prepared. There, in the very center, stood his old friend, whom he was about to kill today. Chon Woo-myung understood why Wangon Hee had turned his back on Sapa-chan. But for him, this place was his master's life's work, which he was obliged to protect. It didn't matter that he didn't like the new ruler. There was an order, and it had to be carried out unquestioningly. So Chon Woo-myung commanded his men to attack. The Iron Sword warriors rushed forward. Now everyone would see what awaited those who turned their backs on Sapichian. Jin Mu-un and the other warriors stood calmly, waiting for the enemy. The confrontation began. Jinmu could only wait until Chon Woo-myung mingled with the Iron Sword warriors. Chok Sion watched the events on the battlefield closely. He noticed that the vanguard was shaped like a wedge, the center like birdwing, and the rear closed in a ring. Their tactic was to break through and destroy. The vanguard consisted of 300 warriors, who would not last long. The vanguard was only 100 paces away from them, with half an hour to go. With this setup, they would die without even entering the battle. If only they had chosen a different tactic. Jinmu was amazed that Chok Sen analyzed the course of the battle and came up with countermeasures on the spot. He remembered what his comrades had said about this man. The stranger was indeed a strategist. So that's what the words battle genius meant. Jinmu looked at the man in a new light. The young man rushed to Chok Sen and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Jinmu was interested in another way to deal with the enemy. Chok Sion tried to explain in simple terms that the Hall of Heavenly Warriors had chosen the wrong tactic. They were trying to slow down the enemy by holding them back with the vanguard. Then they would use their main forces to attack from the flanks. But this was ineffective. They were fighting in open terrain where it was impossible to set up an ambush. Not only did the enemy have a numerical advantage, but they were also divided into groups with different tasks. The first broke through, the second surrounded, and the third completely destroyed. This was the tactic that Mugan had taught the Iron Fist squad, and Chok Sen understood its essence and came up with a counterattack in such a short time. The wandering warrior continued to speak. If he were in command, he would have done things differently. He would have lined up the vanguard, and as soon as the enemy began to break through, opened a corridor. Then he would have abruptly closed the passage, cutting off the second wave of the attack, surrounded and destroyed the breakthrough detachment. As a result, the enemy would have suffered losses amounting to 1/3 of its strength. After that, the surviving vanguard fighters would retreat, and the main force would engage the third detachment. And he would send a diversionary detachment to wear down the enemy. But the forces are too unequal, and the plan will not work. In that case, the vanguard would fall, and the main force would have half an hour left. And yet, they still had a chance. Jinmu grabbed Chok Son's hand because he needed his help. After that, Jinmu asked Dan Siryong if she had taken the poison and throwing weapons. He ordered her and Unam to use everything they had to slow down the Iron Sword squad a little. They just needed a little time. Jinmu told them to throw everything they had at their enemy and then run to the camp. And with a plea, he uttered the word, "Please," which probably no one had ever heard from Jinmu before. It surprised his companions so much that they froze in place. Dan Sirion didn't know what had come over the young man, but since he asked so earnestly, she was going to do everything in her power. Unam was also willing to try if it would help. With that question settled, it was Chok-son's turn, and Jinmu dragged him along with him. He literally carried him, rushing to stop the enemy. It seemed that the other warriors were standing still, so fast was Jinmu moving. The young man covered Chok-son's precious head and paid no attention to the conversations around him. It seemed to everyone that they were running away inside. Dan Sirion and Unamu also had to move on to their mission. The examiner, who was also on the battlefield, watched in bewilderment as the fools rushed into the most dangerous place without orders. He couldn't understand what kind of chaos was going on here. 2 ran inside, and 2 ran straight into the jaws of the enemy. Jinmu carried Chok-son as fast as he could. They had to hurry. The soldiers around him tried to stop him because he was going in the opposite direction. Jinmu saw that the enemy was getting closer, but he couldn't stop. Only he could stop Cheon Woo-myung and Won Gon-hu. There was very little time left. The people of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors prepared their weapons, trying to stop him. Jinmu easily overcame this obstacle by simply jumping over them. The warriors just watched his actions with their mouths open. They shouted for Jinmu to be stopped at all costs as he tried to break through to the commander. In midair, Jinmu could already see his target. Won Gon-hu stood in the center. Armed masters were approaching him from all sides. Jinmu parried the attack right in the air, while continuing to hold Chok-son. The young man pushed off their swords and continued to move forward. Won Gon-hu and his entourage could already see the strangers approaching. Jinmu shouted the name of the head of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors with all his might. Won Gon-hu heard him with surprise, although he did not know this man. But something elusive seemed very familiar to him. Without moving and with his eyes wide open, he watched Jinmu rushing towards them. His men, dissatisfied with such treatment of their commander, prepared their weapons. But Won Gon-hu barked at his warriors with all his might. He ordered everyone to stay where they were, and not to touch this man. His children and soldiers were perplexed by this decision. Finally, Jinmu, still holding Chok-son, stood before the chief. They stood facing each other, surrounded by soldiers, practically on the battlefield. Jinmu shouted that he would explain everything later, as there was no time for details. If the chief did not want to see the Hall of Heavenly Warriors fall, he had to listen to him. Such familiar treatment caused everyone around to prepare their weapons again. Won Gon-hu barked again and ordered them to stop. In front of him stood a young man clenching his fists resolutely, and another warrior behind him. Jinmu stared intently at the leader and asked him to trust him. There was no time for doubts now. Loud noises distracted the young man. The front line was already beginning to collapse. The explosion ahead was most likely the work of Dan Sirion, but she would not be able to hold them back for long. Jinmu couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Won Gon-hu to finally listen to him. The chief, taken aback by such pressure, agreed. He even prepared to follow the young man's orders. Won Gon-hu pointed at the men and ordered everyone to listen to them carefully and follow their orders. Chok-seong was an outstanding tactician. His son and subordinates were categorically opposed to listening to strangers. The situation was critical, and they could be attacked at any moment. Won Gon-hu shouted that it was his order, and told everyone to rearrange their battle formation and prepare for battle. Jinmu turned to Chok-son. He was to lead the people of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors. The man was terrified. How could an ordinary mercenary become a commander like this? Besides, he had never commanded so many fighters before. Jinmu patted him on the shoulder. That didn't matter now. The main thing was to stop the Iron Sword's advance. The young man asked Chok-sen to believe in himself. The fighters of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors were much better trained than the mercenary had thought. Won Gon-hu approached the conversing warriors. Jinmu knew that he and Chok-seon had many questions for him, but he suggested discussing everything later and focusing on the battle now. If they acted together now, they would be able to survive. After that, Jinmu rushed in the opposite direction. He took a risky step based solely on Chok-son's analysis. It was possible that his plan would not work, but it was better to try than to just wait. Meanwhile, Won Gon-hu reached out his hand to Chong-san and greeted him. Now the leader was waiting for the tactician, who had appeared with such a flurry of orders. Chok-seon had already recovered and was ready to explain the strategy he had developed. The battle was in full swing. People were flying into the air from the attacks. No matter how many enemies Dan Sirion destroyed, new ones appeared. There were too many of them. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that one of the enemies was about to strike. Suddenly, Unam appeared in front of her and blocked the attack. He shouted that they needed to retreat to the main camp. but Dan Sirion was against it. Jinmu had asked her for help, so she had to do it. The young monk said for the first time that he needed her. They couldn't just leave like that. Unam continued to persuade her. The enemy was advancing much faster than they had expected, and then they were spotted. The enemy was surprised to see the martial arts master and the girl from the Dan family talking. He immediately determined that Unam was from Kunlun, because he could sense the internal flow of chi in him. The enemy did not know why they were helping the Hall of Heavenly Warriors, but promised to spare them if the young people surrendered. Resistance was futile. It was clear that they no longer had any weapons. Dan Siren prepared to distract this man, even if it cost her her life. But Unam beat her to it. He was going to delay the enemy and told her to run. For the enemy, it was touching to the point of disgust, a game of love on the battlefield. He loudly ordered his soldiers to capture the two and kill them if they resisted. Upon hearing this order, Unam and Dan Sirion prepared to fight. But then there was a powerful blow, from which the young man shielded the girl. The man froze in surprise. He couldn't understand what had happened. Through the clouds of dust, Jinmu appeared, rushing toward them with all his might. He was very determined, and the enemy couldn't wrap his head around the fact that this was a human being. His attack sent his opponents flying in all directions like toy figures. Only the leader and the young people remained standing in the center. Energy swirled around Jinmu like a whirlwind, raising clouds of dust and people. His companions were genuinely delighted by the monk's appearance, but Jinmu immediately yelled at them because he had ordered them to scatter the amulets and run away, not risk their lives. Unam and Dan Sirion stood there looking guilty and didn't know what to say. Jinmu ordered them not to stand there like sheep, and to run away if they wanted to live. The enemy immediately began shouting at his men to catch the fugitives, but Jinmu approached him and put his hand on the man's shoulder. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. Only 2 years had passed, but he had aged noticeably. He used to be a smart guy who was left to help Chon Woom-young. Jinmu nudged him with his elbow and said his name. The enemy's name was Mo Wan Ryu. The young man laughed and promised to deal with him later. Jinmu took a step, and cracks spread out from his feet, and the opponents scattered again in different directions from the blow. Mo Wan Ryo tried to shield himself from the flying stones with his arm, and was surprised to find that the mysterious young man had disappeared. The man looked around the battlefield in bewilderment. What was that all about? This master had simply wounded everyone, but had not taken anyone's life. At that moment, Chon Woom-young approached him to find out what was going on. Mo Wan Ryo fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness. He told him about the sudden attack and was ready to accept punishment. Reporting on the situation, he explained that his men had broken through the vanguard of the Heavenly Warriors, but then the masters suddenly appeared. One of them was a Taoist, and the other was a girl from the Dan family. Chon Woom-young frowned. How could these two have thought to get involved in the battle between demonic sects? But the main problem was not even them. After that, another monk appeared, and this man had reached the level of Kang. This news stunned Chon Woom-young. Could it be the heavenly dragon from Kunlun? It was not Pung Wan, but a young monk who looked no older than 20. Chon Woom-young cried out in amazement that this simply could not be. Perhaps the Hall of Heavenly Warriors had turned away from Sepicheon and joined the Union. How else could one explain the appearance of the monks and the Dan family? Chon Woom-young did not believe that his old friend could have done such a thing. Even though they had orders to destroy the Hall of Heavenly Warriors, he still trusted Wangan-hu. The monks of the Dan family might have been with them, but that didn't change anything. The order to attack the main fortress was still in effect. Another warrior rode up to them with urgent news. The man was clearly frightened. Something was wrong. Their people could not break through to the main fortress of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors. It seemed that the enemy was using tactics that were not their own. It was as if the great strategist of the Union, Zhu Shongjin, was working there. The battle continued. There were many warriors and cavalry on the field. Choxian shouted orders. Now he ordered the second squad to retreat and bring in the third. The mercenaries had to delay the enemy, while the warriors attacked from the rear. Reinforcements of Hyung-level masters and above had to be sent. The head of the hall listened carefully to everything Choxian said. Thanks to his strategy, the Iron Sword could not break through to the main fortress of Cheonunban. No one could have imagined that they would be able to hold back this attack. Wangan-hu had devoted his entire life to demonic martial arts, but he did not know that strategists played such an important role on the battlefield. At that moment, one of his subordinates rushed in with urgent news. He reported that the Iron Sword Squad had begun to retreat. Wangan-hu laughed, but Choxian ordered them to maintain their formation and not relax until the enemy had completely retreated. The head of the Hall of Heavenly Warriors, in a burst of joy, grabbed Chok Sion by the shoulders, terrifying him. Wanganhu acknowledged that it was all thanks to him and that Chok Sion was truly incredible. Hearing these words, the wandering warrior was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that today they had been able to fight back and defend the main fortress. That same night, a light was burning in one of the tents in the camp. The people sitting at the table praised the genius of Chok Sion's tactics. But while everyone else was rejoicing in this victory, Wanganhu was extremely serious. He watched closely the young man who had brought Chok Sion to him. Wanganhu's son tried to find out from the wandering warrior what the strategy was. It turned out to be from Sun Tzu's treatise, from the section on the 9 lands. The elders were impressed by Chok Sen's knowledge. Everyone had high hopes for him, which terrified the man the next day. He thought he would only be needed here for 1 day. With this, Chok Sen stunned the chief and the rest of those present. Confused, the warrior turned to Jin Mu for help, who advised him to simply explain everything. The thing was, this tactic could not be used. They would be able to hold out for a few days, but the losses would grow. In the end, it would lead to inevitable defeat. Wanganhu was serious. Was there really no way out? There was only one way to end this confrontation. That was to